Good morning, everyone. I hate to interrupt all the networking to bore you with me talking, but it is a little after 9:30 and we want to get started, so please take your seats. I want to start by introducing myself. My name is James Owen. I am the Executive Director of Renew Missouri. We are a statewide organization that works on clean energy access for all Missourians. And I want to welcome you all to our first ever, hopefully first of many, Sustain Springfield Conference. That deserves an applause. We are excited to have you here. I mean, especially because we see this as a foundational event. We are learning like what works in Springfield, what doesn't. So obviously your feedback is going to be very important to us. We will be seeking that and soliciting that after this event. We just want to thank you for being a part of this, having faith in us to be here, and to see what we can do and what we can talk about. Because ultimately, for our group and for the purpose of this event, we want to talk about sustainability in energy, transmission, transportation, water, as something that is more than just an environmental concern or an altruistic concern. We want to look at it as something that can offer additional prosperity to this area, to this region. I really truly believe that any entity like the city of Springfield, Greene County, the entire metropolitan area, if they look at clean energy, they look at energy efficiency, they look at some of these other topics we're talking about, this can not only lead to better practices, but this can also lead to prosperity. This can be a piece of the puzzle for economic development, which I know is certainly a big topic everywhere these days. And certainly there's a lot of questions surrounding sustainability and what that means. And so we're hoping to explore that today. We're hoping to engage with you on that today. And we're hoping that we can come up with some ideas that we can put into action in the short-term future. So that's what we're doing. We need the Wi-Fi password. I think we had that up for a minute. It was like lowercase money, $,
Plant.
What?
Plant.
Plant. Thank you. So need to do any work while you're here, or just look at the internet. You can do that.
I'll have it at the front desk.
What's that?
Tell them I'll have it at the front desk.
And it'll be at the front desk. Yeah, I want to just mention that we've got other Renew Missouri folks here. Jacques McNeese is our first ever Springfield coordinator. He's great. And then we also, at the table out there, is Philip Forsica, who is our campaign director, works on a lot of our municipal efforts. He is also on the Columbia Water and Light Advisory Board in the city of Columbia. They also have a municipal utility there. We're also going to be recording this, so if you're participating, you will be able to have this. That's why I'm standing here looking at that camera a little bit. But we want to start. We are very thrilled to have our keynote speaker kind of kick us off today. A lot of you in the room know him. He's certainly someone who has been not only at the local and community level, but at the state level, someone who has been involved and engaged with civic leadership for a number of years. Presiding Commissioner, Greene County Presiding Commissioner Bob Dixon. I've kind of just give you a summation of the last, let's say 24 years. He was elected to the House of Representatives in 2002, was sworn in 2003, served the entire 8 years the law allows a lawmaker to serve in the House. He was then elected to the state Senate in 2010, sworn in 2011, served 2 terms there, I mean, in the era of termites, say they started in 2002, he has served as long as anybody has in the state of Missouri. And then he went and continued his civic engagement by being elected as the Greene County Presiding Commissioner in 2018 and getting sworn in 2019, a role he serves today. He's a lifelong resident, and we are thrilled to have him here. Please help me welcome our welcoming speaker, Commissioner Bob Dixon.
Thank you so much. I should say thank you, Honorable. I appreciate the introduction, and one of the things that always struck me when I first got to Jeff City was I would hear people say, once an honorable, always an honorable, and when I first heard that, I was kind of like, oh, that sounds nice. Then I realized that somebody mentioned one day, we say that to make sure everybody stays honorable. So, James, it's great to be with you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having me, and thank you for your public service. You served a time as a judge, and that's a field. When I got to Jefferson City, I knew absolutely nothing about. And then, fast forward 16 years, I wound up chairing the Judiciary Committee, which I'm not an attorney. Fortunately, I figured out that it was smart to hire people who knew more than I did, and they really put me in charge of that to chair the because of my staff. And so I really developed a lot of respect and, quite frankly, awe for the people that serve in that branch of government. So thank you for the time that you did serve, and those who are in the legal profession. And the reason I mentioned some of that is kind of the content that I want to talk about today, because I'll just be very frank, when I was asked to do this, I thought, what in the world would I have to offer? Because this is not a field that I am an expert in. It's not a field that I know a ton about. I'm very curious, and I know a lot of folks who are experts. Many of those people are in this room, by the way. It's great to see each of you here, and if I have not met you yet, I look forward to that. But it says something on here about having taught in this leadership studies program. I was telling Jacques on the phone last night, and by the way, Jacques, thank you for the time that you spent convincing me to do this, because first I told him no. And that we kind of, although we met, gosh, was it last year?
Mm-hmm.
I think about this time last year. Really got acquainted, and really appreciate his zeal and his passion for the kind of community that we want to have in this entire corner of the state. So thank you for your work. But I was telling you last night on the phone that, because I just forgot to mention it, one of the courses that I taught in the Leadership Studies program, they came to me and said, would you teach this course on corporate social responsibility? It was a sustainability course. And I said, I don't know anything about that, but I can try to tackle it. And we had quite a bit of interest in the course the other course I taught, because I just kind of took some of the principles that I kind of learned the hard way in Jeff City and was sharing that with them in the intro to leadership course. And I will tell you that I learned probably as much or more from teaching that course as the students did from taking the course. We talked all about the sustainable practices, what businesses can do, aside from any government mandate, with corporate social responsibility, what we call triple bottom line. And it really opened my eyes to, in that discussion point, how things are so polarized everywhere, over almost every issue. People, I think it must be on one side of an issue or the other. And really, when curiosity is employed to dig down into the deep parts of issues, and then you begin to figure out that we truly are all in this together, and there's so much that's missed because of just the general nature of how we tackle problems in this country. And so I'm not going to spend much time discussing the problems of our current political system because I think most of us know the challenges there. But what I want to talk to you about today as we open up, rather than trying to, give you some inspiration about something I'm not an expert on, I want to talk to you about some lessons I learned on how to really truly collaborate. And just know that I am talking to myself as much as anyone else. If I had to put a title on this, it's billed in your program as Building the Springfield Area's Future Together. That's wonderful. That's what we want to do. That's why we've taken time to convene here today. You're going to go through some of these discussion points and panels to figure out where we can all get engaged. But sort of playing off of the name of the organization, I thought we need to renew our determination to collaborate. And in agreeing to do this, I told Jock, I said, well, let me share maybe a framework or process of how we go about, not just the rest of the conference in digging into the issues, but in the larger scope as we go out and we share the things we've learned and the things that folks need to learn about sustaining the beautiful place that we call the Ozarks. So I would say we can do that in renewing our determination to truly collaborate. You're going to hear and discuss a lot of issues. Many of those issues are things that we care deeply about in Greene County. And my good colleague, Rusty McLaughlin, is here. He has really been leading the charge on protecting part of our farm corridor, particularly outside of Springfield. About half of our residents in the county live in Springfield. But 80% of the geography, 81% of the geography in the county is outside the city limits. So with the century farms that we have around the county and our other natural resources, it's very important that we protect and guard those and make sure that they're here for generations to come. So I appreciate Rusty's work on that. So you're going to hear all kinds of things, but we have teams of professionals who are dedicated to things like protecting groundwater, stormwater management, making sure that we have practices in place that are there for safe building and are reasonable building regulations. Things like our environmental division and the folks that work with other agencies, both state and national or federal, to protect those resources. So it's all very, very important to us. It was very eye-opening for me to come to the county because I will say this, when I went to Jefferson City, I was 24 years younger. I'll let you do the math, I'm 57. I really thought that my little enclave in my area here in Southwest Missouri, particularly the folks right around me in my neighborhood, we had figured it out. And one of my neighbors is here, Louise. It's great to see you, Louise. We had really created, and it's still wonderful Midtown, a community of neighbors who worked closely together, and we had figured a lot of stuff out. And if we could just get the rest of the community to recognize that historic homes were important, and we could bring economic development to our community, there were a lot of issues that I thought, we figured these out. I just need to go up there and change minds. Well, I kind of ran into a buzzsaw because I figured out that everybody was there for the same reason. And if we did not sit down and really truly talk to one another, more importantly, listen and learn, then it was all a futile exercise, and we would just what the political system has become, where we just kind of rehash these same old fights every 2 years. Well, that is fine for a season, but it was a little exhausting, and close to the end of that time in the House was when I started teaching for Drury. Had finished my master's right before my time in the House, and so as I went into the Senate, it's a much different body. It really purposed to understand, not just listen, but to understand how did other folks get to the conclusion that they got to that were much different than mine. Well, that's not a question you want to ask unless you are ready for a roller coaster ride, because you have to, this is probably one of my key points as we talk about process. If we're going to truly collaborate, we have to enter a conversation assuming that we are wrong about some things. That is really tough to do because our brains are not, we're not made that way. It's a self-defense mechanism to defend our beliefs, whatever they are. And it was a real challenge to do that. It takes, as I said, curiosity, and it takes some other things which I'll touch on very briefly. But my experience was I really began to appreciate, even if I didn't agree, I began to appreciate how folks on the other end of the political spectrum got to the conclusions that they got to, because it was through their experiences, through their perspective, and also the people that sent them there. The challenge and the roller coaster is you have to be willing to sacrifice your reputation. That's very hard to do, and I will tell you, it's a real, very real problem if you're going to truly collaborate, especially in that setting, in that atmosphere, in that setting. You are watched. Are they really with us? You know, you hear the stories of each side up there making sure their people vote with them and they vote the party. Well, when you buck that system, you'll be first asked questions, then you'll be kind of looked at with the side eye, and then you'll just be called the other party. Well, that all happened, but I will say this, my chief of staff walked in one day, and the minority party, I'll let y'all figure out who's who. I think everybody can figure it out. But the minority party was having a meltdown. There were 9 in the Senate. The minority leader was a good friend of mine. We had worked on the criminal code together. It was actually her bill. And I said, we're gonna do your bill this year. Well, I had tried to make a practice over the time of making sure that people had a chance to be heard. And I wanted to understand. Some of this, I would say most of this, was done off of the Senate floor. The key to this, and what I'm sharing today, is we have to build a relationship before we can collaborate. We have to be willing to take risks. That was all well and good, but it had gotten to a point where I found myself on an island, and way more than side eyes, way more than the accusations. I had colleagues on my side of the aisle who were looking up my ethics reports and calling my donors back in Springfield and having them call me and say, we sent you up there and now you've joined the other side. So they just took it to a new level. But there's a certain part of me that when I get to that point, I just figure I'm gonna dig my heels in and I'm gonna do what I know is right. We have to do that. But the main thing for me was the process. It wasn't an issue, it was the process. And the principle of making sure that everyone is heard in that process. And so you might ask, how does that relate today? Well, we're not going to get to a good product if we don't have good process. And at that time, it was legislation. What we're doing today is we're trying to come up with solutions that we can get the community behind rather than debate. And so, not to belabor that point, because some of the Senate time, if I get to talking about it, just ask Rusty. It's kind of like PTSD for me, and then we're sitting after a commission meeting, and I all of a sudden need therapy. So, right? So I share my war stories so I don't have to repeat them. That's the main thing. Anyway, the minority leader came to me one day, and they'd had a meltdown. She was just she's a wonderful person. She later served on the Kansas City Council, and we've stayed in touch. But she said, I don't know if I can do this much more because I'm part marriage counselor, I'm part legislator, I'm part attorney, I'm part divorce attorney. I got 9 people who can't agree on anything. And I said, well, it looks like you do. I mean, everybody votes the same. And anyway, we were able to kind of support one another in relationship, whether we agreed on things, you know, at the end of the day. And she actually said to my chief of staff once, who he relayed it to me, he said, well, I think you're maybe the one person who could get elected as the leader of the minority party, which I cracked up about at the time, but later I thought, that's really an interesting statement. And it didn't have anything to do with my voting, with what I felt about the issues. It really is all about relationship. And so I share that to say, curiosity, when we're addressing the issues that we're talking about today, will draw people to you. If we come into any type of a setting like we have all the answers, we can imagine what that does to folks. It does not build a conversation, it builds a debate. And so, and my kids remind me even now that they're grown and married, remember that you're not right about everything. So I'm telling you, I'm talking to myself as much as anything. But I just wanted to share some of these things as we begin a discussion. I'm thrilled that this conference is taking place and we can start having some, I'll call them out of the box discussions. Because the issues that we're talking about, our environment, our natural resources, that is what makes us rich in this part of the country. And yes, it's everywhere, but this is the area that we have stewardship of. And I want to make sure that it's here for my little granddaughter who is 3.5, and my other granddaughter who is going to be 8 soon. These are the riches that we have. It's not wealth in money or those things, but it's the riches of our natural resources. And you know, my wife and I are realtors. We say all the time, they can print more money, but nobody can make any more dirt, unless you get into the whole recycling thing and composting, which I've done some of that. I know Louise and I have talked about some of those things. But so if we're looking at process, one of the things that we have to enter with, I mentioned curiosity, but what does that really take? I gave a talk recently on this, and I thought I would share a couple of the points. It really takes humility. And if we define humility, we have to recognize that it's not what we think of as modesty, like self-deprivation. It really is just a recognition that there is so much more to learn than what we know. If you've heard of the author Brene Brown, who's one of my favorites, she wrote a book recently called The Atlas of the Heart, where she mapped 87 human experiences and emotions. And she compared the words hubris and humility. And I found it very interesting, and I wanted to share it with you. Hubris, the Greek word is used to describe a pride and an ambition so great that they offended the gods and led to downfall. In the Hebrew tradition, what comes to mind is pride comes before destruction. But humility comes from the Latin word, and it means groundedness, because humility is quieter, it's more genuine, and ultimately more powerful than hubris. Because, lost my place, as with pride, because we've got a lot of it wrong in openness to new learning, combined with a balanced and accurate assessment of our own contributions, including strengths, imperfections, and opportunities for growth. So to sum that up with one sentence, she says, it emerged from the research that she did that informed her to lead, to get it right, not to be right. And so that is my challenge as we discuss some of these issues. Let's work together to get it right and not to be right, or what our opinion is with the information or research that we individually know. And again, I say that with tremendous respect for the folks in this room. I see Mike Cromer in the back, who is a partner of the counties with Watershed, and we just are immensely grateful. I don't know if you all are familiar with Watershed to the extent that the county is, but the organization that was set up by the city, the county, and city utilities has saved the taxpayers literally millions and millions of dollars through education and collaboration and sustainable practices that have been shared with the community. So I really say all of what I said with just immense respect. And it looks like I'm close to time. You guys give me the signal. I probably prepared more than I have time to share. This is really a passion of mine. I recently shared at an organization that was more political some of the things and how you do this, people who are all political. And I wanted to share with them how they were wrong. So you can imagine which group I was speaking to. My own. Recently, I'll wrap up with this. One of the most exciting things that we've had happen at the county lately. This is the 250th year of our country. So the commission began at the end of last year thinking, we need to make a real show of this. Not because it's about us or about the county, it's about the citizens. 300,000 citizens, and as Governor Dixon said, who so graciously came after I pretty much bucked him to the point that he had to say yes, he quoted Ken Burns, and he said, when the Declaration was signed, we went from being subjects to citizens. That really summed up the importance that day for us when we were planning all of these events. But on the 8th of July, we had, if you saw it in the press, we had a major event at the courthouse, and there were almost 500 people there. They tell me, the ones that have been there for years, tell me that was the largest event the county has had in the courthouse. All 3 levels were full. And one of the things that was shared that day, once I convinced the governor to come, and he was thrilled. I think the thing that did it was the fact that we had somehow convinced the Republican and Democratic women's organizations to come together and co-host an ice cream social. And then Highland gave us the ice cream, and they did that. And he said, well, that's great. It sounds like you're gonna have a good event. I said, well, honestly, Governor, if you don't come, I'm not sure that it will happen, because they came on the condition that you're gonna be here. And so it was a vast diversity of people and opinion. And the thing that stuck with me was a comment that someone made afterward on social media about the unity. And they said, I didn't realize how much I missed that. Didn't even know that I missed it. And it was almost kind of in their words, a spiritual experience because it moved them so much to see both office holders and candidates on the full spectrum, judges of the Supreme Court, the Appellate Court, the Circuit Court, all there for one purpose, and that was to refocus ourselves on our founding. Well, after the governor agreed to come, I said, well, of course, this thing is fraught with getting accused of being partisan one way or the other, and I thought, well, we've been very fortunate to have Governor Dixon and First Lady Georgianne agree to come. I can't do that without inviting the former governor, who is right here in Greene County, and John Ashcroft was so gracious. He didn't even want to be part of the program, and I said, well, would you sing? And so he brought Max Bacon, and they sang, but one of the things that he said really stuck with me, and he said, unity is not uniformity. It was a powerful statement as the two of them stood there on the platform, one from each party, and he said, we don't have to all think the same. That's the beauty of the country, and it's kind of like singing. If all the notes were the same, you wouldn't have harmony. It was a powerful, powerful moment, and so I shared that with this group that I was talking with, and one of the things that I shared after that was we have to have a clear vision of where we want to go. We have to have trust. It's all about relationship and mutual respect. I mentioned humility, common goals, and a shared purpose. You have that or you wouldn't be here this morning. You care about our region and its sustainable and planned growth, not something that's haphazard. We need a sense of belonging. We've got to have clear communication, and we need to be able to understand why things are the way they are and why we're bumping into opposition. We need psychological safety. People need to be able to share their opinion and not feel like they are going to be demeaned or dissed or argued with. But psychological safety and sharing an opinion, the way to guarantee that for someone is to meet them with curiosity. So we can be learners, we can build bridges, and we can cultivate coalitions. Those are the things that I would urge as we go through this process. I'm going to stay as long as I can today because I want to learn some things from you all. At the county, we talk about this a lot. We have so much to learn from the citizens. That's who put us there. They are the bosses. They know so much, and we want to be able to glean that information and learn. And then, of course, I won't go through the flip side of that, but we can all think of things that destroy relationships, and it's not just unity, but the ability to collaborate. And I will end with this. Of course, honor is greater. I put these up on a slide that night, and I shared them with you sort of as when we did some of the math problems. Remember those word problems where we had to read the sentence and then you had to come up with the greater than, the less than sign. You had to figure out if it was division or multiplication. That's the concept. But I put them up there as honor is greater than criticism. Humility is greater than pride. Hearts are greater than minds. What do I mean about that? Well, I'm told, it's physiologically impossible to change someone's mind if their heart is closed to you. So in order to share information that will change someone's mind or introduce new information, they have to have an open heart. So the way to win hearts is to build relationship. It's not that people are ignorant. I know sometimes that is the case. I recognize that. But most of the time, when we're encountering someone, I mean, social media is the worst, right? We see, how can they think that, you know? I can't even look at it right now in the political season. It's just too much. But many times, they're never going to really open their mind, and they've made their mind up. Facts are not the issue, but we have to begin by having a doorway to begin to build a relationship. And so, as we do that today, and folks who think differently, who may be in the room, let's kind of learn from one another and begin to build those. And then the last thing I shared, and I'll close, as I think of the greater community, and I think of the things that our current political environment is fraught with, and this is a great time for me to say, I am so fortunate to be at the county. We have people, staff, and office holders who are absolutely incredible partners. I've never worked with better people than Rusty McLaughlin and John Russell. I'm so glad to not be in the state capitol, and heaven forbid, if I visit DC, I just want to go to museums. Which I got to do with my daughter recently. We never did that stuff when the kids were young because it felt too much like work. But it's a math problem. We cannot add by dividing. We cannot add by dividing. We cannot divide the community politically and add to what we have. It just does not work mathematically, relationally, societally. And so as we talk about collaborating and trying to solve some of these issues, and we're going to have some discussions as I wrap up here, let's think about what bridges we can build and flip the switch in our brain to, I want to know more about the people and how they think who are opposed to these issues. How can we open their hearts? And with that, thank you so much. It truly is an honor, and I greatly appreciate it. I hope that I've not gotten out past my skis, because as I said, this is an issue I care about, but I don't really know a lot. I know a lot of great people who know a lot. So thank you so much, and thank you for taking time to do this. It means a lot to all of us.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon. And I just want to do something really quick. I know this is going to be a little obnoxious. That's me. Empty tables up here. I didn't know if people would be willing to move up. So maybe the speakers will feel a little less isolated out here. All they've got are the ferns to keep them company. While you're moving, I do want to introduce, I know we have a couple of other elected officials here. Forgive me if is this on? Yeah, it's on. I'm pretty loud anyway. I just need to eat it, right? We have Councilman Bruce DiBiase. Yay. Thank you. And someone you don't know, but Commissioner of the 1st District here in Greene County, Rusty McLaughlin. Thank you for coming. Okay. Okay. Come on, don't be shy. Come on. Don't worry, I'm not going to call on you.
That's going to be a big gap.
All right. Yeah. Give you a discount if you want. Okay. I don't know if, I know a lot of you here are local, some of you from out of town, so this introduction is really for you. Mike Cromery is someone I've known for almost 20 years now. That's wild, right? And the whole time that I've known you, you worked with the Watershed Committee, correct? How long have you been there? 20 years. And you have had various capacities there. Now you're the executive director of the Watershed Committee. You're from Sullivan, Missouri? You have a good memory. But you've lived in Springfield for a long time. Yeah, and so a lot of you know him. I actually got to know Mike because we were on the Springfield Greene County Environmental Advisory Board back when we were pups. Is that still around? Is that still a thing? Did they get rid of that after we left? Okay, that's a relief. I wasn't sure it was going to survive us. Yeah, okay, yeah, please apply, please apply. It's actually a really great opportunity. I love doing it. Hey, Rebecca. And the only reason I had to leave was because I was running for office for parts in the seat. I had to leave. It was really unfortunate because I really love that work. But Mike is someone who probably knows as much about water policy. Do we have another elected official here? Councilman Jensen? Yes, Brandon Jensen. It's also a good round of applause. He will be speaking about sustainable transportation future. But for now, we're going to talk about sustainable water policy. We're going to talk about water. And I think that's going to be important because, I mean, one of the things that is important, it's not necessarily an energy issue, even though like energy is sometimes derived from hydro sources. And it's actually considered a renewable energy standard. It's under the renewable energy standard. Water is considered a renewable energy. But we're going to talk a little bit about like how important that is to the area, how important it is for the preservation of that, and not just because it's what we drink and it's what we use. It's also a tourism consideration here in the Ozarks, and I don't think that ever gets enough attention. It's the fact that we have this massive company based in Missouri, based in Springfield, that is like selling fishing equipment, boats, and that sort of thing. And we're not going to be able to have that kind of tourism. We're not going to be able to have that economy if the water is bad. Think about it like that, folks. I mean, you don't even have to think about like all the warm and fuzzy stuff that's important about this. But we want to talk about this also because it's going to be important when we're talking about things like data centers and manufacturing. And so we're hoping to have a little bit of a conversation about that. So that is going to be left to the expert, Mike Crawford.
Thank you. Thanks. Before I really get rolling, I just wanted to point out a few things that I think are really interesting. One is that James is actually from Dairy Farm near here. He's also a best-selling author of murder mystery books.
Not best-selling, not yet.
He's a dad, he's an attorney, and he's the director of Greene, Missouri. All important context. Here at the Dar Agricultural Center, here's something really interesting. They have a really large arena back here. That really large arena harvests a whole lot of rainwater because once upon a time, Loring Bullard wrote a grant that included rainwater harvesting and a lot of green infrastructure practices for our community called the Big Irby Grant. So every time it rains, there's thousands upon thousands of gallons of water that can be collected, and they use it for dust suppression in the arena. Don't really need drinking water for that, right? We've also done riparian work here, and we're got a beautiful greenways trail, linear trail that helps connect our community and protect our riparian areas just downhill a couple hundred yards. So, and the Dar Agricultural Magnet School, new school, is right here. There's now a path for students in the Springfield Public School System to follow agriculture all the way through their school career. And so I think that's really cool. It's just on the other side of the pecan orchard, which is literally about to bear pecans right over there. So I am Mike Cromery. I appreciate Commissioner Dixon's explanation of our mission, basically, and the relationship with the city, the county, and city utilities. So thanks for that. It's an honor to work in collaboration with our community on water, and just for my own resume, you can tell I'm a water guy because this is the first time I've worn damn shoes in like a month and a half. So I've got my proper shoes on. I'm going to give you a proper presentation today. And while I have no PowerPoint, I have organized this to hopefully maximize our time together. And that will include hopefully conversation with you, and so question and answer, and maybe even a prompt that I have in my back pocket. So here's what to expect from me over the course of the next few minutes. I'm going to share some background and information, a little bit of philosophy about water, our local water resources. We're going to talk about some current events and policies that are happening, and then move into the interactive part. So I'm going to throw a lot at you that will hopefully engage you, and then we can talk, because that's the most fun thing. And kind of, again, back to Commissioner Dixon's, the spirit of your time with us is like talking to each other, working it out, being smart. I copied down several nuggets of wisdom. Get it right, not be right. Unity is not uniformity. and you can't add by dividing. So that's why I'm here too. So, what is a watershed? A watershed is an area of land that drains to a body of water. You might sort of intuitively know that, but it's also often hard to describe. Why is that important? In the words of Luna Leopold, the health of our water is the principal measure of how we live on the land. And when I prepared these notes, I wanted to share this other one with you, which has taken on a new meaning. It's by one of my heroes, Wendell Berry. He had a great way of flipping the golden rule, and he put it this way: do unto those downstream as you would have those upstream do unto you. Can't argue with that. That is the golden rule in the context of water. So, water is vital for life. It's the tagline of our organization, Clean Water for Life. And it is more than just people. That is our non-human, or some might say more than human community that we also depend on. In the Ozarks, as you well know, groundwater and surface water are very connected, but I like to encourage people to think of Springfield, Missouri as literally a field of springs. That's not really how we got our name, but I'm not telling anybody. I'm just going with it. We live in Springfield, Missouri, and the framework, here's the framework that we have to protect our water. Just a quick refresh. In terms of water pollution, of course, federally we have the Environmental Protection Agency. Here in Missouri, we have the Missouri Department of Natural Resources, and most of the rules and laws that we have to protect our water in Missouri, those are administered by the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. Now, we're really lucky here in Springfield and Greene County because we have better than state average water rules. So, for example, in Greene County, anybody that needs to put in an on-site wastewater system, a septic system, needs to have their design checked by professionals. They need to have it permitted, and then when it's built, it needs to be inspected to make sure that it'll work. It protects people, it protects water. It's an awesome, really good system. Issues like floodplain development and that are also handled by the city or the county. And so I feel like we're very fortunate not only to have our city and county governments proactive and engaged in water, but also very collaborative in that. So, and this is important to remember as we talk about local issues like data centers, which we'll touch on a little bit more. Now, if you look out nationally, the difference between Missouri and some of the eastern states and the western states' water rights is huge. We have riparian water law, and that's based on reasonable use. You can poke a hole in the ground, there's groundwater, and it's basically your right to it within the reasonable use doctrine. Out west, as soon as the drop water hits the ground, somebody owns it. So you've probably heard, but it's illegal to have rain barrels in some states, right? Just a very different framework, and it's proving very problematic because it turns out that water rights and appropriations have been oversold. We'll get into that a little bit more too. So thinking about that context and reasonable use. So this is the beginning of part 2, which is policy and current events. Anybody paying attention to what's happening out west? Just shout out, what's going on out there?
Federal regulation on water.
Yeah, there's federal regulation on water issues. Lake Mead and Lake Powell, which serve 80 million people, are in their last, they're almost dry. There's 5 million acres of agriculture served by that. There is a project to do out-of-basin transfer from the Missouri River to the arid plains of South Dakota. That's a project that's really tremendous scale and could really affect a lot of people downstream. Here we have it's in court, but the waters of the United States rule is being reinterpreted, rewritten. The problematic thing with that is, while it's getting better defined, it's missing the connection between wetlands and groundwater and surface water and things like that. So that's happening. Right now there's a public comment period to repeal the roadless rule. Wholesale off public lands open the Arctic to drilling, and oh, by the way, putting a giant mine in the headwaters of the boundary waters. These are water issues that are front and center happening in the United States. These are issues that I feel to my core. I can't really do much about them. I put in my comments, right? I dutifully, fill out the online questionnaires and speak to representatives personally, but that's where we're at nationally. I was on the James River 2 weeks ago with a really sort of famous water engineer. He's worked on 40 congressional cases about water and on water issues all over the West. He said to our group, how much water is in this James River right now? We all put our heads together, and there's GS gauges, and we said about 150 cubic feet per second right now, pretty low. He said there is more water right now in the James River than any river in Colorado that's not dam controlled. And he knows. So we have, start to build this idea. We have riparian law, a very liberal water law, a sort of not well-defined water law compared to the western states. We have western states with no snowpack, with lakes going dry, rivers barely flowing, throw in some wildfires, which are really getting revved up. And now imagine that you are a person living out west. Maybe cost of living's high too. You see where this is going. I feel like we have a target here. We have abundant water, we have cheap water, we have cheap land, we have land with not much regulation. If you're a person living out west and are looking around like, I'm not sure this is sustainable, or if you're a data center and you want to make some money, where's a place with not a lot of regulation, abundant water, cheap water? We've been sharing this for years. I just mean it to add urgency to the conversation that we're having right now. So thank you for caring, thank you for being in the room. And the last thing I want to sort of add into the mix and things that we have to be thinking about and planning for. So ORI, Ozarks Environment and Water Resources Institute, operates out of Missouri State. They have been studying our rivers here in Missouri. So they can use metadata and models now. So all of the USGS and water level data that we have from all time, some of this goes back over 100 years. They crunched it into a model, and the punchline is that the frequency and the magnitude of flooding is increasing in Missouri. So we're getting rain, and a lot of times it's coming all at once. Okay, so it's problematic. And here's a story I just have to share. I was sleeping on a gravel bar on the Hoosiaw Creek about a month ago, and I was with a friend. We camped out. The water was crystal clear and about ankle deep. I left that afternoon and I went by this little house, this little small community called Davisville, and came home. It wasn't 12 hours later, they had received 10 to 12 inches of rain in that watershed. The little house that I went by is gone, and unfortunately the person in that house is also gone and was found where we were camping, basically. I'm getting goosebumps telling it. We are living in a new climate reality right now. And just Black River, and it was flowing about 125,000 cubic feet per second. 120, yeah. It was more than twice the flow of the Missouri River at Kansas City at that same time. I mean, Black River isn't a huge river, so just the perspective. So we had some things to figure out. Our Ozarks water hydrology is changing pretty rapidly. Our streams are changing. Our water is coming all at once, which makes it harder to get it into the ground and into our aquifers. So this is kind of where we're at. So we're gonna move into kind of the next part of my talk now, which is what are we doing about it? What's going on? What's happening here locally? And Bruce, I'm gonna cue you up here in a moment to talk about that. So we need to talk about local control. We need to talk about city, county, and utility collaboration, a regional water system, regenerative agriculture, and local action. So let's just start with local control. I think this is one of the most important things we have left. We get calls at Watershed about data centers, and we get calls when people are scared or, let's say scared about something happening in their neighborhood. Where's Joe at? Joe still here? There you are. Joe called me this spring. He had an issue near his neighborhood that he and his neighbors were like really upset about. And when people call the Watershed, sometimes I'm frustrated to talk to because I'm like, is it following the rules? And just go to planning and zoning. You need to have your voice heard in planning and zoning. This is a democratic process for our community to figure stuff out. When somebody calls me from Marshfield in Webster County, I'm like, I am really sorry. They don't have planning and zoning. They don't really have a local process for having a conversation to figure things out together. So I hope that with data centers in particular, some of our surrounding counties will be encouraged to adopt planning and zoning, so at least there's a forum, there's a place to have these conversations, because without that, there's just not much. So I mentioned city, county, and utility collaboration.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Before you go on, you talk about local control. Can you talk about Senate Bill 391?
It'd be better if you did.
Okay. I'll just point out when it comes to local control, Senate Bill 391 is the poster child. That's the one that in 1999, the Senate and the House, signed by the governor, took away all jurisdiction from local county, city, health departments in regard to confined animal feeding operations. And the results have been catastrophic and getting worse every day. So when you talk about local control, it's visceral for some of us who live in the country because we know there is nothing to stop an 80,000 hog factory from moving across the fence line from me, my beautiful little piece of ground in Greene County. So, not to get off on another tangent, but when it comes to local control, sometimes what happens in the state level is directly adverse to the decisions that we would be making as citizens, as people, as residents, looking after our own property, our own water supply, our own way of life. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Dan. And now we're having fun. So, I'm gonna talk about local control, local issues. Bruce, would you tell us what, as Councilman Anabiyasi, what we're doing with the data center issue here, just like what's happening in the process?
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for putting me on the spot here this morning. But this is a very, very community-oriented discussion. And I think if you think back to when we adopted our new the comprehensive plan and then a new zoning code recently, we weren't thinking about this particular use group in the new zoning code. I mean, it's just so new that the new zoning code does not address this particular use group. So when the city received an application for a potential data center within the city limits, immediately we, city council, city management, said, look, we've got to stop and think about this and kind of figure out how we manage this process. about if we come in with the answers, it's not a conversation, it becomes a debate. And so we've had a couple of community meetings recently, last Thursday and then one last night. I attended the one last night. And immediately after the meeting and then, up until this morning, I got several comments, questions directly saying, hey, you guys didn't come with answers. And to the point, if we came with answers, it would be a debate, right? So patience is going to be what it takes for us to get through this conversation, to understand what are they, what scale can they be, what are the different impacts of different size data centers potentially. Do they fit? Can they fit? Should they fit or not within some of our city zoning ordinances? Different use group classifications in different zoning districts. So just like our new zoning code says, we don't have just a general section of retail right now in our new zoning code. There are different scales of retail within our zoning code that allow the different zoning districts. So I think thinking about data centers in that way may be part of the conversation, and then absolutely the community benefit agreements that come with those is part of that conversation. I get a lot of people saying, hey, how do I benefit from a data center in my community, right? So that's part of the conversation. But for me, fundamentally, and I'll take my other hat off here for just a second, fundamentally, when I get asked to vote, just say no. Just say no, right? And I'm like, okay, let's just say our city council, Councilman Jensen, let's say we all just voted no data centers in the city of Springfield. Let's just say that happens. Then what? Where do those data centers go? Probably just right outside the city limits, in the county or some other community that's served most likely by our large utility here in Springfield, right? That's probably what's gonna happen. And is the impact there still okay just because we said no in the city? I think not. So I think we've got to find a way to manage the process, manage the potential situation and the potential use groups, and do the best we can to mitigate and benefit if in fact that's what we choose to do. But I think just saying no is not the answer. So that's kind of my update for today. And we are going to work through the process. There's a 120-day administrative delay on the approval of any data center within the city of Springfield. I think that's up in November. I don't remember the exact date, but I think November date. And we've got the opportunity to extend that if we need to. If the conversation needs to continue, we're going to do that.
Thank you, Bruce, very much. James, help me manage the clock here. How are we doing?
You got 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah. Fit it all in.
We'll,
We'll give you more time if you need it. We'll just eat into lunch.
Well, we'll leave it to folks. All right, question and answer. Is there anything that I haven't hit on that you have a question? Any questions? Any comments? Mara.
I just want to say, to follow up on what Bruce said, there is a survey available if you'd like to leave your input for the data centers. Go to springfieldmo.gov/data centers, and there's a survey there that you can check out. Please put your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. Very good. Bruce.
I have a question on one of the comments you made. In our climate change scenario with the larger rain events, with the fact that we can't get that water into the aquifer where it wants to be and where you'd like it to be, is there any movement or progression, design, investigations on how to get larger rain events collected in the aquifer?
Yeah, so we are moving as a community towards green infrastructure. So this is the paradigm shift between concrete and drainage to hydration. And excitingly, Springfield has just installed the first 2 publicly funded massive rain gardens. So this is like detention basin. This is what detention basins want to be when they grow up. They want to be aquifer recharging water filters that have verdant life, native plants, and monarch butterflies, So this is really a great way. I'm so happy our city of Springfield is kind of moving in that direction. Greene County too, long have been working to improve our hydration paradigm. And yeah, gotta recharge aquifer. Maybe one last.
I'll ask a question.
Yeah. What
There's a mic here too.
Okay. Mike, if there's one thing the city of Springfield could do to improve its water quality, if you had a magic wand, what would you want them to do?
The magic wand question, and I will always.
If anyone's listening, you know.
I will always say the same thing, which is protect our riparian areas. The areas near the stream are the most important for erosion control and hydration, flood control. You can argue that there really aren't any natural disasters. They're mostly human caused by pushing, too close to the stream. We have a long history with flooding in Springfield, dating back to the beginning, Jordan Creek and those floods. So I think that's my default, is protecting our riparian areas. Greenways, trails are a phenomenal way to use that space to connect the community, the biological community and the human community, safeguard our streams. If I had a magic wand too, I would fast forward the process that's occurring with the city, the county, city utilities, to take the next step to thinking about not the city and the county, but our region and our watershed as we continue to grow. Because we're at that point in time when we're one community and we need to think about one water. It's the perfect aggregating context, I think, for the conversation. So thanks for the softball, James.
Mike Cromer, everybody. Well, hope everyone's having fun so far. I just want to get into our next speaker because we are running. And I said something about cutting it at lunch. I don't mean like to cut into like eating or anything, but I give a presentation at lunch. It just means I will have to talk faster. But I want to introduce another person that's probably very familiar to everyone from Springfield. But if you're not, this is Brandon Jensen. He is a councilman. What is your son?
Zone 3.
No? Oh, hey! That's great. I just wanted to give a little bit of background. I may not know you well, but I just pulled up your bio. He graduated from Missouri State in, I love this, Community and Regional Planning, and a bachelor's in French. Yeah. Well, I mean, certainly. And you also have worked as a community development block grant program manager for the Missouri Department of Economic Development. In addition to currently serving on the city council, you also are the director of community impact for the United Way of the Ozarks, a phenomenal organization, does a lot of good. My wife's on the board of directors for United Way in Columbia, so I know that it's a really amazing organization, helps a lot. He is here to talk about sustainable transportation, which is a topic that's very important to him. I think it's also very important given that, for those of you who don't know, our municipal utility here in Springfield your municipal utility now runs the transportation for the city, for buses and that sort of thing. And it's certainly something that we find important, especially when we're talking about fleets, when we're talking about electrification and that sort of thing. So, Councilman Jensen, I'll let give it to you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. A couple of other things I want to just add to the conversation so you know where I'm coming from as a person. I also serve on the OTO board of directors, so that's the organization that helps determine how state and federal funding for transportation projects are spent in the Springfield MSA. I chair the Transportation Collaborative, a community partnership with the Ozarks, which focuses on supporting alternative transportation options. And then some lived experience. For a year and a half after college, I lived in Denver without a personal vehicle. So I relied solely on alternative transportation. So I know what a robust trail and transit system can mean for the folks that rely on them every day. So, yeah, that's great. As a city planner, I cannot go to a meeting without an agenda. So I just want you all to know kind of what I'm going to be talking about today. We're going to talk about current operations, how are things looking in our region. I'll talk about trails and sidewalks, the biggest issue pertaining to persistent gaps that exist in those networks and some strides the city is making to address those gaps. We'll talk about transit service, so Connect SGF. If you don't know what that is, you're going to after today. And then I'll do just a brief wrap up and a Q&A session. So before I get into all of that, I just want to note, if you go to the next, that everything I'm going to reference is publicly available data and studies, but all of the takes that I'm going to offer, some of which may be spicy, are all mine. So they may not represent the council or the city as a whole. So talking about the current landscape, I think it's always important to talk about what that really means. So this is a lot of data on the right-hand side. I'm going to walk you through it step by step. So this green bar right here indicates the number of people that use carpooling to get to work. So about 1 in 10 trips in Springfield for workers are occurring through carpooling. Down below you see the gray and the gold. Those indicate those who walked and those who relied on ride-sharing opportunities to get to work. So you can see they're kind of doing this flirty little dance year over year with each other, but that they're staying pretty close to each other. And then at the bottom is those who use public transportation to get to work. So to clear the elephant in the room, that orange bar up at the top is the number of people that use a personal vehicle to drive alone to their place of employment. So the vast majority of Springfieldians rely on personal transportation. And I think that's not something for us to shy away from. But the thing I always want to talk about whenever we discuss data is who's not represented in this data set. So all of this is coming from the Census American Community Survey 1-year estimates. But that data only includes those who work. And so it's about 85,000 people. So when you look at the city's population, almost half of our residents are not represented in this ACS data. So whenever people say, oh, the majority of people use their vehicles, they're probably relying on this data, but they're excluding half of our population. Those folks that don't have employment, and that is made up of a large portion by retirees and elderly. So if they say, I don't work because I'm retired, they're not represented in this data. If the youths, if you're under 24, you may not be working if you're going to college or you don't have a car yet, you're not represented in this data. And then individuals with disabilities. So just last night, Representative Melanie Stinnett held a listening session on the challenges of transportation within our community for individuals with disabilities and noted just how severe those challenges are. I think it's worth noting that these groups of people are the most likely to also have barriers that prevent them from being able to travel without a personal vehicle. So elderly, my grandma, before she passed away, lost her license because she wasn't able to drive safely anymore. And so she lost a lot of social connection. She lost her ability to go to the store and relied on, Walmart Plus to deliver it to her house. So when we talk about the people representative of our transportation system, I just think it's important we understand the data and the limits that it has in that. The other thing I want to talk about is funding. So the City of Springfield and City of Utilities are the two primary funders of our transportation network. On the city side, we support streets, sidewalks, and trail systems. You can see the green bar is operations, so we spend about a third of the total funds on making sure that these systems are working the way that they're supposed to, that they're being adequately maintained. And then the other 2/3 are spent on capital projects, so that's repairing and expanding the network. City Utilities has an inverse relationship to how they spend money. So they spend more on operations and less on capital because as a transit provider, that's just how it works. You're spending most of your funds on repairing those vehicles and on paying your bus drivers, paying for fuel, and less on capital expenditures. So, this way. Okay, so talked about this. The things I want to note is that for the City of Springfield, the vast majority of subsidization comes from grants from the state and federal government. So we're funding a lot of this work through local sales and property taxes, but for those additional costs, we utilize grant funding. there's not as much grant funding for transit operations. And so city utilities relies on the utility rates that we're paying for water, sewer, and gas to help offset the loss of operating a transit system, because it is not self-sufficient in terms of funding, and no transit system is. So, talking about revenues to support these systems, I think it's important for us to understand that. The other thing I would note is that we're seeing shifts in state and federal funding priorities. So the vast majority of funding programs prioritize vehicular travel, so roads and bridges. But we're seeing some proposals both at the federal level and the state level that are going to further exacerbate these funding pressures for alternative transportation options. So at the federal level, there's the proposed elimination of the carbon reduction program. This is what we use to fund a lot of sidewalk expansion and trail expansion programs. At the state level, we're seeing transit funding reduce to 60 cents per person in our state. So if you pay state income taxes, then you're paying 60 cents towards all of the transit systems in our state. Just 3 years ago, that was nearly 3 times as high as that amount. And so we're seeing year-over-year reductions in those costs. And so what that means for us locally is we're either going to have to cut back service, or we're going to have to find alternative ways to fund transit service in our community. So that's kind of some doom and gloom, but I want to talk about trails and sidewalks. So this is a challenge that has existed for a long time for our community, and it's in part due to just development patterns. So our community over the last several decades has rapidly grown outward, and some of that growth was before we had regulations requiring that you install sidewalks. So whenever we adopted Forward SGF a few years ago, they found that 48% of our roads, so that's all roads in the city of Springfield, did not have a sidewalk on either side of the road. We've made some meaningful improvements in that area, and I'll talk about it on the next slide, but that's kind of the current situation. We also have Zone 1 with the most notable number of sidewalk gaps. So that's the northwest portion of the community, the area where we see the most persistent levels of poverty, and those are the folks that are most likely to rely on these systems. So it's a breakdown in providing the infrastructure that people need where they need it the most. The second thing I want to talk about is our trail system is incredible, but has some really impactful gaps. So we have a lot of trail segments, but not a lot of connectivity between those trail segments. So it's still largely infeasible to be able to use that for meaningful transportation options throughout the community, and limits it to more of a recreational asset than a true transportation asset that Greenway infrastructure can be and should be. But it's improving, so let's talk about some positives. Oh, before I do that, this is a map of the Greenway system, and it's available from Ozark Greenways, but it calls out where those gaps exist. So you can see these dark green lines are where we have currently built out trail systems, and it's a pretty robust coverage of the community. But where you see these dotted lines, both the green and the purple, those are planned trails that have not yet been built. They may be in various stages. It may just be conceptual. They may have the funding, but not constructed yet. So you can see there's been a lot of really intentional effort to make this an actual, I think of it as like a bike highway system within our community. And we're getting there, but we're not there yet. So let's talk about recent projects. So these are the things that get me really excited, both as a council member, but also just as a citizen who cares about transportation within our community. So a few projects to highlight. On sidewalks, we just earlier this week shared the Neighborhood Works Plus program. This was where neighborhoods could submit project ideas to the city, and then we had set aside up to $5 million of the Spring Forward tax to fund that. Out of the 30 projects that are recommended for funding, only 2 did not include sidewalk or pedestrian enhancements. So it's a pretty clear indicator from our neighborhoods that they want to see improved walkability and improved alternative transportation options. The city also recently received a federal grant under the Safe Streets for All. That's what SS4A means. I just didn't have the space to write it all. We received a grant to make some pretty significant improvements along Campbell Avenue, primarily in the south part of town, just north of the Republic Road intersection. But it includes the installation of sidewalks and protected medians so that as you're walking down the street, there are fewer cars turning left and at fewer points, so that you have more safety, this is one of the highest incident corridors within the city system. The third major project is a similar type of thing along East Sunshine. So this is really running from 65 over to Glenstone, looking at improving and expanding the sidewalk network, and then again, limiting those left turns so that there are fewer points and opportunities for individuals to be hit. On the trail side, there is the Ungap the Map grant application. So this focused largely on those trails in the southwest part of town and fills 3 really critical gaps in that network. So this is a pretty exciting thing. By building 3 miles of trail, we would create 25 miles of continuous trail system. So really taking a monumental step towards creating that bike highway system for our community. The other exciting project is the Chadwick Flyer extension. So if you've driven south on 65 to Ozark recently, that new bridge that's over it is actually a greenway trail that will eventually connect the city of Ozark and their trail systems to Springfield so that you can go by bike from the heart of downtown Springfield to the heart of downtown Ozark, utilizing the trail system. And it's incredible. Yes, thank you. So I think above all, I want to show that within Forward SGF, folks ask for these types of alternative transportation options, and our region is actually responding in a really collaborative and forward-driving way. It's not just talk, but we're actually putting dollars to make this happen. So let's talk about transit. This is something that I really, really care about in our community. So Connect SGF is the plan that was adopted by city utilities and the city of Springfield, and that was adopted in '24, and it is essentially a plan for taking us from the transit system that we have right now to the transit system that our community needs. It was the result of a pretty extensive analysis, so they looked at the market, operations, the service standards, and then did quite a bit of public engagement to figure out the recommendations that we need to move forward with. And it identified 3 sets of plans. So the first was a short-term plan that was to be accomplished within the first couple of years, and city utilities has actually already implemented all of those recommendations. So we've taken the first step. The medium-term plan was identified to be started within 3 to 5 years. So that puts us at 2029. And I'm going to talk about that in the next slide. But then we also have a long-term plan looking after that of how do we build on those successes and continue to expand both the geography coverage of the transit network, but also the frequency, which is just as important if you've ever used the transit system before. But the picture on the right-hand side is an analysis that was done as part of that, which looks at how likely are folks to use transit if we bring it to that area and create improved service. And so I don't understand why they did the coding this way, but red means they're more likely to use the transit system. So I wish it would have been dark green, but that's whatever. So you can see I was actually surprised when I saw this by the amount of red that's on this map. A lot of folks think that the transit system should be designed just to serve the folks that are up in the northwest quadrant who face some of the greatest economic barriers. But to my view, that is really a lack of vision for what transit means for our community and what our community needs from transit. So whenever they created this map, they did a census tract by census tract analysis, looking at the number of folks in poverty, the number of households that have 1 or fewer vehicles, the number of folks that are elderly, have a disability, are less than 24 years in age, have limited English proficiency, or are minority. and cited studies that said those populations are the most likely to choose to use transit, not have to use transit because they have no other options, but are the most likely to choose to use transit over a personal vehicle or other transportation options. The last thing I'll note is that when we talk about the long-term plan, I think it's really important to talk about what would that actually mean for our community. So as part of this, there is an Appendix C, an economic impact study that was conducted, and I think some of these numbers are gonna hopefully resonate with folks in this room. So if we implemented the long-term plan, we could expect the following. $130 billion with a B in annual travel time saving for drivers. So what does that mean? Think about for every person that chooses to walk, bike, or ride transit to their destination, that's one fewer cars on the road. So when you take all of those up, think about how many trips you take in a day. There's a dollar amount assigned to the time that you spend sitting in your car in traffic. And so if we implement this system, the number of people we expect to choose transit over driving a personal vehicle means you will be saved time. You will see less, there will probably continue to be growing congestion just because of the speed at which we're growing, but it'll be a lesser rate of growth and congestion. For those that do choose to use transit, they would see $125 million in auto ownership savings. So owning a car costs money. You know, the AAA estimates we spend about $6,200 a year on owning a car when you consider payments, insurance, gas, all of that stuff. If folks could choose to have one less car in their household because there's a reliable option, they may be a one-car household where one parent drives to work, another uses transit or trails to be able to get there. $125 million annually that instead of being spent on a car payment or on insurance are disposable income to be spending at restaurants or on groceries or on housing. So that's really significant. But then I thought it was incredible that if this were implemented, we would see 125 million fewer miles driven. So again, those people choosing. So that means approximately 20,000 tons fewer of CO2 going into our atmosphere from Springfield each year if we implement the long-term solutions. So that's some of why I get so excited about it. And so that medium-term plan, let's talk about what it recommends. So it recommends that all weekday routes transition to 30-minute service standards. So for this, some routes, if you got to the bus stop at the wrong time, you would be waiting a full hour for the next bus to come back around. CU has already implemented this and taken all weekday routes to 30-minute service, so you're never waiting more than 30 minutes for a bus to come to your stop. They had to do that by being cost neutral, by reducing the coverage in our community. So some routes were modified, some routes were eliminated. But we have gotten all routes down to a 30-minute service. The one that gets me the most excited is the creation of a 15-minute service. And so this is envisioning a line that you're not waiting more than 15 minutes, which is really the gold standard in transit operations. Connecting in the medium-term plan, it would be built upon in the long term, but connecting Commercial Street to downtown, to Missouri State, to Mercy. So connecting some of our largest institutions and economic centers with an integrated transit service that folks can rely on for everyday travel rather than really significant wait times that say I can't wait 30 minutes for a bus and then wait 30 minutes for it whenever I leave that spot to go to my next stop, because we very rarely are just going to one place and then going back home. The next one is this idea of microtransit. So it identifies that we can't be everything to everyone all the time in a fiscally constrained environment. And so it recommends creating what's called microtransit or on-demand service within each zone. So this would essentially be a shuttle service, since it contemplates a reduction in coverage. A shuttle service, if you need it, that takes you from your home to the nearest bus stop, so that if it's a mile walk, we're eliminating that first and last mile. mile barrier for folks. It looks at taking routes, so right now we have routes that do pretty big loops. So if you're right here, the bus is only running in one direction. So if you need to go one stop this way, you have to get on the bus here, ride it all the way around the loop to get to where you need to go. This contemplates having routes be more bi-directional, which means both directions are on the same road. So if you need to go the opposite direction, you just cross the street and get on the bus. The final two are an east-west route on Grand. It identifies that as a really important connection piece. And then it contemplates regional service to Republic, Nixa, and/or Ozark. So our three largest neighbors who have the greatest likelihood for folks to utilize transit service. So, of course, this doesn't come without cost. So, the cost estimates for implementing this, the top set is annual funding, new annual funding that would have to be dedicated to these operations. So it's about $8.5 million to implement everything that's recommended. And you can see over here the micro transit zones that I had talked about are those colored portions in each sector. So to make these changes to our route, our local routes, it costs about $1 million. That corridor, that's that dark red sort of zigzag there in the center, that's that 15-minute service, and to do that it would cost about $3.9 million, which makes up the bulk of the increase. We would also be talking about $8 billion in one-time funding. So these are capital improvements that would have to be made to make these changes possible. So constructing bus stops, buying new buses, and then expanding the operations and maintenance facility. Because if you're buying more buses, you need more bays to take care of them whenever they start to break down. So this next slide, let's see if I did it wrong. Okay, so we as a council have already started the process of trying to figure out how do we take care of those dollar amounts, because we know by 2029 we're supposed to be implementing those medium-term plans, and it takes a lot of time to put that type of strategy together. So City Council recently passed a committee referral to develop a proposed funding solution to implement this. So right now we're in this orange stage, and full disclosure, I was the one that submitted the committee referral, and it is under my committee that I chair to develop the funding recommendation. Very thankful to have Councilman Adegasi serving on that because he has a lot of knowledge. But so we're in this feedback and plan development stage. We're planning on holding panel discussions within the committee meeting. This is something that's not very often done through council committees, but we're looking at having 3 different panels. One for business owners whose employees would be served well by an improved transit system. One for riders and drivers, and then one for generations. So recognizing we need alternative transportation for those that are elderly, younger folks who don't have a car or don't want a car, which is an increasing trend in younger folks who expect sort of an urban environment. So bringing their voices into the conversation as well to make sure that we're centered on the people we're actually trying to serve by a well-functioning transit system. We're going to be looking at some consultant findings that are putting harder cost estimates to each of the elements of the medium-term plan, so we can know, okay, what are the actual dollars and cents that we need to be figuring out. We'll be looking at funding options, how to incentivize zoning. So I think something that's really important to me is when we increase alternative transportation options, we're decreasing the number of cars on the road. When we decrease cars on the road, we're reducing emissions, but we also need less parking spots for cars. When we need less parking spots for cars, that means each individual parcel has a greater opportunity to preserve green space, so maintaining those riparian corridors in our tree canopy, or to add more housing to address a really critical deficiency. So by implementing a transit system, we're saving households money, we're improving our environment, and we're creating more housing options. So it's really a win-win-win. And then we'll be looking at how do we talk to the community about this, and how do we look at operations to make sure it's the most efficient possible. After we do all of that work, we're going to make a recommendation to the council to identify fiscally constrained improvements. You know, we have a limited budget. How do we make this happen? develop that recommended funding strategy, and then prepare a formal recommendation. Hopefully, council will vote yes on that, but that's to be determined. But it would be a 2-reading bill with a public hearing, so if you care about this as well, you'll have an opportunity to speak in favor or against it whenever it comes to council. Some funding mechanisms, and if it requires a change in the charter, those will require a public vote of the people. So there will be an opportunity to formally use your voice to say, does this make sense for our community? And then finally, we get to implementation. So that's when we, start to engage the community. We do the true engineering and design work for the road improvements and the bus stops. We get environmental clearances, establish the funding, and then move to construction so service actually begins. So I'm gonna wrap up here with about 10 minutes left for questions, but I wanna just wrap up by saying we are making meaningful progress in our region towards providing better alternative transportation options, but there are barriers. The culture of transportation, our mindset, thank you to Mr. Henry T. Ford, is that everybody should have multiple personal vehicles and that should be your only way to get around. That is changing, and it's not a generational divide, it's not a class divide, it's not a division thing to Commissioner Dixon's comments. It is something that serves all of us, even if you don't use transit. A better transit system serves you. And so we're seeing that slowly change. Financing is always going to be a problem, especially because of those changes at the state and federal level that I talked about earlier. And resident voices are going to be critical to actually bringing this to fruition. The committee can only do so much work. The council can only do so much work to bring this to reality, but we need folks to use their voices to say this is something our community has to do. So, in that spirit, I'm gonna leave you all with a couple of challenges. In the next month, I would ask you to make one trip by foot. So walk somewhere, a destination from your home. And then make one trip by transit. And do some reflection on that. What made you feel comfortable taking that mode of transportation? What were the barriers that you saw that would prevent you from being able to rely on that? And then share that with a friend, or maybe somebody who may not care about transit. Share those experiences and those observations, because people need to talk about this. And then if you want, communicate it to council. So with that challenge, I hope you all take it up. I'm going to open the floor to questions.
Not a question, but if you could back up a couple of slides. You meant that one right there. So you mentioned that you would have a voice at the council public hearings, but I would also remind everybody that the committee meetings are streamed live, and they are open to the public, and they're open to comment cards, not necessarily comments at the meeting, so that's another opportunity for exposure.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point.
Councilman, I love your ideas, and some of us have been talking about that forever. But here's if you ask the guys from Azoots or Waymo or Tesla, for example, what their view of the transportation future, it's nothing like that. It's a zillion little robot cars driving all over town to satisfy everybody's transportation needs. And I wonder if you feel like that's going to exacerbate some of the issues that you've talked about. I mean, they're going to throw a lot more carbon. They're going to be taking a lot more space. They're just going to be a lot more of them. We think it's a solution, but their answer is a zillion little robot cars. And so how do you, we can't keep them out, right? You can pass an ordinance, but they're spreading across the country, one more city, and it's just a matter of time before they're here. How do you integrate that Waymo future into what you just described?
Yeah, well, I'll talk about sort of the 3 challenges from my perspective. You talked about a couple of them, and then what solutions or a response might look like. So the first challenge that I really see is infrastructure. So a lot of these, they may rely on, standardized striping. and other things to be able to actually read the road. But there's also some like Internet of Things requirements to make these function effectively, which means there's going to be an increased demand on infrastructure, both from the public and the private side, to make those function feasibly. So that's going to be a barrier of how do we prioritize funding those types of infrastructure improvements to make that possible, and what's the opportunity cost? What are we not funding as a result of that? The second is that it will continue. I mean, it may be it may be an easier form of transportation and address some of the barriers for folks who can't drive, but it's still a single occupant vehicle being used to make that trip. So there's little in terms of environmental benefits unless they're using an electrified fleet. The third is I see workforce issues. So we have a number of folks that rely on taxi service or ride sharing services, and a number of folks employed in those industries. If this type of thing comes along, is what happens to the demand for those services. So we're going to have more folks that are looking for other jobs. So I see three really big issues. Right now, I would say at best, we're only talking about the infrastructure side. And I'm not fully aware, but you know, staff are working on street topology design and code requirements. So there's an opportunity to incorporate, do we require some element that supports this future in those future road designs? It doesn't look retroactively. It doesn't mean that we suddenly have the funding or the resources to go back and make all of our streets supportive of this type of future, but it would be prospective, so looking forward for any new infrastructure that's built. That's a great question. And I'll just note that another success I didn't mention that of our transit system is CU is in the process of transitioning our buses to an electrified fleet, so no longer.
Hi, Cheryl Markham from Cedar County. I want to thank you for explaining the connection between any of these improvements in transportation to emissions, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. There's nothing more important that we as a society need to be talking about in every conversation is the impact on greenhouse gas emissions. We have to reduce them, and we tend to leave blank the distance between everything we talk about, and what's most important is reducing those emissions. So thank you for doing that.
Go off. I love it.
I hope this is an easy question. I read an article in the New York Times the other day about how the Trump administration is pulling back funding for bike paths and trying to take out bike paths in Washington, D.C. So how solid is our funding, and do we need more?
Yeah, so that I'm not sure the exact funding of that, but that ties back to the carbon reduction program. That funds a significant amount of our sidewalk expansion projects. Several of ours are funded through the level property tax and through the sales taxes that have been passed, but I mean, it's a threat, and we're already underfunded in our sidewalk and trail maintenance and expansion budget. So it's gonna put further pressure downward on our revenues while we're seeing the cost of construction, just like the private industries, we're seeing cost of construction rise.
Good morning, Councilman. Thank you for your work. I got a question about our growth. So locally, famously, we're now over 500,000, right? Greater Springfield, right? Very proud of that. Is there a threshold, or has there been any appetite for a regional transit network? In the future, like say, hey, we get to 600,000, then it makes sense, or?
I'm not sure that there's any specific threshold tied to population. I think it was back in the late 2000s or early aughts, OTO did a study of gas price, the impact of gas prices on the likelihood of folks to utilize transit over other options. At that time, they found that for a regional transit line to make sense, gas would have to be over like $4.50 a gallon to get the number of riders to choose. Yes, but that was back in those like late 2000s, early 2010s. So adjust that for inflation. I'm not an economist, so I can't do that. But so there was an analysis on that. Connect SGF did include some public engagement around support for regional transit service, and we are seeing increasing density. So it's not necessarily a population question, but a density question of does it make sense to extend transit. And so there's certain areas, probably not, covering the entire town of Nixa, my hometown, with transit service, but is there a place where like a regional transit stop makes sense? And Forward SGF contemplates that.
Well, and I mean, just in terms of funding too, right? I mean, that could be I think I don't know enough about it, but in terms of the way transportation gets funded, it seems that a regional network might have access to a different level of funding.
It has access to new
Certain
sources.
advantages,
Yeah. So when I lived in Denver, their regional transit authority actually had agreements with other municipalities that covered a portion of the cost of service proportional. So really asking the community that relies on it to help pay for a portion of it. I'm over time, so maybe my last question, because I don't think
Yeah, it was just a follow-up to Dan Childs' question about the personal mobility options that are going to become available. And it seems like maybe the answer is a little bit of what you described, but also a little bit of yes and, in that those individual options are really micro-mobility oriented in lots of ways. And it also goes to your comment about density, in the planning and zoning process, and creating more room for potential development, maybe creating a boundary or some sort of area within the city limits that allows us to encourage and incentivize higher density, which would create demand for transit in a way.
Yeah, good point. So I'll just leave you all with a giant thank you. I can talk about this all day. I had to cut out a lot to be able to get down to the time I had. So thank you for the opportunity. If you scan this QR code, it'll open up an email that you can send to me if you want to share any follow-up from today's presentation. But I appreciate your time, and I hope you have a good rest of your sessions.
Okay, talk amongst yourselves for like 2 minutes. I guess I'm going to do something really quick, but then we're going to be back and we're going to cover distributed energy resources, and we're going to have a great panel. We're going to have a conversation, and yeah, see you in a second.
Bathroom break.
So I guess
If anyone does not know where the bathrooms are, they're directly out this door right in front of us.
Can everybody hear me? I know no one ever accuses me of being too soft-spoken. But, we all gather around. I'm talking. Quiet. Hush gathers over the crowd. So, lots of networking, lots of talking. I don't want to discourage any of that, but we do have a schedule, and I do want to get to, we have our first panel, time panel. We're going to stand. This is going to be talking about distributed energy resources. We're actually going to do the energy part of this. We're going to this is great. We talked about water, we talked about transportation, and now I want to welcome the CEO of Sun Solar, Caleb Arthur, all the way around the back, and the CEO of Solera. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. I just want to start with a couple of questions. We have Ryan has made this little slide. It's a big slide now. So I always want to get a sense. You can read that, but Caleb, if you could give an example, or kind of give what you believe is an example of a distributed energy resource.
Yeah, a really good, simple explanation would be just what I simply did before I started Sun Solar. Was in law enforcement, built an energy efficient straw bale house, wanted to live kind of more off-grid eventually, and so distributed energy resources, simply put in my situation, put solar panels on a ground mount behind my house, tied it into the utility grid, generated more power than my home consumed, would backfeed that power to the utility company, and had battery storage at my site to where I could charge and discharge my batteries depending on if my home needed energy or if I needed to charge my batteries from the sunlight. So pretty local. I think of distributed energy as anything behind the meter. So when I say behind the meter, I mean between the meter and the homeowner versus out in front of the meter, where that would be like utility scale solar, coal, nuclear, things like that.
All right, thank you. Anything to add to that, Ryan?
Yeah, just on I think it was localized, kind of the lower voltage versus higher voltage. We're not talking like low voltage, like the low voltage lights in your back patio, but not the big high voltage lines. So it's all done localized. So I look at it, there's 4 different ways that we look at it, is through generation, through storage, through backup power, and controllable loads. So what Caleb was talking about is solar. It's a great opportunity for that. You can do solar and batteries at your homes, but you can also do other controls. And I think sometimes people forget that it's not just the source of the energy, but it's also the controls behind it. So you're talking about like smart water heaters, HVAC controls, what we can do locally, whether that's at your home, your farm, your little local neighborhood, or if you took Springfield and the Springfield area and broke it up into quadrants, it's what you can do. Because solar works great out in newer home areas, but if you go downtown by like Central, the houses sit like this, and they're facing the wrong direction, and they're in big, tall oak trees that have been there for 100 years. Solar doesn't work there. So what else can you do? So it's not just the generation, it's what other aspects can you do, and I think we forget about the storage, the backup power, and control loads to add what we have.
Right. And just kind of to map out how we talk about energy and how we talk about energy being made, we kind of think about it in like 3 buckets, right? We think about generation, and that's like what we make power. And we talk about transmission, and that's like transmitting power, the big wires, and then distribution. And so this is kind of doing that at the point of distribution. Now, and a lot of people think about that. They think about solar, but there's other things that you can do with it. I think you kind of outlined that. But we do have this concept. We do have this law in Missouri, Net Metering and Easy Connection Act. And so, like for someone who doesn't really quite understand this world that you all work in, can you give like kind of a basic understanding of what net metering means, what that does? I'll start with you on that.
So the short, first of all, it's not an Easy Connection Act. Would you say it's an Easy Connection Act? It's anything but easy. They need to rename that as hard as possible. So net metering is essentially where your meter can spin forward and backwards if you look at it simplistically. So when you have, let's just say solar panels or wind at your home, so when you're producing power and that's filtered through your home, any excess goes back to your grid, spins your meter backwards. So think about you wake up in the morning, you're spinning forward. A $1, $2, $3, $4, okay? What happens when the sun comes out? You start sending that back to the grid, and so at the end of the month, okay, your bill goes up, down, up, down, up, down, as far as cash. But then what they do is they total that at the end of the month, and they zero out your bill. You owe, you get a positive bill or a negative bill. So you're able to go with the utilities. If it's 10 cents a kilowatt hour, you send it back for 10 cents, and you receive it for 10 cents. That's the general terms of net metering for the most basic concept. I'm sure you can add to that.
Yeah, no, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think the only place that we could go is net metering's been around for, probably 30 plus years. And net metering was the original way on how to give homeowners credits for the extra power that they generate. What we see is there's been a national movement caused by two things. One, utilities not wanting competition. A lot of utilities, like the monopoly type status they have, which is fine. We don't have to debate that today. But they pushed in a lot of states, and they started in the very conservative states, but they even gutted net metering in California a few years ago. And so that was the kind of the nationwide movement to do away with net metering. Missouri has had a very good, well-protected play in the capital to save net metering. But where states are really going above and beyond are like Illinois, to where they're starting to, they don't need net metering in Illinois anymore. They're subsidizing, the utility companies in the state are subsidizing the cost of battery storage for homeowners. And in exchange for that, the battery storage is taking peak load off the grid. And then that's when you turn into the VPP, the virtual power plant play, to where you can take 10,000 small batteries and equal a gas peak power plant. And you can do it for cheaper deployment money than you can. And so I would say that we'll probably get into that, but that's kind of where I see net metering headed is that net metering will just get replaced with more time of use, demand, system controls, things like that, and it'll be solar plus batteries. To give you an example of how much it changed, we've been in business 14 years. We have over 14,000 customers in the Midwest. In 2025, 20% of our revenue was battery storage. In 2026, 80% of our revenue will be battery storage as a company. So there's been massive drastic changes happening in the residential solar space. And you're starting to see it in the utility commercial space as well, but residential distributed generation is where you see it. I think in 2025, you had 20% of solar panels get installed with battery storage. In Q1 2026, you had 46% nationwide of residential solar panels getting stored with battery storage. So it's a shocking, huge change in the industry. And the industry's down this year. We'll probably hit on that too, but the industry overall is down because of the changes at the federal level. But then you see things like battery storage taking off, so that really helps change the narrative how that meeting is going to work.
Hold the mic still. I have a question for you in regards to talking about Jefferson City. You talk about fortifying the existing law. I mean, you talk to a lot of lawmakers. What do you think is the biggest misperception, the biggest misunderstanding about solar when you talk to policymakers and lawmakers?
The biggest misunderstanding for solar for policymakers, probably in general, is that the energy isn't like as sustainable as what the solar industry talks about, that it's providing power when the utility companies don't need it, or when the neighbors of the connected systems through net metering don't need it. So I think that's been the biggest problems is that, this is like, if you think about the tagline against renewables, is the co-ops came up with it. It's the sun doesn't always shine, the wind doesn't always blow. And so that's the repeating narrative you hear all the time. It's like, how do you get around that? And 10 years ago, when I would go to co-op board meetings and they'd invite me to come talk about renewables, I'd say solar is going to change a little bit. Battery storage is really going to change. And now that's there to where solar and batteries, wind and batteries, just battery storage in general with renewables or with any kind of generation source is just absolutely changing the game overnight. For you talked about data centers, we talked about all these other things. So I think politicians in general, since they don't live in the space, they're listening to constituents, they're listening to lobbyists, they're listening to power generation companies, and so there's a lot of noise in the room. And that was one thing that we really worked on with our trade association, our solar company owners, and then people that would come in off the streets and help, right? Because if you're going to a Republican-controlled House, Senate, and governorship, and you're talking about climate change, it's not going to land very well. But if you're talking about the free market economics of how we have monopoly utility companies who keep raising their rates sometimes 20, 25% per year, and you can compete with that with putting solar on your rooftop and batteries along with that solar if you want to, that you can create and harness and use your own energy locally and generate that locally. We don't dig coal out of the ground in Missouri, right? So some of these conversations can really resonate with conservative politicians about how we're able to do the more free market enterprise.
Right. And what would you say is your experience? Anything different other than some of the things you've heard?
I'd add that people think solar is a silver bullet, and it's not, and we've never sold it as a silver bullet. You know, it's a solution that's part of other solutions. We have to have, for example, city utilities. Great utility, we work well with them. We want people to be connected to the grid. We don't want people to be off grid. So I think that's a misnomer. Everybody thinks we're replacing everything with solar. That's not the case. Solar is a part of the solution. Solar can work with wind can work with coal can work with natural gas, that can work with SMRs, the small modular reactors. It's not a one size shoe fits all, and I think that's one of the things. The other is people think it's not affordable. It's a math game. For some people, the math doesn't bake out. So if you have a house that is surrounded by shade trees, it's not gonna work for you. Even if you want it to work, it's not gonna work. The math doesn't pencil out, okay? But there's other situations it does. And right now, interest rates are extremely high. Let's just throw it out there. 6 years ago, during the COVID era, we were doing solar projects for 0.99% financing. Now it's 9.99 or 8.99. People get scared off by that number. Oh, I want to do this. But if you take an actual investment and you spread it over to 30 years or 25 years with the rates of electrical rates going up the way they are, if you invest now, so here's the problem, everybody has to sacrifice a little bit, right? So you're just not going to get things because you want them like you get on Amazon and this Uber culture, but we have to sacrifice a little bit. You have to sacrifice now for tomorrow, for next week, and for several years from now. It's a math game. If it works, and you can have lots of people pencil it out for you, if you invest that money into solar, it's no different than the stock market. You'll get an ROI. There's a number out there that factors in, but people want instant return. And I think people expect that they get solar on their roof, or if they get wind, they want savings tomorrow. That's not how it works. I wish it worked that way. But it's an investment, and people need to understand that your math maybe didn't work because you didn't look at the numbers. But the silver bullet doesn't work, and then the math problem can be easily solved. ChatGPT is a great resource.
Yeah. Thank you. Caleb, you mentioned something about kind of some utility companies, antipathy towards solar, antipathy towards customers having these kind of technologies at the source of distribution. I mean, you talk to utility companies, and I know that we're going to talk a little more specific about city utilities, some of the other utilities around here, but what is the argument you make that why utility companies should embrace it, why they should want their customers to have net metering, to have these distributed energy resources?
Yeah, I think the biggest discussion with distributed generation, and when I say this, I'm specifically meaning solar plus battery storage. It's a little bit harder argument to make to utility companies if it's just solar, but solar can still. We did a project up in the city of Columbia, and it was an apartment complex, and it was probably 400 units, and we covered every rooftop with solar panels. In the city of Columbia, the utilities ran by the city, and their municipality, just kind of like city utilities, they actually reached out and talked to us about the amount of power, the 700-800 kilowatts of 700,000 watts of generation we were going to be producing. What was that going to do to their grid and their local substation? And at the end of it, I don't know if you guys know this, Columbia's grown a lot, and they've added a lot, and they're growing, and so that means that their utility infrastructure has to be updated faster than maybe a rural co-op that has really no expansion. And what they came and told us was after the project was turned on, that first summer the project was on, it helped alleviate load on that local substation, and they might get another 5 to 6 years out of it. The problem is that not every utility company is that connected with the reality of what renewables or renewables plus battery storage can do in certain areas. And so if you can strategically do distribution of solar and battery storage areas in certain locations, geographical locations on the grid, you can actually help reduce peak power loads off the utility grid. And that's one of the biggest plays that utilities that I talk about with utilities with is, you take city utilities, for example. Years ago, when Ken McClure first became the mayor, he came to a ribbon cutting at a local bank that we did solar on, and he called for a solar farm and battery storage facility to be built at Springfield Airport. And I don't know if you all remember that. So the city's calling for it, the city utilities controls the utility grid, right? So they go out and say, hey, we want RFPs or whatever, we want the process. This is probably, I don't know, 8-10 years ago. So I went to a local electrical engineering company and I said, hey, you know everything about city utilities, let's develop this plan. How much money can we save them, peak load, different things like that. At the end of the day, city utilities wasn't interested in building any of that, but now they're doing battery storage projects, but they're doing utility scale battery storage projects. The problem with utility scale battery storage projects is just like data centers, except for these could be ticking time bombs at some point. To where if you take distributed generation, smaller local solar panels and batteries and place them in 2,000 homes around Springfield, you can actually do it cheaper than building battery storage on a utility scale, and it's much safer, and it's distributed and helping those people that it's at their homes or small businesses. So anytime you can take a large centralized issue like energy and you can dissect it and make it smaller, it's gonna have a bigger impact. If you're shooting power 60, 80, 100 miles across power lines, you're losing efficiency, you're losing some of that energy, and you have to overcome those losses. To where if you generate electricity and you power your home right there, the losses are very minimal. So it's about getting the concepts of how the utilities look at how does it actually save them money versus the old of it's just going to cost them to lose revenue and they're going to lose control over that customer. There's got to be a bigger discussion of what the future of energy with utilities looks like.
Anything else you think utilities need to better understand about?
I think they need to open their eyes a little bit and look at it as a two-way street. We're their customer. If you have a meter, you're a customer. But a lot of the utility companies look at it as they're a profit center and they're a profit center only, and they're going to do what's best for them. And I think that that's where we need to go as we look at energy independence. But if you were to take this concept of taking what Caleb said, and then he mentioned VPPs earlier, virtual power plants. So take a scenario here that a lot of utilities are not for, but it makes sense. So my neighborhood has about 20 homes. So if half of those homes had solar, half of those homes had a battery backup component. In my neighborhood, I think there's 3 Teslas. That's a big battery in those Teslas, by the way. So let's just, and all in that neighborhood, there's 20 homes, they have smart thermostats. So when it's 100 degrees out today, the sun's out shining, okay, my neighborhood could be multiplied multiple times. Hey, we have a power draw that the grid cannot sustain. Hey, let's activate the neighborhood. Guess what? There's 2 Teslas plugged in, they can help feed the neighborhood. The batteries are 100% full. They can be drained down to 50%. They can help the grid as well. The solar's producing, so that strain on the grid, my neighborhood is now self-sufficient. It can be taken out of there. They can drop my thermostat 4 degrees or essentially turn my air conditioner off. But guess what? A lot of homeowners don't want that. I want to have it at 68 degrees. We have to make sacrifices across the board. If we took a small modular virtual power plant and did it neighborhood-based or did it area-based, we can replicate this. But the thing is, both sides have to sacrifice, and the utilities say, we don't have to sacrifice. Why should we? And that's what we see on a statewide basis, is they have all the controls. Even though we have voting power and we pay their bills, we don't have much power. They tell us what we're going to do, they tell you what you're going to do. So that's where we struggle.
And so with the virtual power plant, that's a concept that we have talked a lot about in Missouri. We've talked to utility companies about it. It's not even necessarily something, it could be something that the utility is install that, and they own it, and they're able to, as I think the terminology would say, call it up, and they need it. And so that it can be part of their resources, and that can be something that, I mean, again, if we're talking about like how much it's gonna take to build a gas plant, we're looking at past 2030. Talking about small modular, nuclear reactors, which are still relatively new in.
There's not one in the United States.
Not one in the United States. And there's a lot to talk about, but we're not quite there. I mean, just like we weren't with batteries for a number of years.
Yep.
But this could be something that a utility, I mean, can use to their advantage, so it can actually be a part of their system.
Yeah, great. I mean, they'd have to sit down with contractors like myself and Caleb and say, hey, what makes sense? We'd have to agree on components or what that system looks like. But there's even a financing program that could go through other banks or city utilities. Say, do you want backup power? Because you gain something else from it. You gain backup power with these battery systems. And you may not want that, but are you willing to pay $10, $15, $20, $30 a month to have that backup power? Maybe you have people on a CPAP machine that can't sleep with that. So there's trade-offs, but you do have sacrifices. But can it work? Absolutely. But everybody has to bend a little bit to come up with a system that works for everybody. And I think that that's where the power struggle is. But you have operators like Caleb's company and our company that are tried, proven operators that could work with the utilities companies, follow their regulations, follow their install, follow their specs, and we can provide a solution where they don't have to go out north of town and buy up 500 acres, fence it off, maintain it, worry about who knows what as far as terrace infrastructure on that goes. But there's things that make sense, but they have to sit down at the table and write those down and work toward that goal. And that's where we're trying to push that. I say we, I mean that's our goal in our industry, but then we get a lot of pushback and it's hard to go down that path.
Yeah. With all of this new technology in mind, with these new concepts in mind, battery storage, residential battery storage, distributed energy resources, when you look at the state law, the Net Metering and Easy Connection Act, I'll put that in quotations. What do you see as what needs to be updated or changed about that at a state level? Caleb?
I actually think it goes beyond just solar and renewables, and I know that's what we're here to discuss, but when you think about the overarching, some of the things that hold us back are permitting costs.
Right.
Well, that's saying some of the, or regulation red tape between utilities, cities, and counties. I mean, for a while, I think, well, Bob Dixon's still here. We had, we won't get in deep discussions, but we had a utility company wanting it done one way, and you wanted Greene County doing it a different way. And luckily, the county commissioners for Greene County are very open to having those conversations, and they help fix that very quickly. But other counties and cities, Kansas City, there was a point where it's taking us 8 to 10 months to install a residential solar system. So we walked away from Kansas City, shut down our offices, our warehouse, had to lay off our employees up there because they're so hard to deal with. But it's a much bigger conversation, just what can Missouri state law do for energy? I think it's what do we have to do to make not just energy affordable, but living affordable, housing affordable, right? It's the whole 9 yards. If I want to build, Eden Village here in Springfield, they built tiny homes to put homeless people in, and we helped them and donated solar for that project. But could you go out and build that exact tiny home if you weren't in a nonprofit corporation in a facility like that? Could you, if you were low income in Springfield and get a loan, could you go buy or build your own small tiny home to where you need a $5,000 solar system versus a $50,000 solar system because you bought a house that was built 100 years ago that has no insulation in it, right? It has no modernization in it. So the bigger conversation is how do we build infrastructure, homes, businesses that don't need massive amounts of energy? Americans and Missourians, we consume so much more power per person than any other human on the planet. I mean, like we're like using 100 times more power per person than they do in India or China, right? And so part of our discussion has to be is, yes, there's definitely state laws we can change, but local jurisdictions, cities and counties need to figure out how to make it more, make it easier to build efficient, to do renewables, and to get all the hurdles out of the way. You know, a lot of cities and counties that sit around and think about how do we get all these codes built out, and what they do at the end of the day is sometimes they inadvertently build things that stop people from being able to do that. I built my straw bale house in Houston, Missouri, Texas County. We had no building codes. I could build whatever I wanted, however I wanted, and it hasn't fallen down on me, right? Well, I couldn't probably come easily build a straw bale, energy efficient home in Springfield, especially if I wanted to be a tiny home and put solar on it without going through a year of headaches with the city or county, right? So some of it has to be done locally. Yes, a state law would help. Probably if it's gonna be a big state law change, it's gonna have to be like through voter petition. That's how Proposition C, PJ Wilson originally started it with a lot of the Renew and MOSIA people, and that's how the solar industry kind of got kicked off was it being passed by the voters. So it's very hard to get very much legislation done. I think we've had 3 or 4 pro solar pieces of legislation passed in the last 10 plus years in Missouri. So. Yeah, we had Senator Eric Burleson get everything through the finish line for us, and then he went to Congress, and we haven't really got anything passed since. So it's one of those things you don't always get multiple bites of the apple, but it's local control is very important to what we're doing, and getting local elected officials to tell the state officials what they need help with and what they need changes with on the state level, because we have to get permits in hundreds of different jurisdictions, and every utility company wants it done different, every city and county wants it done different, and nobody can speak the same language. So it's the same issue with home builders, any construction industry. So there's a lot of what I would call simple things that could be done, but the problem is the bureaucracy is so strong. I spent 5 years on a state agency as a commissioner, and I felt like I could do what it took them 5 years to do, I could do in 3 months. And it took me 5 years to beat my head against the wall, and not much changed at that state commission. And I was the chairman of the commission, so I had a lot of authority, but the bureaucracy built in these state agencies is unreal, and a lot of people they don't know how to think about how to actually solve the problem. They think about how to spend the money to check the box on that budget.
Yeah. So do you think, I know we're talking about local control, but I know there has been some talk about should there be statewide solar permitting?
Yeah.
Do you think that would be doable in a state like Missouri, where we're very much saying, I want the state to come in and say, let's do that?
I think statewide permitting in Missouri would absolutely work if, like Springfield, Kansas City, and St. Louis were supportive of it. But you have any one of those 3 800-pound gorillas come in the room, and the problem is sometimes the cities are for it, but the lobbyists they have hired, that lobbyist might be hired by another 10 cities or another 10 groups, because one lobbyist might represent 100, 150 people in the state or different groups. So some lobbyists might not actually get the message across how the city intends, because of, if it's not the mayor or the city council member showing up saying it's the lobbyist, that message changes a lot of the time in Jeff City. So if you actually do want to see change happen, you have to get your hands dirty. Writing a check to a lobbyist is not always going to get the point across, unless you're the highest paid person for that consultant.
Yeah. Ryan, anything you'd like to see at the state level?
The state level, the caps, caps on solar right now.
Yeah.
So we do a lot of schools, and we're capped out at 100 kW, and I know that doesn't mean a lot in here, but let's just take a school, Ozark South. We did a solar system down there, and we're only allowed to cover like a 1/7 of the roof in solar, even though we could have covered the whole entire roof. But it has to do because we're capped out. The utility says, hey, once you reach 100 kW, we're not going to give you your rate back, that 10 cents on net metering or whatever the kilowatt hour. We're going to give you wholesale rate. We're going to only give you 3 cents. Well, then the math changes and it doesn't pan out. You're talking about schools that could save hundreds of millions of dollars. They have the perfect space. Every school you drive by is essentially a square building with a lot of roof space. There's a couple that aren't. But those are great spots for solar. You can't even see them from the street. But it's that cap. Factories, big factories, out in Republic, the big Amazon warehouse. You've got tons of warehouses around here. You don't need to go out in the fields. We've got the space, but then we cap out. So if we had one change that I would ask for, besides the red tape, which is just ridiculous, is changing those caps to make it to where it makes sense. If a school wants to do that, they should be able to work through that and get that.
Yeah, because one thing working in Jefferson City, and I talk to a bunch of agriculture groups, farm groups, and they'll say things like, we see all these roofs out here on distribution centers and factories and schools. Why aren't we putting solar there? I said, well, talk to your utility company. Talk to, please, yeah, for sure.
Two prime examples. One went through, one did not. I don't know why I'm drawing blank now, but the first one was 3M. 3M, mega corporation, says we're going to do a certain percent of renewables each of our facilities. So 3M in Springfield calls me in 6 years ago, says we got 40 acres back here, we want to do solar panels. And I said, great, we'll work on the plan with you. And they said, well, we're such a large consumer of energy, we have our own person at CU that deals with us and Bass Pro and Walmart and all the big guys. So we bring them in and they just pulled 3M with me. They said, we're not interested in allowing you to do solar on your 40 acres here, and we can stop you from doing it. You're just gonna keep buying power from us, and if we wanna put solar in for you, we will. Meeting ended, never got to work on the project. 3M wired back to corporation, hey, we can't do the project, city utilities doesn't wanna work with us, right? That can be refuted, but I was in the meeting, I watched these things happen. That's usually what happens. And so we have to get more involved with city utilities, with understanding what corporations want, what homeowners want. The second one was, I don't know what, the egg processing plant. Why am I? Vital Farms. When they built their location here, they wanted solar panels, and so we were able to do solar panels on their canopies for their parking lots. But we were capped at the 100 kW. We were able to do more than that, but then they don't get the value for that extra energy if they don't consume it. Luckily, they consumed all of it, but they were only able to offset, less than 10% of their energy usage, and they were a willing participant, willing to pay more money to have more solar installed at their facilities, to have more money savings for them, and they were forbidden under state law. Now, that doesn't mean that city utilities or utilities couldn't offer more, but utilities aren't forced to offer more. So if let's say 3M wanted to do 1 million watts worth of solar panels, city utilities could absolutely make that deal with them and allow it to happen, but they're not going to, because they're saying state law allows us to cap how much businesses can do. And so, it would take CU board, city council, somebody to get involved and make that happen. And I know that I've had CU board members reach out in the past, but it's just one of those bureaucracy things. Something that we started 10 years ago might take another 10 years, 20 years total, just to change how city utilities would look at like a solar commercial client. But those are real life examples that I've had to live.
Yeah, and I know I'm keeping everyone from lunch. We got started a little late because this kind of gets me to the ultimate, you kind of mentioned this is kind of the ultimate thing I want to get to. State law for net metering is not necessarily something that, that's a bare minimum.
Yeah.
You have to do. I live in Columbia, Missouri. I used to live in Springfield. I live in Columbia now. I've lived there for 11 years. I know that city, which also owns its utility, as an example, state law says you do monthly true-ups. It's a little complicated, a little technical. In that city, you can do annual true-ups, which actually helps with making it more economically feasible. They have rebates that if you want to have solar on your roof, they will give you money to do it. Isn't that something Springfield could do? I guess simple change to the ordinances that would allow something like that. What would be a simple thing that the city of Springfield could do to make this easier for their citizens?
One thing is, sit down and talk about rebates. People can house their product. We talked a little bit about earlier about batteries. You can own the batteries, you can own the thermostat, and then you can benefit. They're just investing their money in the infrastructure in your home, but they could essentially own it. Yeah. So, here's the thing I said earlier, okay? If you're gonna be a pioneer, you're gonna end up with arrows on your back, but it's true. Yeah. But there is a risk-reward scenario to that. And each side has to bend, not break, but each side has to come to the table and say, we're here at a sustainable conference. Is the current trajectory sustainable? I would say no. With the electrification of the grid, our current path is non-sustainable. We talked about a couple years ago at another deal, there was a winter storm Uri, I think was the name of it, that came through Texas, and it froze the natural gas wells. We saw that impact up here. We didn't get as bad as Texas, but we got the impact out here because we had no backup to that. So we're not building any dams that I know of anytime soon in the Springfield area, but we have to look forward and what is sustainable. Sustainable is looking at things that are out there right now, but we have to look at it with sacrifice on the utility aspect. Homeowners have to sacrifice a little bit. Are you willing to pay $5 extra a month in your utility bill for an investment? I am. It's $60 a year. Some people aren't. Where can we bridge that gap? How can we support city utilities to become sustainable so in 15 years we're not paying 50 cents per kilowatt?
Caleb, what would you fix at the city level?
I would just say, like at the city of Springfield level, the city, the county, the federal funds that come in, especially some of the old COVID funds, I see that money being spent on bike trails and all these things, beautification, like those things are nice. We need to have a nice city. We need to have a nice economic draw. But, you know, when we're spending, and you know, yes, homelessness is a problem. I've donated to homelessness. I'm not degrading it all. But we're spending more money in helping people once they become homeless versus helping them stay in their homes before they go homeless or stay in a stable environment. And you think about what makes people go homeless. You know, you've got the cost of living increase. Can I pay for the home? Can I pay for the mortgage? Energy costs. People used to make fun of me when I tell them that their energy bills were going to be higher than their mortgage payment someday. Now people are experiencing that. And people used to laugh at me that would never happen. Now it's happening. Energy costs are one of the main driving factors of driving people into homelessness. If you don't believe me, look at all the KY3 stories they've ran in Springfield about how many people have said, my utilities got disconnected, I'm going to be homeless, I've got kids, what do I do next? So we're, as a city and a geographical area, we're spending tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions on infrastructure projects, but we're actually not actually doing anything at the home or the apartment or the low income situation that they're in. We have these weatherization programs that are great that make people's places more efficient, but then we also spend hundreds of millions of dollars actually paying low income people's utility bills for them. Well, if we're going to pay somebody's utility bill for them, we're just giving the utility that money. Why aren't we deploying renewable energy at people's homes that can't afford the utility bills? And maybe not at 100%, but at least somewhat, right? So I think the wires get crossed where sometimes we look at the problem and we try to start back at the problem versus understanding like how the problem started and where can we deploy that money. That's not a fun conversation to have. That's not an easy conversation to have because then you're fighting kind of the bureaucracy of well, how do you actually help low-income people? You know, we could talk all day about this. I know we're late for lunch, but when I sat on the state agency, we were going to get over $150 million of federal funds just for low-income solar. And the first consultant that our agency wanted to hire was wanting to put it all in community solar out of utility scale solar farms. I was like, no, we're putting it on homes. Like, what are you guys talking about? This is how we're gonna help low-income people. They're like, well, we don't know how to manage 10,000, 14,000 accounts with homeowners. We know how to just write one check for utility scale solar farms. It's like, people are just so disconnected with reality of what people are actually facing out in the real world that, you know, I'm transitioning more into building sustainable tiny homes and letting people learn how to build their own tiny homes. I made $7 an hour as a law enforcement when I built my straw bale house 16, 17 years ago. I didn't have an option to build a big home with big utility bills. I didn't have the income to do it. So it's just like, I want people to learn how to actually build sustainable lives, not just talk about sustainability.
And I would note, because I just saw Dr. Jeff Mark come in from the Office of Public Counsel, I often quote him when he talks about the second leading cause of homelessness is utility disconnection. Because, as Caleb alluded to, you've got a rental agreement that says you've got to keep your utilities connected. If you don't keep them connected, you're out. And that's how serious it is. And that's when we're talking about efficiency, we're talking about distribution, and we're going to be talking a little more about efficiency after lunch. We have hit our 40 minutes on this. I know we started a little late for this. I do want to keep this thing moving. I wish we had questions for the time for questions. Hopefully they can stick around, you can talk to them over lunch. We will be doing lunch now. We're going to let you settle in, and then I'm going to talk some more before 1 o'clock. So I hope you've enjoyed the morning. Please stick around and enjoy the lunch. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Lunch is provided on the table in the very back. We've got different sandwich options in all the boxes. Feel free to grab a sandwich, grab a drink, take a seat. Directly after lunch, we're going to talk about energy efficiency and affordable housing. Following that, we're going to talk about economic development and data centers. So stay tuned for those two panels coming up.
What I mean, that's just, I heard that on Friday, and I was like, oh, this is interesting, that would make sense. Seems like my wife was fine. That makes more sense to me than anybody else.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't have really any time to sightsee. I've already been told that I should.
Well, no, of course, right.
But it's also, you know, the original.
Is that where he's at?
AOL was there.
He's gonna get reelected this time.
Some of the first major broadband.
Does it go that far?
It's just tons of examples of robust infrastructure.
Shores and pipelines.
A lot of wide open space.
He's got 4 years out.
So, the story is loud and around the country. The largest concentration of data centers on the world. I think that folks around the country can't take any more. If you look at some of the data, there's been some sales tax reductions that should have hurt louder. But in terms of property taxes have gotten lower. But for a lot of people that changes. Those I was sick of it 11 years ago. But I for the most part, the follow-up was that the county commissions, I don't know if they do whatever they wanted without any coordination. Hard right there. The utility commission is the state, but not by much. So you did sort of have this resulting impact on the regional power. Dozens of massive data centers. I know. They're going up. Going online within seconds that create massive critical liability. Very interesting. So that's sort of a unique issue. You've got bigger clusters. All those kinds of issues for consideration in any file. And in fact, the regional grid operator, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they're probably they feel for some new reliability that basically any data center. So whatever that works. Everywhere? Or just here? Oh, I'm sorry, regional transmission. So, in the 90s, when the electricity deregulation craze was happening, I know. I was below. I got one to directly manage these markets. So we're going to encourage the creation of private entities that are going to manage the interstate transmission lines on behalf of all utility owners. And that way, be independent. That was the concept. So there's 7 across the country, 6 that are in jurisdiction of the Texas market for a variety of bizarre and active reasons. Areas considered legally to be not interconnected, but it totally is. It's just everyone is like, we're just going to pretend that it's not but if someone were to press the case, which there are folks interested in doing, I think we'll get to the federal court. I don't think it's going to be a question. Like, you can't deny visibility. Like, you can go out and take pictures and document the transmission lines. So to get back to your question, I don't know if it's point to one stage or master how to get it right. Data centers have you kind of have to have a coordinated. Well, I think the gentleman who's the city councilman is assessment for that. So there's an element of that that's true. Right. No, it's like 1/3 of a bunch of simple sites. Same thing in Mississippi.
Never heard back from that.
So, got it under carnival license and put all of the simple cycle turbines on the trailer and got surveyed all of the street.
I don't know of any, I can say, these two have diversity, but there's no diversity.
The one in Mississippi. Now it's Robert. I have 4 years from the second one is right across the border. Tennessee. You're absolutely right. Oh, yeah. Department of Justice. So never mind. I worked with great statutes. Violation allowable.
It's been a pretty good year, Jeff.
And then he has 60 days.
Oh.
The most most common way to enforce.
Indianapolis has. At the Indiana State Museum, something called the Warner Ideas of the Side. That wasn't the reason I went. It was the reason. I could have said something else. I said, like, I'm gonna drive this facility. It was pretty bad. Now, I just see that, like, and I hear it really moving all state law relative to this guy.
Citizen suit is unconstitutional.
I love
not just asserting the sun is government system. And I'm not overstating these resources.
Oh yeah.
It goes to the heart. Force forward to happen. going on in Mississippi. I was invited to speak at a data center. Anyway, I'm just interested in data center developers.
I haven't read that. I don't have a lot of
what is going on? What are they making? We work closely with the business. We're fighting projects. And it went from 2 dozen and then the project developer wanted and then it got out that it was it went from 2 dozen meetings to 500 because AWS has contractors nice range and all of a sudden the same price in the city. Yeah, we need to meet. That's yeah. Definitive. Exactly that. Well, so here's the deal. Yeah, I think that's right there. He and I were on the board. I'm showing my foundation. Speaking here. I see that. I see that. Well, I asked him if he. I asked him if he was here. Still trying to connect. It's never going to happen. We work for bus. Still trying to connect with you guys. Like it was reporters in Tucson, not big majors, a little feisty that uncovered that does that broke up. You guys know that? Yeah, but with removing that would take drive by and track. What is that? I just saw it. Yeah. Well, it's on the ground. Phil handed so and again, it's like Josh, ask questions.
give them credit for capacity. So we are it's basically
having a very clear
and they did that
AI. And we also need
so with that one, and then also 600 megawatt wind farm, it was the same kind of deal. I think they were the best. I don't know either. Different by the cloud. But that is so everybody else is talking about rate structures.
Alrighty, we're getting ready to start our next session. If you want to find a spot, get comfortable. We're going to start here in the next couple minutes.
Oh, now it's on. Okay. Let everybody kind of get settled in. Looks like we lost a few people over lunch. I don't know what just happened. They're out. Yeah, it's all right. That's okay. You said we're going to have Commissioner was going to introduce Rusty. Yeah. We are going to start our panel. So if we're going to come and do some introductions for our energy efficiency. I guess it's going to be another panel. And I just want to have our first district commissioner, Commissioner McLaughlin, come here and introduce some of our builders. Yes, yes.
Thanks for having me here, and
Great applause.
It just reminds me, I was at an event when we opened the Youth Resiliency Center, which is our 24/7, 365 mental health care facility for youth, which was great because we had some ARPA funds to spend. We spent the largest portion went there. It's all three of us as commissioners thought that was the best thing. But the applause makes me laugh because the governor, Kehoe, was here to do the ribbon cutting, and he cut the ribbon, and everybody applauded, and I was standing by his wife. I said, well, look at that, the governor makes a cut, and everybody applauds. So, anyhow. I don't know, his wife died on her. She said, you have to tell him that. So, I'm a long-time home builder, 7th generation home builder. Built custom homes for 40 years, past president of the local HBA, the state HBA, national board of directors. So I was really deeply involved in that. But now I just said, what we need to do is let's get the HBA involved because I know they've been doing some great work with regards to
home building and how they can make homes more energy efficient, but also affordable. Because there is a return on investment that has to be discussed. And so we got two of our builders here today. They're leaders in the Home Builders Association. As I told them, you didn't have to come with a PowerPoint. You didn't have to come prepared. Speak to what you guys do and what you know about home building with regards to energy efficiency and sustainability and how it affects our families, honestly. So I'm going to invite these guys up and I'll give you the introduction. And then Bob and I have to go to a meeting at Convoy of Hope. So I'm sorry we have to leave.
But we're really thrilled we're able to be here for most of the day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Glad to be here. So we've got JJ Hetherington here, and he can speak to what he does in home building. These are both some great home builders. And Jason Beckerbrain. Both of these guys build sustainable energy efficiency type homes, and they've done some great research, wealth of knowledge between these two. And then finally with the state, you're Philip Presiding with Renew Missouri. So I didn't know Philip. He's the only one I didn't know in this group, but we'll let them, I'm gonna have to pass the mic and Bob and I move on. I hate having to miss this, but we'll let you guys dive in and let them know what you know.
Thank you. Thank you again. All right.
Thank you.
We're going to do this from the podium, but you all are sitting. So let's just, I just want to throw it out. I want to kind of start with the builders here. And how long have you been in this field?
Well, I started architecture school in my third year.
Okay.
And started buying lots and building homes and exploring different means and methods and techniques. So that's been 30 plus years.
Okay.
It's been 20 to 22 years.
And in that time, what have you observed from a professional personal perspective about like how building has changed, mainly from the perspective of energy saving or energy efficiency? Like what's like something very distinctive that you could share that's like changed for the better?
I think just, in all honesty, social media has been huge on that. Just getting more of the word out, more of the information out on techniques and processes, products, different things like that that can now make homes more efficient, make homes more comfortable, more durable, all of that, and methods to do so that before you got to really dig into fine home building, JLC, different things like that to find out. You can just get on your phone and find hundreds of things.
You think buyers, you think people who are like contracting to build homes or like update homes are more aware of it than they have been in the past?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been trickling. It's not like we woke up one day and bam, here's a whole bunch of energy efficient materials.
Right.
This has been a long, slow, steady growth. One of the first is ICS. Insulated concrete forms came out, and it's still one of the most efficient ways to build a home.
Well, explain that. I don't know. I would kind of explain like someone like who doesn't know what that is. Why does that make it so much more efficient?
Well, what makes a home efficient is insulation value.
Yeah.
R value. We all know that number. And sealing, meaning not sealing that we look at, but pocket sealing, air sealing,
right.
Keeping and then air quality inside the house, transferring that air around, the equipment you put in the house, the HVAC equipment, plumbing equipment, the fixtures, the appliances, everything that carries, that uses energy to operate that home. So the goal is to pick these materials and surfaces and equipment that reduces that energy use.
Right.
And hopefully that will get back to offset what that cost is.
Right.
Which doesn't always happen.
No, and some of it, when you get into air sealing and the other equipment that you need, it might not be a total cost savings when you get into a very tight house. You gotta have an ERV, you gotta have bring in fresh air, but you're gaining control, so you're adding comfort and better air quality in that for exchange for that. You might not be saving just full savings of money, but you're spending more money in energy with that other appliance, but it's a better environment inside the house.
Right. And I guess, because I've never bought a house. I've always bought older houses. And you build homes, but you also do a lot of renovations and rehabs and that sort of thing, I imagine. Maybe you often will go through an audit, when you do an energy audit for that. I mean, so what do you find is, like, if you were to say to someone like going to rehab or refurbish their home, like, what's the one thing they should be looking for that could like maximize their ability to like have a more efficient home?
HVAC equipment and insulation.
Right.
And windows.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially if it's an older home.
Yeah.
I would say air sealing would be the top one for me, that if you can air seal it, the insulation can actually do what it's supposed to be. Bad insulation will straight if there's not air running through it, but if there's air running through it, it's not really that effective.
Right.
Yeah, and do you air seal with the full wrap R board?
We zip or zip R, depending on what we're doing on the outboard. If we're doing, we got one now, we're putting 3 inches waffle outboard of that, so we just did zip there and air seal it there, we'll lower the door at that point to make sure we are as tight as we want. Then after that, it doesn't really, the outside stuff can do what the outside stuff does.
Right, yeah, because when I look at my utility bill, when we talk to the people about their utility bills, I mean, it seems like the air conditioning unit, the heating unit, that is going to be like what the bulk of like how much your energy bill is going to depend on is how effective and efficient that system is.
And how you live.
And how you live.
And it's sized correctly.
And yeah, so I guess I wonder, have you had any personal experience, professional experience with something like technology about heat pumps?
Yeah.
And how's that?
I put heat pumps in all the houses.
Yeah. How, I mean, is that something that's relatively new for you as far as like the work you've, how long have you been? How's that been common practice for you?
Probably the last 10 years.
10 years.
Maybe 15.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, it seems to me like that is really like that can transform the efficiency of the home. It really can transform the ability of how much
It can,
utility bill is.
but it can also increase the cost of them.
Yeah.
Because it just depends, I mean, it's like buying a Chevy, Cadillac, you know,
Right.
I mean, there's all these different values, different types of equipment, so it's finding that balance of what's the affordable piece versus the efficiency side of it.
Right.
You know, you can get up to what, 24 SEER?
You get a very high SEER, but it doesn't always pay to go that route if you want to very long.
Right. Right. So I mean, you have to, I mean, you're obviously working with the homeowner, the person that's working on that to figure out like what makes sense.
Yeah, so like when we sit down with the homeowner, we would show them good, better, best kind of HVAC systems. Give them the pluses and minuses of it. And at that point, it just becomes, you know, what does the budget allow? What am I comfortable spending? Here's the payoffs for it. And you can run somewhat of an analysis on it, but you can't know that complete analysis until that system is in and it's running, and then you tweak it and start to balance it. So, you know, there's balancing things that have to happen when a person moves into a home. They live there a while, things have to acclimate, things are gonna change. And really that study starts within a couple, 3 years down the road, we really start looking at where that efficiency comes from.
Yeah. And I'm gonna take your mic really quick, 'cause I'm gonna like ask Philip a question, and he's a little more soft spoken. And that's almost like where, when you talk about the cost of, you know, equipment, appliances, energy efficiency upgrades, I mean, that's like somewhere that, depending on the utility, you know, because I mean, right now, maybe you do or do not know this, but there's a state law called the Missouri Energy Efficiency Investment Act. It only applies to investor-owned utilities, privately owned utilities. The only one that you might be building homes in is in the Liberty Empire service territory. And actually, they don't even have a MIA portfolio now, do they? Oh, yeah, so that's not gonna work. But there are places and there are utilities in the state that can do that. I mean, Philip, do you believe that utility companies have a role in trying to make those energy efficiency upgrades more affordable?
Yes, there is. You know, it's really challenging, especially when you get to municipal utility areas like here with CU. So I'm on the Columbia Water and Light Advisory Board for Columbia's municipal utility, and they look at efficiency a little bit differently than what James is talking about, the MIA program. So utilities, investor-owned utilities can recuperate the money that they're spending if it proves to be cost effective from those energy efficiency upgrades they're making. So for Columbia, they're always looking at how can we reduce the peak load, how can we benefit all customers from the programs that we're offering and the upgrades that are being made in homes and businesses. So I'm sure that CU has a similar approach in how they're offering energy efficiency to look at those system-wide savings and having different programs that are approaching it from that perspective as opposed to just trying to get whatever they can from the commission to let them recuperate their revenue from doing energy efficiency. They have to be a little more intentional about what they're
they don't, I mean, there's a challenge with trying to have utilities promote energy efficiency, because that means there's a perverse disincentive there because you're not selling as much power. I mean, in your experience and like, you know, working on this, because you've worked on this for a number of years, what is it, what are certain things that like a municipal utility could do to like kind of help encourage energy efficiency to make it more affordable for a homeowner to invest in these kind of things that these builders are?
Yeah, so in Columbia, we have an energy audit program that the city offers, and they offer that first for homeowners and getting energy efficiency done to see and identify where there can be savings in the home. So, you know, talking about what you guys were saying in terms of air sealing, they'll look at that to make sure the home is sealed before adding insulation or upgrading equipment in the home to make sure it's actually going to be worthwhile for the homeowner to recuperate and get those energy savings from the rebate program that they're going through. And a piece that we've worked on that Jeff, Mark here could talk about as well as the Pay As You Save program, which is a on-bill financing program. Right now it's offered by Ameren and Evergy, so in St. Louis and Kansas City respectively, and that's something that we haven't seen offered yet at the municipal utility level or at a rural electric co-op in Missouri, but it makes a lot of sense for those types of utilities to be offering it, and they'll similarly do an audit of the home, see where there can be savings, and then they'll look at offering cost-effective upgrades to bring guaranteed savings to that homeowner if they go through the whole process.
Does that work? I mean, and we can probably answer some questions about Pay As You Save and that sort of thing. Does that work for someone who's looking at building a new home, or does that only work if you're moving into a home and you're wanting to make upgrades?
Yeah, I mean, it's typically if you are looking at, you know, going in an older home, do a retrofit, renovate it to be more energy efficient, and if you have guys like these building your home, then you know you won't have that problem in the first place because it will be more energy efficient. So that is a perk if you start correctly as opposed to having to fix it, because that's really the problem in a lot of the housing stock across Missouri is it is older, it is outdated, it didn't have some of those more efficient upgrades when they initially built the home. So it's looking at going back and fixing those issues, and there's a DNR study that was done a few years ago really identifying the thousands of homes that really need those upgrades and fixes, and that's part of the justification of why utilities should do this, because we know that's a problem all over the state, that we have these older homes that could really benefit and save from energy efficiency upgrades.
And I mean, that could help that if there's a calculation about like adding energy efficiency to a home or adding appliances, but if you're able to say like, well, the utility, I mean, essentially what Pay As You Save does is has the utility invest in those things, has the utility invest in those upgrades, those appliances, and it's treated more like part of the infrastructure of the home, delivery of power. And essentially saying that they're able to curb that and reduce the demand. And that's actually going to help lessen the stress on the grid, because we talk a lot about that. I mean, you know, from your perspective, being home builders, I mean, have you found that there's any kind of limitations on where we're able to build homes in this area because there's not the infrastructure for energy to get there, or have you found that that's been something that's been easy to accomplish because the wires are there or the transmission's there?
I've not run into any problems like that.
No, you
It's called co-ops, they don't get them.
oh yeah, yeah, you
It's
can
not
it
an answer, no.
might be expensive to get there, but you can get it there.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And so, but we see now, because we are a community, and this is not necessarily true in every other part of the state, but we're still seeing a lot of growth in Southwest Missouri. And we're still seeing a lot of people move here, but then we're also seeing, again, as Philip said, there is kind of the central part of Springfield that is aging, it's been there for a while. I mean, do you think there's anything the city of Springfield could do? As an example, like again, I asked questions before about what you can imagine more. I mean, what is something you think that maybe, because I know there's a lot of talk about housing stock in the city limits itself. Is there anything you can do, you think that the city can do to make that, you know, to be able to like go in, to do more to invest in that and try to like improve that housing stock that's aging right now?
I wish I could think of something that they could do. I mean, city, the payback on the utilities sounds great. But what I'm afraid of is what that payback gets you does not help with the cost of building an energy efficient home. I mean, that's the brass tacks.
Yeah.
It costs a lot of money to build an energy $95 million to 2024 IRC, 2024 IECC, it's not gonna happen. Because that's a $40,000 to $50,000 hit to build that code.
So I guess so my question might be like, how could you, I mean, what can you see that would help reduce that cost? Or is it just a matter of like supply chain issues? Is it a matter of just like, that's just expensive material? I mean, what could help bring those costs down for a building?
Yeah, material pricing.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. HVAC units, everything that we're putting into these homes.
Well, it's
It's
huge
not a-
vendors above the local vendors that are trying carrier them raising their price at a corporate level, that it works its way down here and we can't do anything.
We notices every month. Your train 16 series is gonna go up 10%, which is a 10% increase. Well, that attributes to $1,200 on a typical home. And every $1,000 you spend, you're making it unaffordable for another buyer.
Yeah.
That's like 300 people.
Yeah.
And we hear about that in Kansas City and St. Louis, don't we, Philip, about how the cost of HVAC systems and everything is limited because there's only so many people who buy, who have that. There's only so many companies that do it. There's not a lot of independent companies out there doing it anymore, so you have limited suppliers. I mean, if we could do something to help make that, if we could do something to help break up that kind of marketplace, could that possibly help?
Yeah, for sure. We can break up what the costs are of the materials that we put in the equipment we're putting in these homes.
It's something that we've looked at and, suggested utilities so they could buy HVAC in bulk and get economies of scale to make it easier and then, have a better price, a lower price per system that would help. And the pay as you save on-bill financing program, they actually have a fast track HVAC option that they're now offering in Kansas City and St. Louis that's really just looking at that HVAC piece to try to bring down the costs, and they offer a rebate, and that's most of what they're financing back on the utility bill for the customer to be able to help afford getting a more efficient system. So that's definitely something that we're seeing on the energy efficiency side and the program side too. So that is interesting to hear that it's something that you guys are seeing too, and also validates what we've been hearing from the utilities.
Our codes committee, I'm the chair of the codes committee for APA, we built a virtual one.
Yeah.
Because we have a bunch of code cycles coming through in Greene County, City of Springfield, and they're updating the codes into the 2024 IRC, the International Residential Code. The question was becoming, what energy code are we gonna adopt along with that?
Right.
So we built this virtual home, put all the costs together, and figured out how much it costs to build each of those code cycles. Using 2018 IRC, 2018 IECC, 2024, 2024, 2009. Like Kansas City was pushing back. What's it cost to build a home under 2024 IRC using 2009? And when it came down to the cost of what people could afford, the affordability obviously is 2024 IRC with 2009 energy, but it takes 117 years to pay that house back because of your energy use. Jump to 2024 with 2024 energy code, and the cost goes up so much that your payback period is like 80 years. And so there's a balance that you have to find.
Where does that 117 year number come from? Is that just based off of like, what kind of accounting are you looking at to make that measurement?
I gotta look on my phone.
Well,
I don't have it memorized in my head.
Right.
But it's the cost of the house. I can't see.
Yeah, it would be beyond the cost of the house, the energy part is beyond the cost of the house.
Yeah.
That and the added mortgage payment for that, basically that math there.
Right. Yeah, Philip?
As part of that, from seeing the increased utility bills and higher rates, is that contributing to the higher energy costs?
If I remember right, we kept a pretty stable.
We used utilities rates, and we had a consultant at Missouri S&T do the ecotrope analysis for us on 6 different homes, using 6 different methods of energy and
Same home, but
same home, and 6 different methods of construction and building. I mean, we use standard studies, frame to weave in R15 insulation, to give you continuous insulation around the outside.
Yeah.
I mean, there was just lots of things we did. When I did
No, it's okay. I thought someone else owns the home, they don't have really a lot of incentive to do those energy efficiency updates, because they're not the one paying the utility bill. I mean, so like, what is it something a municipality can do to help that for a renter, as an example?
Yeah, so one easy one are energy efficiency kits to give to homeowners to make smaller upgrades of, more efficient light bulbs, faucet aerators if they're also a water utility, looking at any toilet upgrades you can make, looking at pipe wrap for HVAC systems, better sealing as well, duct sealing, so they're like easier window insulation if there are any cracks in that and getting that filled. So there are smaller, low lift upgrades that they can do, but for some of the like multifamily renters, they need to do bigger, larger, heavier investments or new types of equipment, look at geothermal or looking at completely changing the type of system they have for the building, and that's the hard part to your point on the incentive, and call it the split incentive, that if the tenant is paying the utility bill, why does the building owner want to spend tens of thousands of dollars to make these upgrades if they're not going to see it directly? And there are arguments that can be made of like, well, that helps with tenant happiness and comfort. They're not going to want to leave as often. They're going to want to stay there and live in that space longer. If they're not going to go to buying their own home or staying in that place, it'll reduce that turnover. So there's benefit to the owner of not having to look and keep finding people over and over, and can kind of stop that cycle. So that is part of the incentive, but that's a big problem we've had, and part of how we try to address that with the larger utilities of Ameren and Evergy is to offer multifamily programs that will try to work with the owners to offer them large rebates to help incentivize them to make some of those changes. So I mean, that's something that municipal utilities can look at doing too, of going beyond the kit to the larger upgrades, and then the on-bill financing piece, the PAYS program that we've been talking about, is another way to go about it, because then the tenant is getting the energy saving on their bill, and they're paying for the upgrades, so you're really just cutting out the owner entirely. You just need to get their approval to go ahead and go through the process, but that fixes the split incentive issue that they're paying for it all, landlord is happy, tenant's happy, everybody can benefit.
Do you think the incentive for a municipal utility is different than for an investor-owned utility?
Yeah, because it goes back to how are they going to recuperate their costs? Is it really going to help lower the peak load? Because from the municipal perspective, unless you have city council members or leaders that just say we value this and we want to fix this affordability issue, or another thing they're wanting to do and say we don't care about the profitability side as much from the utility because you're here to serve us and our citizens in this municipality or in this co-op, and have that mentality, and they can say even if it's not cost effective or doesn't make as much money for the utility, you should still do it because it's the right thing. So they can approach it from that perspective, but that's where it can be a little more difficult if you're getting in the piece of, is this cost effective? Are there good enough incentives here for people to actually do this?
Right. It would probably be a good time to note, Greene, Missouri has started a pilot program here in the city of Springfield that for low-income customers who are on the list with OCAC, the Community Action Agency here based in Springfield. They're waiting for weatherization. They're waiting for these upgrades to be done. We have worked with local contractors to be able to offer these weatherization kits. They'll go in and make these kind of slight modifications for, I think that there's just a number of things they can do. The kit's not very expensive. We were able to receive a grant from the Community Foundation for the Ozarks to do that. It's a test. It's something to see how that would work, because we've largely been advocacy on policy issues, and we've never really offered a service like that. But we deliberately chose Spring because there is this question of how we address low-income residents and dealing with rental properties and dealing with an aging housing stock here, as well as the fact that we have a municipal utility that can't take advantage of this energy efficiency investment act. So, if you're interested in learning more about that, please contact us. We are looking to expand that. We'd like to expand that throughout Springfield. We'd like to expand that throughout the state, especially to other municipal utilities, or to rural electric cooperatives where they don't have those other incentives that the state statutes for.
We have flyers for those on our table out.
Oh, do we? Oh, great.
You can grab those if you want to learn more about it or share it with any community partners is that we're trying to get that wrapped up at the end of this year and try to get all that money out there. And yeah, we're looking at it to really find like the gap area where federal funded programs offered through local community action agencies for weatherization services where people don't qualify, they're still not doing well. They're just not doing, so poorly that they qualify for help. So we're looking at trying to fill that gap and help people out there.
We would love city utilities to partner with us, but we're still working on that. So if anybody here knows anyone city utilities, we'd love to talk to them more about that. Jeff, Mark, you're back there. Do you have anything to add to this about like what a municipal is? I mean, Jeff Mark here is the Austin Public Council chief economist. He's going to be here talking about urban heat islands later in the afternoon. One of the smartest people I've ever met in energy policy, and he works a lot on these energy efficiency issues as the chief economist for the Public Council. Do you have anything to say? You need a mic?
Yep. Thanks, James. I can probably be loud enough people can hear me. I actually have two questions for the gentleman in the middle. One would be, you've got a lot of people here. I think this is a great opportunity. I think on one hand of just breaking some of that asymmetrical information. And what I mean by that is a lot of people don't know what goes into an HVAC, right? The installation, picking it. You guys are clearly knowledgeable on this. What advice would you give us in the room here about selecting contractors?
Good question.
No, I mean, the first thing I would do is just always pick somebody that'll actually run the proper sizing on it for whatever home, whether it's a new home or an old home, that they'll run the manual J's and all that, to where it's actually truly sizing it. They're not using just, it's the old, one was 500 square feet per ton, I think, or something like that. They just kind of guess at it, because they would actually really look at what the house is, maybe even if it's an older home, do a blower door, see once how efficient the house is or how tight the house is, where you have a lot of information when you're sizing it. You're not just guessing at it, and if anything, erring on the size of oversizing it, and it just doesn't run as well because of that, or doesn't run as often, so it doesn't ever dehumidify as well, and then the customer's not nearly as comfortable, things like that.
In general, just in terms of the contractors that work in this area, are they all fairly comparable, or would you say that there's a fair range in terms of the quality?
We've only worked with a handful over the years, and usually some of the bigger ones, we work with Knight a lot now on our new homes, but I don't know some of the smaller ones. We've got one smaller one we work with on remodels, and he does go through all that, but I can't speak for all of them.
Okay, I can tell you from our perspective, like my job, we're the consumer advocate office for the state. So we represent investor-owned utilities. In front of the Missouri Public, we don't represent the utilities, we represent the public. But in front of the Missouri Public Service Commission, and these energy efficiency programs have been a big staple of, a lot of funding over the years. But that's been one challenge that we've had is right sizing and getting accurate reads with the equipment that are being placed in. So, from our, a lot of what we do is the accounting treatment, all right? Well, how many HVACs went out? How much savings on average would this have assumed to be made? But when we go back and check, we actually get some variation. So when you're advising clients on that, I mean, is there anything that, you had mentioned 3 steps, these are your different options. If you could speak to a little bit more on that, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we do kind of like JJ does, we kind of do a better, best, and a good, better, best option in there, and we'll try to look at it and talk through with the homeowner where it is in relation to everything else we're doing in the house, that to try to get the best comfort for the best dollar for them. That if we step up to the best, we might save a little bit in energy, but is it going to be enough to pay back? We'll look at it truly like a payback of a lot of things. That this might be $2,000 more, but we're only going to probably save about this much money. That it might take us 10, 15 years to pay it back. That by then, does that matter to them, or would they rather just always have the best from the get-go?
And in terms of your overall cost for investment right now, so just HVACs, are you guys seeing trend lines going up right now, just the cost of these products?
Oh yeah, ours are, it's crazy what we're spending on HVAC now on a new home versus what we spent
just one more, sorry. Could you speak a little bit, like, is there any financing options for customers here in the Springfield area to take?
Not on our side, it's new homes typically, so it's one that they're.
Oh, that makes sense,
bank
right?
loan or however they're financing that is how they would finance it.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, we have a few more minutes here, 2 or 3 minutes. Is there? Yeah, we got a question.
Yes,
You need the mic? Oh, yeah, the mic. There you go.
Looking ahead just a few years to getting away from your current buyer inventory, people that are likely to buy homes a little bit in the future, you're looking at a younger generation that's facing $40 trillion in federal debt. You're looking at a younger generation that's different habits than, say, my generation. They don't buy cars. They're not ready to buy a house. The whole employment situation with AI seems troublesome. So in the future, as you look at all the people coming into the Ozarks, and they still need a place to live, are you guys thinking about a transition to more European style, where housing, frankly, not everybody can buy a $400,000, $500,000, $800,000 house in the suburbs, but instead, they're going to move more towards, because they're not buying cars, right? I mean, young generation not buying cars. So they're going to live in places where transportation is available, probably more inner city. Are you guys looking to a future where you can make money and prosper in affordable, multifamily housing situations?
No, I'm not. One, there's a whole lot better way to make money than building homes, I can tell you that. Because you don't make a fortune doing this. It's a passion. It's what we love to do. And we are passionate about getting people in home ownership. Because now they have pride of ownership. The community will live better if I know that you're living next door to me, taking care of your piece of property, and I'm next door to you, and we're not calling such and such rental agency to come and take care of all our issues that they run across. It's educating, it's understanding, so it's not necessarily putting everybody into a box, but let's build smaller homes, let's build compact homes, let's build smart homes, let's do smaller lot sizes, let's not take up the 10 acres and put in one home. Let's think of different ways to develop that piece of property and different septic systems, different types of treatment plants, different types of water quality plants. Let's think about low impact design development. I mean, there's so many different ways we can approach this than just saying the answer to the missing middle in the next generation, throw them in an apartment. That's not the answer. There's got to be a better answer to that. That was my answer.
That's a lot of paths to consider. Anything to add to that?
No, that summed it up real well.
So we got one more. Okay, yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, and JJ, appreciate your breakdown of some of the costs you mentioned earlier. I'm curious, it's kind of a three-part question relative to the difference in cost for the 2024 code that you mentioned. So you said $40,000. How much on what size home are you talking about that? Number two, like how many in the city limits? How many single-family homes space do we have left to build? Are we building that many in the city limits? And then lastly, can there be pieces, or what pieces of the 2024 energy code maybe need amendments versus holding back to the 2018?
Yeah, absolutely. All those questions, all things we looked at.
I don't know.
Okay, so to answer your first question, the house is 2,100 square feet, your typical everyday 3-car garage, typical everyday 9-foot ceiling height, 8-12 roof pitch. And we did the analysis on 2-to-6 exterior framing versus staggered stud framing versus 2-to-4 stud framing, R13, R19, R13 plus 5, R20, and then we did all the analysis on it, R49 in the roof, R38 in the roof.
So what was the cost of that home? I guess that was my question. Was $40,000 what amount?
On the original amount of $411,000.
Okay, thank you.
So our baseline was $411,000. So it jumped it by about 40 grand to go to the 2024 accuracy.
And then are there components that 2024
Yeah.
could have been stripped out?
And we did. Yep, and we stripped those out and made that pitch to Greene County and the city of Springfield and showed them the data and the information. And part of it is the R20
city of Springfield, single-family homes, like, I mean, it's not thousands, is it?
No.
No, there's not a ton.
No, so there's not very many locations left.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, with that, oh, yes, back there.
I don't get to talk to developers that often. I can yell.
Okay.
Have you seen any interest in all electric homes or moving in that direction? Because there can be some cost savings from, if you don't need one of the types of infrastructure delivered to the property, you can reduce cost and permitting and hassle. Have you seen any interest in that? Are you leaning into that at all?
Yeah, I got one.
Hey, all right. And how do you like it?
It's called Canopy, and Joe lives in it. So I've got a development on the north side of town called Canopy. And Canopy is a low impact development. And my original concept of that was to build inside nature's envelope and use our surroundings for stormwater is the main thing. How do you protect the water quality? I mean, our 5 branches is conservation, cultivation, restoration, habitation, and collaboration. Wow.
Nice.
So we bought this little piece of property, and it's a pocket neighborhood, and there's 10 homes in it. They're all built to energy code compliance and above in some cases. And we had to do a private road though, because we couldn't get around the stormwater. Everybody wanted stormwater, well, not everybody, but the standards that you're dealing with is curb and gutter, stormwater pipe to a detention pond, fill that sucker up, and let it drain out of pipe and hit the river and completely demoralize the land around it. So the whole concept around Canopy is to develop a piece of property where all the rainwater, water runoff goes through permeable surfaces, hits rain gardens, hits landscape, filters itself out naturally before it hits the watershed, hits the Sac River, which is directly connected to the property. I got out of the tangent, and I forgot what the question was.
all electric.
Yes, so part of that is what resources do we not need to use? How can we not make such a larger impact? So we took gas out. We're completely electric in my development. So everything's run off heat pumps. There is solar capabilities. We haven't had anybody do that yet, because that's another, we probably had conversations on that earlier here this week.
Yeah.
But we can make them solar ready. And what I have found is, and it's in its infancy, I mean, it's only 4 or 5 years old. I will be interested when we start hitting that 10-year mark, and we start looking at the data to see if that is still a viable option moving forward. But I think it's definitely worth looking at and taking, because you can regenerate electricity, right? I mean, you can't gas. Gas just comes in, you burn it up, and you're done.
Right.
So, there's other ways to generate electricity.
I'd love to hear more about the development, but we're out of time. No, I would love to talk more about that, but I just want to give when you all show appreciation for this panel. I think they did a great job. I think it's a lot to consider, a lot of practical impacts of this. So thank you all very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we're a little behind, but those are great questions. We are going to go to our next speaker. Oh, I don't need that mic. Hold on. You don't need to hear much more from me. But we have a real, I think this will be a real interesting topic to a lot of folks. We are very proud to have Tyson Slocum, who is the director of the energy program for Public Citizen. He is based in Washington, D.C. He works on the regulation of petroleum, natural gas, and power markets, and talking about equitable energy transition that provides DER generation and sustainable transportation solution for working families. One of the things that he spends a lot of time talking about now, as a lot of folks spend a lot of time in energy policy talking about, as everyone over in Missouri can attest, as Dr. Mark can attest, is data centers. Data centers. I'm not sure how you're supposed to say that. The potato thing? I don't know. But we kind of want to talk a little bit about like what the impacts of data centers are, what communities can do to offset those impacts, and just have kind of a generally, because I know that's a conversation that's being had in Springfield right now but it's being had all over the state. And so we just wanted to have him here. This is his first time in Missouri, by the way. So give him a very warm welcome. Thank you,
Absolutely. Hey, everybody. Everyone doing well? Yes, it is true. This is my first time in Missouri, and that isn't because I'm not a well-traveled individual. I get around. I just have never been invited to come. And as I was telling some folks outside not too long ago, I said, as a policy professional in DC, it is my obligation to get out of DC as much as I can to meet with folks where they are, because otherwise I'm just going to become a dinosaur and not learn and evolve. And it's already greatly benefited. Hearing the discussion earlier about data center discussions here in Springfield is already some important information that is going to help inform my thinking as we approach this issue. So, and also I'm grateful to Michael, who spoke earlier, who found or plucked one of these unripe pecans from the grove over here. And I live a mile and a half outside of Washington, D.C. in Maryland, and my house was built in 1900, and I've got a couple of towering trees that I thought were hickory trees, but the nuts look exactly like this. So, so I'm going to have to further diagnose exactly what trees I have. Those trees prevent me from doing rooftop solar, but there's no way I'm going to cut them back because the squirrels and other wildlife and me and especially my son enjoy these things very much. So I'm with Public Citizen Washington, D.C., and my primary role is sort of looking at energy markets, although I do a whole lot of other things in my portfolio. So it was about 3 or so years ago that we just started to see that data centers, and specifically data centers that were being used for artificial intelligence generation and storage, were having transformative and disruptive impacts on America's energy markets. And so we wanted to understand what was going on, and through that we started to talk to community leaders that were hosting data centers, and then we started meeting more folks where data centers were proposed, and then all of a sudden we were inundated as data centers were being proposed, proliferating in every single corner of the United States. And I've been doing this work for almost 30 years, and I've never seen anything like this. And I don't think anyone has seen anything like this. And that's what I think is one of the most important things here, is that what we're seeing is unprecedented, and that the response from communities that are raising questions, I think, is extremely rational. As always, access to quality information about what's going on is essential, and not everyone is always armed with all the right information, and I think it's our job to ensure that folks are well educated about it. But this isn't just your typical NIMBYism fight, right? Because I've seen those before. This isn't just about the massive energy and resource use and water use and quality of life things like noise from the cooling equipment and the diesel generators. All of these things are very real and tangible. And I've seen them because I've been to more than a dozen data centers in different parts of the country at this point. What is also unique about this is what is going on behind the walls of a data center, and what is being created, and how is it being deployed in our economy, in our social circles. What is it being used for? And I think the trepidation from a lot of communities isn't just about the resources or the noise or quality of life. It's concern about the future of society and how AI could very quickly transform that. And again, that's the AI developers themselves. Sam Altman has repeatedly said AI could result in the end of humanity as we know it. I think that we should probably take those types of proclamations very seriously. The CEO of Anthropic released a white paper in January where he came right out and said, AI development is going faster than the social and legal guardrails necessary. We should take that very seriously, that we do not have any of those guardrails. And so I think we need to have a national conversation about the role of AI. When I was eating breakfast at my hotel and reading the New York Times had an article about Independence, Missouri, which I know is not necessarily close to here, it's up in the northwest part of the state, where they just recalled a city council member, I believe, who had championed providing tax breaks for a very large hyperscale data center there. And listening to the city councilman here from Springfield about people not trusting what's going on because of everything else that they're hearing. And this is very real. I was in a presentation in New York City recently on data centers. The audience was the financial community, and on my panel was a gentleman from a private equity firm. And he had all these incredible charts. All of his data was very good. And he had this one chart showing projected US electricity demand, and when they project, assuming all of the proposed data centers get built, plus building electrification, plus expected penetration of electric vehicles and other things, that the United States would need to build the existing electricity capacity of Japan in the next 5 years, that I began to understand that we're in silly times, that this is not realistic, and nor should it be realistic. We should not be prioritizing scarce resources for an industry that we don't yet fully understand. And I think when you look at the business model of the current AI data center industry, there's a lot of problems with it, right? AI has become such a speculative financial bubble because the expectation from other investors is that AI is literally going to replace every other company in your portfolio. So they have massive valuations. The Federal Reserve just had a paper that they wrote in July looking at the first quarter of 2026, and they found that more than 1/3 of America's entire gross domestic product growth in the first quarter of 2026 was AI CapEx, AI capital expenditures. That's unsustainable. It's not healthy. It means that we've got massive financial consolidation in the hands of 7 companies, and all 7 companies are financially interrelated. NVIDIA alone has almost $100 billion of investments in other AI companies and associated infrastructure. So Enron accountants couldn't have dreamed up better scenarios than what these guys do on a daily basis, right? And except for Oracle, they're putting all of the data center risk off their books. And as I was just telling Mike out in the hallway earlier, just because it's off their books doesn't mean that it's gone, right? They've created these special purpose entities, private equity is taken on that debt, and who provides the capital for private equity, right? It's pensions. It's the Fresno firefighters, right? It's the Minneapolis school teachers, right? Who's gonna pay the bill when this thing collapses? It's most certainly not gonna be Elon Musk, right? It's gonna be working people. And that's what I'm concerned about. And the data centers, particularly the hyperscale ones, that are just insanely unsustainable, right? Requiring massive amounts of new natural gas power generation. These are vanity projects. They are not required for LLM models, for generative AI. This is an easy way for big tech companies to clearly establish to the market who has dominating market share in AI development, because you can announce a splashy project. What we need to see are smaller scale, integrated data centers. 1 megawatt computing capacity, 5 megawatts. That could be paired with on-site solar, battery storage. I'm in the room with people that, this is your all's bread and butter, right? We can do this. And then you integrate those so that they can work off peak, right? Do seamless generative AI functions off peak so you're not challenging the grid at peak hours. All of this is doable. We've got companies like Emerald AI that have demonstrated on a large scale the software compatibility to have smaller scale dispersed data centers where communities can make that decision. Okay, we've got someone coming in, we've got a 50-acre site, they're looking to build a data center, let's have a conversation, right? And part of that conversation is, where's the power gonna come from? Are you hooking up to the grid? How is the utility gonna manage this? What are the water resource needs? By the way, the largest source of water consumption for a data center is not necessarily the data center itself. It's with thermal generation associated with that data center, right? But another important consideration for the community is, who is that client gonna be? Now, most data center proposals that we've come across are speculative in nature. So what that means is, because we've got this unprecedented speculative bubble from big tech, there is lots of cash. And so you've got real estate developers, some of which 5 years ago were building a strip mall anchored by an Applebee's, that are now like, I'm now in the data center business, right? So they're looking at the maps, seeing where grid interconnections are, finding some land, securing access to that land, and then saying, let's get the permits, let's get the green light, then we'll figure out who the client is going to be. Who is going to be supplying the computers, and what are those microprocessors going to be doing? What kinds of artificial intelligence related functions? And so it's as important for a community to establish zoning requirements, to establish how these facilities are going to be powered, if they're going to integrate with the grid, how that integration with the grid is going to be managed, how water resources are going to be managed, but also what is being produced behind those walls, right? In very recent past eras, when an auto manufacturing facility came to a community, or outside of Pittsburgh when we're dealing with steel facilities or any other large historic manufacturing, there were always issues, but at the end of the day, the community could say, I know what is being built in that facility, and I can take pride in it. I can know that that steel is going to make bridges for Americans and people all over the world. I don't see that sense of pride in AI right now. I see skepticism, I see mistrust, and again, I think it's warranted. And so understanding what role is going to be going in there is as important as making sure we've got resource allocation for those facilities. So when I see these hyperscalers come in, right now we've got massive speculative interest in new natural gas, which for the life of me, I do not get this debate one bit. Natural gas demand in the United States in the next 4 years is going to increase by 37%. 55% of that is for liquefied natural gas exports. Maybe you all aren't familiar, but the United States is now the world's largest natural gas exporter. 5 individual facilities on the United States Gulf Coast in Texas and Louisiana use more natural gas every day than the 74 million American families that have natural gas utility service for their households. 5 facilities use more gas than 74 million families. And that is going to double in the next 4 years. And the way that LNG contracts work is the United States government gives them what's known as a blanket authorization, where they are free to export that volume uninterrupted all the way through 2050, no annual checking. And then when you've got all this expected new gas demand for data centers, what's going to happen to natural gas prices? A lot of people are building a ton of new gas infrastructure, and it is going to be an absolute disaster. Let's not even talk about the climate considerations. I've been to the Permian Basin, right? I know what's going on in the fracking fields. The Permian is the most prolific oil and gas field on the entire planet, right? And the older it gets, the gassier it gets. So we're seeing more and more gas being pulled out of the Permian. Almost all of that is flowing south to export terminals, right? We've got the Haynesville Shale, which is already tapped out for LNG exports. So domestic production is not going to be able to keep up, and we're going to be dealing with I think with physical shortages in key parts of the country and much higher prices. So the answer to hyperscale data centers and growth of AI data centers cannot be natural gas. We have to meet this with renewables, and especially when you have smaller scale, more manageable data centers, which I think has to be the face of the industry. So there's been a lot of different approaches on how to deal with data centers, and I think folks in New York State have gotten some of it right, where it was broadly reported in the media that they established the first ever state moratorium on data centers, and that's not totally true. It's a moratorium that is designed to give state agencies time to develop the new rules under the executive order to ensure that new data centers comply with stronger public interest standards. Now, it gets a little complicated. Governor Hochul, she was presented with legislation that was stronger than the executive order, so she issued this executive order in lieu of signing the legislation, and the legislation actually mandated 90% renewable energy for any data centers by, I think, 2035. So she didn't adopt that. So that's an opportunity where, 2/3 of the New York legislature pushed for an unbelievably strong renewable energy standard for data centers. And even though the governor didn't sign that, I think that should be a North Star of what is achievable in terms of ensuring that new data centers are doing it right and sustainable. I think, surprisingly, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is getting things right. So this is a federal agency that oversees wholesale power markets, among other things. Back in October of last year, Secretary of Energy Chris Wright submitted, under a 1975 law, an emergency petition that was a huge overreach, where he asked FERC to very quickly establish new rules that would extend federal jurisdiction over grid interconnected data centers and give FERC essentially exclusive authority to do that, which we felt was going to take power away from the states, where we were starting to see significant momentum in terms of protecting ratepayers and a number of state laws to protect citizens from issues related to data centers. The Republican FERC Commissioner, Linda Sweat, ended up ignoring the petition and sidestepping it, and instead issued directives to the 6 regional grid operators under FERC's jurisdiction to basically develop standardized transmission service and procedures to study transmission service for data centers, so that utilities planning new transmission that were anyway related to data centers have to provide much more transparency and public accountability of what they're doing. And the order also asked these grid operators to report back on what they're doing to prevent cost shifting among transmission customers, and to ensure that state regulators have all of the data that they need. And I think this is a very modest but important step in the right direction. And one of the markets that has jurisdiction over Missouri, called MISO, the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, just submitted a proposal to FERC days ago where they are suggesting new reliability reporting requirements for data centers. Because as I was explaining to some folks at the table, and a lot of people don't know this, there have been numerous major reliability incidents involving data centers, primarily in the Virginia area because there's a large concentration. But basically what's happened, and at first these were hidden from the public, and a very brave civil servant leaked information more than a year ago to a Reuters reporter who published a bombshell story that did not get enough coverage, that uncovered the fact that there had been 2 major reliability events that almost turned off the lights over the DC metropolitan area. That what happened was These data centers have extraordinarily valuable microprocessors in them, right? Millions and millions and millions of extremely expensive hardware. And so they want to protect that hardware from any surges in the electrical grid. So they are designed, any sort of modification in frequency, it shuts off and their on-site emergency generation comes on. Well, what happens if you've got a bunch of data centers in the same market? In one case, 1,200 megawatts of data centers went offline all at the same time. Another instance, 1,500 megawatts all went offline. That set into action emergency scrambles by grid operators. And again, all of this is non-public. That the only reason that we're talking about it is because someone leaked it to the media, and now agencies are more forthcoming, but usually after the fact. So what we have been pushing for is, after the 2003 blackout, we worked with Congress to establish in 2005 federal electric reliability standards that apply to transmission lines, substations, power plants. I'm sure folks in this room are familiar with aspects of that. The proposal is to have data centers be included as part of Section 215 Federal Power Act electric reliability standards. So the MISO request to FERC is sort of a first step in that direction. I fully expect the data center industry to push back and to potentially sue the challenges, so we need clarification to make sure that data centers are not going to be grid disruptive events. So our bottom line is that AI should be and can be an incredible supplement to our daily lives, to the way that we interact with people, the way we communicate, the way that we do work. Like all technology that we are living through, right? We're living in an incredible era of very fast-paced technological deployment. I mean, it's not unique. I take my son all the time. The Smithsonian has the Air and Space Museum down on the mall in DC. But y'all may or may not know, there's a massive one out in Virginia by Dulles Airport that is incredible, right? And it's free. You gotta pay for parking. And you walk in, and in one hangar, one massive airport hangar, you've got wood and canvas airplanes by the Wright brothers and their colleagues and competitors. And at the other end of the hangar is a space shuttle. And it's 60 years. 60 years between wood and canvas flying 120 feet to us going into space. A remarkable, remarkable transformation in air and orbital and outer orbital flight. We're seeing similar disruptions on a routine basis in technology. And this has incredible opportunities for researchers, finding solutions to cancer and other terminal illnesses. There's real opportunities there, but there's also extremely real harms. And we have not provided consent to any of this. Instead, the business model of AI has been what is the most profitable for a handful of companies to develop and deploy into the economy. And that cannot be the model going forward. We have to ensure that AI is consistent and accountable to the public interest, that the American people have a say about how AI is developed and unleashed, and therefore we have to have a say into how data centers are developed and planned. And there was a very disturbing development just very recently where my colleagues at the NAACP filed a lawsuit against Elon Musk's Colossus 2 data center in Mississippi. And in that complaint, under the Clean Air Act of 1970, any citizen that has evidence of an air emission violation can file a petition to the Environmental Protection Agency to say, hey, we believe that we have evidence of a violation of allowable air emissions, and we are asking you, the EPA, to investigate. and the EPA ignored that complaint, and so after 60 days, you can go to federal court. And the NAACP filed that lawsuit. And the US Department of Justice intervened in that lawsuit. And they made two arguments in this lawsuit. One, that the AI being developed at Colossus 2 by XAI is for national security purposes. And that any rule or regulation by the state, local, or federal government is irrelevant because it would impede a national security priority. Something that we predicted last year that the administration would attempt. But the second thing they did was they said, oh, and by the way, citizen enforcement suits are unconstitutional because it infringes upon the executive branch's sole responsibility to bring enforcement cases. So what the current administration is saying is we don't care if a local community raises opposition to a data center. If we determine it to be in the national interest, it's going to get built, and you have no say. And if you try to complain about you've been able to document through equipment that you have that the natural gas power plants or other facilities providing power to that facility exceed what is allowable under federal law, you do not have the authority to bring that lawsuit, even though it is clearly articulated in the statute. So from public citizens' perspective, a community must have the right to know, K-N-O-W, about anything related to a data center. Nothing can be behind a non-disclosure agreement. All the facts and information have to be out on the table so that we all can ascertain exactly what the proposal is, our ability to assess it. Is it consistent with our community values? If so, let's proceed on a development plan. There are going to be data centers that are going to be a right fit for a community. And there are others, when the facts are presented, that it's not right. And that means that a community has to have the right to say yes or no. And what we think is that data centers that are smaller scale, that are powered by renewables, with on-site battery storage, that are working in concert with the local utility to ensure that there aren't going to be cost shifts onto household consumers, that we control and manage whatever water and quality of life issues are involved with them, and that we know exactly who the client is, what is being produced in that facility, and how what is being produced is being implemented. I can tell you a story about our experience in Tucson, where a community was fighting something called Project Blue, a very large data center that early on, the identity of who the client was locked behind a non-disclosure agreement. So the community knew that they were fighting a data center. They didn't know who the client was going to be. And there were always a couple dozen people at these meetings raising concerns about expected water and energy use, particularly water in Tucson, Arizona. But then a small independent journalist was able to uncover who the client was. It was AWS. And AWS is Amazon. And they have a massive contract with DHS and ICE for facial recognition software to round up people. Overnight, the meetings went from a couple of dozen people to hundreds and hundreds. Because now it wasn't just a resource fight. It was a civil rights fight. It was about stopping a facility that was going to be used to round up their neighbors. People that they lived next to each other, that they worshiped together. And that was the game changer. This is the opportunity we have today, is to take control of our futures, to understand that just because people say, listen, AI and technology, it's inevitable. It is not. We should control the terms and conditions under which it is developed and deployed. And we should control the conditions under which data centers are developed and deployed. It is about self-determination. It is about democracy. I heard others speak earlier today about it's the 250th year of our Declaration of Independence. What an apt time, right, to have a Declaration of Independence from big tech oligarchs to make sure that we, the people, are in charge of how our communities are able to manage development and technological innovation and deployment. I look forward to a conversation because I'm in a room with so many educated, folks on this subject. So I hope I didn't talk too long. Yeah, of course. And I'm sorry, I forget your name, we talked earlier. Bruce.
Small, medium-sized data centers. You said 5 megawatts. Visualize for us what that is.
Well, so again, it's going to depend. So there's a lot of variation there, but it could be a couple of acres, could be 10 acres. It depends upon. The most important thing is what is your power source and what is its location. If you are in a community where you've got homes or other sensitive structures, schools, churches, then you're going to need a very large buffer zone. So the acreage footprint is going to depend a lot upon the exact location and nature of the lot.
How big is the building? Roughly.
I mean, in terms of square footage?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can say offhand.
Okay. Thanks. I'm just trying to visualize what that is.
Right. No, it's a very good question. Does anyone else have an answer or response? Yes.
I mean, I can frame it in terms of batteries.
Right.
If 5 megawatts was batteries, you'd be talking about shipping containers and single-digit numbers of shipping containers to have that much kind of battery capacity. And so if power could flow through 5 megawatts of batteries, power for compute would be probably on the order of single digits of shipping container size of hardware. Although you need supporting infrastructure like cooling, and then is it a building that's occupiable because you don't occupy a battery, right? So there's some differences there, but it's not 2,000 acres, right? It's measured in size of shipping containers-ish is about the kind of size.
And that's the thing, is that these data centers are all built to be modular and mobile in nature because, and this is another thing, right? Data centers feature enormously sharp depreciation rates. As we've all experienced with our interactions with technology, chip speed and efficiency wears out over time, and they're replaced with newer models. So all of these data centers are designed to have these racks be able to be very quickly put into shipping containers or whatever the method is, and then replaced. So they're designed to be modular and mobile. Yes.
I'm just curious about the kind of political arguments that we run into all the time. We see it from the very top. The idea that somebody's going to develop AI, probably China, if not us, and this becomes an important part of our whole future development. So is it your view that data centers have that role to play, but we're simply overbuilding in sort of a wild, hysterical fashion, but that at the same time we need to think about that competitive world where data centers might be the new internet, that's what's being talked about? I mean, how do you view the scale of data center development that's appropriate for the United States, and when does that decision get made?
Right. So this is such an important question because it has become the sort of go-to frame against all criticisms of AI or data centers. It's like, well, if we don't do it, then China's going to do it. I definitely do not trust the Chinese government. That the Chinese government has its own plans that are likely not consistent with ours. But I don't think it's going to be possible so first of all, we already have enormous advantages in terms of how US-based firms have been able to develop artificial intelligence products. And it isn't just the very large companies, but a lot of smaller startups are, especially when working with a lot of open source models, we've got enormous creativity. A lot of major research universities in the United States are developing their own AI platforms for specific use cases for research, especially for medical research. There's always going to be an opportunity for bad actors anywhere around the world to develop malicious products, right? We see all the time that a common tactic our foreign adversaries is develop what's known as malicious software, right? And a lot of municipalities, maybe in Springfield, have been targeted by so-called malicious software that locks everyone out of their computers and then got to pay a ransom in order to unlock it. And sometimes those are foreign actors, but sometimes they're not, right? Sometimes they're domestic based, it all depends. I don't buy into the argument that we need to quickly approve and accommodate big tech demand for data center infrastructure in order to beat China. I think that big tech is using that as a very convenient opportunity to squelch domestic barriers to what their vision is. And like I said, I don't think that big tech's vision for AI deployment is necessarily in the US national interest. It is in the interest of the business model of an XAI or of a Meta or of a Google. And there are times that that aligns with what consumers want and what Americans want, but there are times it doesn't, right? And I think most Americans' interactions with AI, and most of the times that we listen to AI developers who are based in the United States, they're warning us about the dangers of AI. So I don't buy the argument that we need to make sacrifices for community quality of life or due process because big tech makes the claim that we need, if we don't do that, we need to beat China. Because if we are eroding core constitutional values, core due process, then what difference are we compared to China, right? China, they've got no due process, they've got no property rights. If you oppose the government, you don't even get thrown in jail, you just disappear. Like literally, there's so many interviews where they're like, I haven't seen my uncle in 10 years. Nobody knows what happened to him. So just because our adversaries engage in routine deprivation of citizen rights in the name of what the national government wants, I don't think that means that we should be able to do this. And literally, when I see the Department of Justice saying the community of Mississippi that is being asked to host this data center cannot do anything about it because it's in the national interest, decreed by a president, I get chills. I see that as a draconian response. If it's about national security, then we need to have a discussion about that. Obviously, we're not going to talk about classified issues, but we need to have a real conversation about what it is that we're willing to give up. And right now, I have not seen enough on the table that we should be giving up our rights of civil liberties, our right to clean air and clean water, just because a couple of the most powerful people on earth say that they need to do this for our national interests. Not until the U.S. has more public interest, insight, and control over how AI is being developed. Then we can have that conversation about what sacrifices. If it's about, we think that we can solve childhood leukemia, I think we can have a pretty robust discussion about communities saying, build it here. We want to be the community that beat cancer, right? That's a conversation I'd like to have. That's not the conversation that Meta is having with us. I don't think Mark Zuckerberg is interested in solving childhood leukemia with his models. Again, no offense to Mr. Zuckerberg, I haven't met him. I'm sure he's a fine human being.
He was trying to make it to the conference but couldn't make it this year. So next year.
It's a good question. I hope that I addressed it. You have a question.
Yeah, thank you. Two questions actually. The first one, I agree with a lot of the rhetoric that you put out there. I'm curious. One thing I didn't hear a whole lot about was just the overall CapEx expenditures that are going out here and the lack of revenues that support that investment moving forward. And your thoughts on that? And as a secondary argument, you've obviously got a lot of experience in Capitol Hill and that world. Could you give us a sense of whether or not the rhetoric that you're hearing from, say, Main Street USA is echoing at that level or not?
Great questions. So first, you're absolutely right. So the issue here, and this has been sort of a long-standing Silicon Valley business model, right, is you spend tons of capital to develop and deploy your technology, and it's losing you money, right? Right now, they are absolutely not able to recover money from use cases of AI products. And in fact, there's been a lot of pushback. So what happens, let's say you're a development team and you're using XAI or another platform for a variety of needs for your business. So you get a certain amount of tokens under some subscription model, and typically you're getting a below market rate because otherwise it becomes unaffordable. And then you've got a whole bunch of examples of when folks reach that limit but continue to use those tokens, and then they get a bill, and the bill is astronomical and unaffordable, right? You're starting to see what the market price of that is, which you're not gonna have any customers. So it's sort of like the early Uber model, right? Where Uber hemorrhaged money, right? But investors continued to put capital into the company because they said, we understand that what you're trying to do here is transform mobility, and we believe that this is the future of on-demand mobility, and so we're willing to accept these losses because you need to establish market share and market penetration. So we're seeing a similar dynamic, but the question is, at what time is this going to become profitable? And the numbers I'm seeing, I don't see any time period where these CapEx expenditures, and the challenge here is, again, and it's not just the quick depreciation of chips, but it's also the computer capacity needed to do LLM and generative AI applications in September of 2026. I can guarantee you it's going to look a heck of a lot different in September of 2030, and even more different in September of 2035 and 2040. So, if we're doing a ton of overcapacity in data centers, that's one thing. But the data centers need tons of additional connecting infrastructure that has a life of 40-something years. We've got new power plants, and this is one of the concerns I have about behind the meter, especially when it's fossil fuel, is, okay, you build a data center today, is it going to become obsolete in 5 or 10 years? What do we do with all this other infrastructure? Who's going to eat that cost? Some of it's going to be eaten by investors, but if there's any utility nexus there, there's going to be a rate barrier. So I am extremely concerned about what's going to happen when the bubble bursts, and how infrastructure is, how costs for stranded asset infrastructure is going to hit. And just from my understanding of past bubbles, we've already lived, through a couple of them. 2008 was a pretty painful one. It typically is not the architects of the bubble that pay anything. It's all of us. And we're dealing with an already very difficult economy. We heard some presentations earlier about, energy affordability and what role that plays in homelessness. I was telling folks at my table that we've never had federal data on utility disconnections for non-payment until last year, when an appropriations bill that me and some partners helped get put into a law that the U.S. Energy Information Administration published a comprehensive assessment just last year, for the first time ever. And we and other low-income energy advocates, we had ballparked that maybe 8 or 9 million Americans were forcibly disconnected for non-payment a year. The number was over 13 million, right? Way higher, and I think it's gotten a lot worse since then. So, right now, the equity markets are going super strong, fed mostly by the AI frenzy. I have real concerns about what impact that's going to have on that rates, and how infrastructure costs are going to be allocated. I think, and this is another thing about designing so-called large load tariffs for grid interconnected data centers. It's like, okay, we've had a utility model for 100 years that has successfully incorporated large energy users. You establish a rate, this is rate making 101, that is able to ensure that there isn't that sort of rate shifting onto other customers. But those were with energy consuming assets that we had very safe estimates on the life of that asset and how long it would be consuming that amount of electricity. It's totally speculative at this point with a data center. What type of deal we're getting and how long that is going to be an energy customer. So I think there's a lot of concerns and unknowns. And I'm very sorry, you had a second question.
DC Main Street?
Oh, yes. So actually, there's a group called Civ AI that Politico just covered this, where they've been doing a really interesting thing. They have been meeting with lawmakers of both parties in Congress in Washington, D.C. And like, in advance, taking the name of like the chief of staff or the legislative director of an office and feeding it into their AI systems that unleash into mostly private information databases. And the presentation is literally, here's what we just found out about you. And the result in Congress is shocking. Because they're like, you uncovered all this information, like about me? Like my brother doesn't even know that, you know, about me. So those types of presentations I think are essential. Because it's one thing to just talk in abstract about the power of AI when it is unleashed into all these various things and what it can pull out and synthesize is pretty remarkable, which is why it makes such an incredible, useful application for so many things. But there is so much danger. And again, I am such a firm believer in adhering to our constitutional principles. And AI is making it way too easy for folks to just crush basic Fourth Amendment and other key constitutional rights that Americans have that I am very concerned about. Like we were talking at the table about the recent controversy around flock cameras, right? Where it was sort of, they were all over the place and was sort of benign, and then some journalists started doing public records requests and finding hundreds of people in authority getting access to this database and using it for incredibly predatory and nefarious purposes, and how easy it was for them to do that. And that's the problem with this, is that it is so easy to engage in abuse, right? That at one point it's like, who cares if it's developed by American researchers or Chinese researchers? It's all people are gonna get access to it, right? So the question is how we regulate it, how we control it, how we try to modify it. And that's not gonna be easy, but we can't just start with the assumption that it's inevitable and we need to just accept whatever terms are given to us. We need to be able to take some control over how this technology can become an asset and not a liability.
And we got time for one more question.
I had a question that kind of looped into the answer that you gave for both of these last questions. And it was kind of spurred on by the gentleman who went up there. I appreciated his question. You mentioned that there are parallels to other bubbles in the past, and you mentioned 2008 by specifics, but other bubbles in terms of technological innovations, like the rollouts for national highways and those large infrastructure developments, the construction of the railroad, or investments in internet technologies and infrastructure early in the 90s, the early 2000s, before we had like the dot-com bubble. Are those sorts of lessons that we observed for those bubbles and those infrastructure build-outs similar problems that you feel that we're facing now with the data center? Because historically, we've trampled on a lot of communities or opportunities there to build out those infrastructure developments. And the general consensus ends up being afterwards, hey, the people that paid for that caused problems, and now we are going to continue to update it. If we use the example of like the national highway infrastructure, in general, we're going to say a lot of good came from that, but that was a nationalized project that was paid for by the federal government. But if we look at the railway, that was mostly anomalies that were so structural to the economic process that we had to take antitrust action, or we're no longer able to self-fund. So do you see a continued turn to monopolization, or that we're going to have infrastructure, like you had the concern of infrastructure abandonment?
Great question. So first, I've seen numerous complementary research going back to railroads to today, and even looking at international infrastructure investments and adjusting for inflation and doing relative size of GDP. We are off the charts unprecedented today in terms of capital allocation for artificial intelligence and associated infrastructure build out. So we're already in totally uncharted territory in terms of the size and scale of financial commitment. I started working as a policy professional in DC shortly after the passage of the 1996 Telecommunications Act. And I worked on L Street, and it was actually an old row house in the middle of a bunch of office buildings. It's now, that row house is long gone, but it was a cool office, and I was like in the top floor, and I remember from my office window, one day they would tear up the left side of the street and lay fiber optic cable for, one of the companies. And then literally like 3 or 4 days later, the construction crews would rip up the right side of the street and lay fiber optic for a competing company. And as you alluded to, there was a huge bubble in telecommunications because you had tons of redundant infrastructure, and you had bankruptcies, and the resulting shakeout was fewer firms and a lot of lost capital for some investors, but a lot of people walked away with large fortunes. The history of infrastructure development, Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution says Congress shall establish post roads, right? So the first big infrastructure project wasn't private, right? The founding fathers were like, this stuff is too important, right? We're gonna have Congress take care of postal roads. The railroads encountered a lot of problems. There was significant government intervention, right? The Pacific Railway Act. We gave away land for free with no return compensation. We also gave out tons of zero interest loans to railroad companies. So some of it was a loss for the federal government in terms of land that we gave away, and in some cases gave away the deed rights, where even after the railroad was developed, if the railroad was terminated or whatever, that remained in private hands. The federal government didn't recoup that land that we had given. So I definitely see concerns with, as I was saying, I think we are in a situation where we're absolutely going to see stranded assets from the data center build. The question is, who is going to be on the hook for those stranded assets? If the utility is in any way involved, there's going to be enormous pressure for a ratepayer builder. There are a lot of private investors here, but again, some of these large load tariffs are being designed with an expectation of future continued energy consumption on that rate. And if that fails to materialize, you could have some form of a bailout. Sam Altman from OpenAI already came out and publicly said early on during all this, when the bubble breaks, he didn't say if, he said when the bubble breaks, we expect the government to recognize the unique value and contributions that AI plays. So what he was saying is, you're going to bail us out because we're national security interest now. So, we saw that with the banks in 2008. So I'm extremely concerned. And, I think, again, I've tried to make it very clear, I'm not a Luddite. I believe very strongly in the role that technology can play in a supplemental role to improve human lives, to improve communication, to aid us AI absolutely has that potential. We already see it in action. It also has an extreme dark side that troubles me greatly, and I just don't trust the current CEOs developing it. I don't trust them. And I don't think the American people do. And I think that's part of this pushback is the American people feel a little powerless. They feel like they're losing in this economy. They feel like their voices aren't being heard. And they hear that big tech is trying to build a data center down the street. And so it's like their opportunity to like get activity, right? And I'm not a violent person. I'm sorry that I just used that visualization, but there's frustration out there. And the data centers are a physical manifestation of something real and tangible that they fear is not going to be productive for them. I can't remember if I said this up here or in some of the remarks I made. I recently met with the head of sustainability for the AFL-CIO, and she was talking about, listen, my members are doing very well when there are union construction jobs for these data centers. But she's like, I'm hearing from my members, like, what have I done? Have I just put my 13-year-old, who has a promising career, have I just made him unemployable, right? And so even folks that are directly involved are saying there's a bigger issue here that we haven't grappled with. I don't know if I answered your question.
It got around. It was where I was trying to get, I think.
All right. Great questions. I really enjoy this dialogue.
Let's give a big hand for Mr. Slocum.
All right.
That's great.
That was great. Really appreciate the whole conversation. We are running a little behind, but I think that conversation was important. I'm glad we had it. We are going to take a quick break. What we are going to do is we're going to slice out the concluding remarks at 4:30, so we will get all of our speakers in. So hopefully they're okay with sticking around until about 4:45 or 4:50 to finish. Then we're going to do 10 minutes, and then we'll be back. Okay.
We also have a happy hour planned from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Coyote Adobe Cafe. So it's a little bar off of Glenstone. So from Glenstone and Sunshine. So from 5:30 to 7:30, we'll be there for happy hour.
Very, very good. You were the one that gave the remarks about the 1999 bill that handcuffed localities from being able to regulate monster, right?
You've got it on this.
Right.
I think I'm just gonna set the small recorder on. Fine. I'll shoot some stills for 5 minutes. Yeah, a couple of those. Okay. Did you bring your camera? Yes. Got my little camera. Sure, whatever you want. It's in the car.
It's listen, we've had NDAs for a long time. I'm afraid that the data center industry it has been a deliberate strategic choice. So it makes it much harder for the public to know. We need to do away with these NDAs, or there's been proposals that we worked on that have been passed in a couple of jurisdictions where at a minimum 90 days before any public hearing, all public officials are released from the NDAs, so that you've got 90 days for the public to get all the information, so that folks are prepared for the first public hearing. No, but like Tucson did that. So after the project moved, which by the way, 3 months after AWS was announced, meetings went from dozens of people to hundreds. They pulled out. Like people Well, no, I mean, throwing money and projects. It's because people are getting rich. It's because there is so the amount of money you get per square foot of the data center exceeds anything. That's why, and I should have mentioned this point. That's why we see so many council members who don't have a client. It's purely speculative, right? So they come in.
We're going to resume session in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
And either the client will be like, I'll pay double what you paid for, or I'm going to pay you the lease, and the square footage usage rates for a data center is off the charts. My group is called Public Citizen, so we're a public interest organization got by a guy named Ralph Nader back in 1970. Good. Well, he was a mentor to me when I first started and I was hired. He's a tall guy. He's still with us. 90, 92. So we get money from two main sources, individual contributors and from private charitable foundations. What I can tell you is we have a big team of lawyers, and we've been doing well for a while, but it's political here, but we sue all the time. But we beat them at the Supreme Court on the USAID case. We raised more than $8 million for small business because people were like, somebody's all the way down. So we are 65% of our funding contributions from small businesses. Oh, right. Well, I think the council has talked about a community benefit agreement. So you can, right? So one thing, and in fact, the data center industry, they've got a trade group called Chamber of Progress, and it's funded by the data center industry by big tech. But to their credit, they said our members commit to no NDAs and a printed, publicly available community benefits agreement, which that what so you negotiate what the community can ask for anything it wants. What are the needs in the community? Do you need a health clinic? Do you need more parks? Right. Yeah. Yes. I forget which ones. This Chamber of Progress. You know, is it a legally binding document? No. The fact that they're saying we shouldn't use NDAs, but a community benefit agreement is only, so first of all, you can negotiate anything you want. But second, how is it enforced? Who enforces it? So one thing I can tell you that has happened is that you negotiate a good community benefit agreement that then the city can enforce. Well, what happens after a data center is built? It's already there. Is the city going to be like, we're going to enforce the community benefit agreement and shut you down? So they're going to be like, oh gosh, I'm not going to enforce it. We're going to say, hey, you guys do a little better. So like any contract, you have to have strong terms and protections clearly laid out. You've got to have enforceability mechanisms. Yeah, that's good. We can help with that. But a community benefits agreement that is well negotiated, that goes in the community, says, what do we need to get from this? What are your needs in the community? A new school for kids? How about an apprenticeship? One thing that I talk to data center developers about, you should have, in open house, you should have something in the facility like this.
It's a night and day difference. Like,
Come in, learn about what you're doing. Have an apprenticeship with the local high school. Have scholarship programs.
Oh, I know, right?
100 scholarships a year, whatever the size of the community is. You're going to go to college on us because that's our commitment to the future of this community. 100%. You are the host. As the host, you can make a demand, any demand you want.
We're getting
right. So make the demand. So I'll email you. I've got your card. And so yes, you did.
And all thank you very much. It's like, all right, here's an email. This docket.
Yeah, the fellow captains. The fellow captains.
Well, I enjoy the dialogue.
It is a new phenomenon that we're quickly. I think it's going to be like we've been spending a lot of time
Right, and that's what I was saying about like I said, like September of this year. You're never going to 5 years.
It's so there's so much
because there's so much. If you're really like, there's people that have more money than anybody else.
Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and get started with Mr. Jeff Mark. Simon Mahan, I'm sorry, I just got confused. Mr. Simon Mahan is going to give the next presentation here. Go ahead and introduce yourself if you would.
Hey folks, I'm Simon. I have a lot of pretty charts that have numbers on them. So if you're sitting in the back, you're probably not going to get to see very much, and I'd strongly encourage you all to come up to the front. The presentation is going to be available from James afterwards, but I almost guarantee and promise you you're going to have a much better time if you're a bit closer up to the screen up here. So I appreciate the invitation to come here to Springfield and chat with you all on renewable energy issues. My name is Simon Mahan. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern Renewable Energy Association. I'm based out of Little Rock. We do work from Arkansas over to Georgia and everywhere in between. But I thought it would be, for this crowd, good to give just a little bit of background on who I am, what I do, why I'm here, and why I felt it was a good idea to come up to Springfield. So I actually grew up in Neosho. Anyone know where Neosho is? All right, yeah. I grew up in Neosho, and then I went to the big school for college, so I came here to Springfield and went to Missouri State University and got my degree in political science with minors in biology and communications. And it was during that time, 20 years ago, that City Utilities was deciding to build another coal-fired power plant for the city, the John Twitty Electric Energy Center. Say again?
Thank you, Dan Todd.
Yeah. So it was at that time that I was in the speech and debate organization for Missouri State. We were talking about the Kyoto Protocol and climate change. I'm Catholic. Pope Benedict at the time was talking about the importance of relying on renewable energy resources. And it was right at that time when City Utilities announced plans to build a coal-fired power plant that I, as a fisherman, thought it's the 21st century, we could probably do better than building a coal-fired power plant here in the Ozarks. The problem I had, though, was the group of folks that I was running around with at the time, you know, I really like electricity. I like air conditioning, I like television, I like internet. I want to have power to run my home. And I was asking around, okay, if we're opposed to this coal plant, what's the alternative? What are we going to build in order to serve the needs for Springfield for the next 20, 30, 40 years? And I was not very impressed with the answers that I got, or really many of the non-answers. And it was really at that moment that I started digging about solar power. Solar only works during the middle of the day, and at that time, 20 years ago, it was exceptionally expensive. Batteries weren't a thing yet. Geothermal technology at the utility scale was not a thing yet. But I did start to find out that communities around the country were building these wind farms. And I thought, well, golly gee, maybe this could be a way that we could get energy here in Missouri. My senior year at Missouri State, I was skipping more of my political science classes than attending them, and instead going to the city council to argue in favor of wind farms. And I was laughed out of every room because Missouri at the time had no wind farms that were operating. But I identified kind of an area in southwest Missouri closer to Carthage as somewhere that I thought might be a good place to build a wind farm. And that's really what started my career in this industry, because recognizing that we have, the Ozarks are a fantastic place to live and to raise a family and to grow up. And to preserve something like that, you want to be in favor of something good. You can't just fight the bad, you have to be in favor of something good. And so that's where I decided to start my career advocating on behalf of large-scale renewable development. And then about 10 years ago, we developed SREA, the Southern Renewable Energy Association, to do exactly that, to advocate on behalf of the renewable developers, wind, solar, batteries, and large-scale transmission across the Southeast. And so I've been doing this work in the energy advocacy space at the federal, at the regional, the state, and the local level for about 20 years now. Powering Arkansas is the name of our organization that we run our communication shop through on the Arkansas side. Like I said, Missouri technically is not part of our area, but I gave a presentation here recently to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the Missouri field office and the Arkansas field office, and I had the data lying around, so I started pulling things together. And lo and behold, I have data for Missouri for you all. So even though we have a Powering Arkansas logo, you can ignore it for right now. I'm going to do my best to try and talk a little bit more about what's going on in Missouri. Before we do that, I'll talk about the technology. What does a wind turbine kind of look like? What are the components in it? Solar panels, what do those look like? Batteries, what are kind of the facilities for those larger scale facilities? I'll give you some industry statistics to kind of bring you up to speed where we are today, where we think we're going over the next 20 years. I'll talk about the benefits of renewable energy resources. There's a lot of misconception nowadays that there are that the negatives of renewable outweigh the benefits. I firmly disagree with that. But then I'll finally kind of wrap up the presentation with kind of a development process to give you all an overview of how renewable energy development companies go from concept of let's build a wind project in this area to actually getting blades to spin or for solar panels to track the sun. So this is a picture of the Kings Point Wind Project out of Golden City, Missouri. I led a tour there with the Tesla Owners Club of Arkansas. I'm on the board of the Tesla Owner Club of Arkansas, and I know who owns the project. And so we went and visited it, and it was freaking awesome. This project, lo and behold, is actually right around the same area that I had identified about 20 years prior as a good spot to build a wind project in my college classes. And so it was really surreal going down these gravel roads and thinking, my God, what could we have done if we had done this earlier? But the turbines are really freaking awesome. It's a really good spot for them to be, and I'm glad I was able to go and check them out. If folks in Missouri do want to go check these projects out as well, let me know, and I can put you in contact with the folks, because seeing is believing. Actually going to the projects, listening to them, seeing how agricultural fields around them are operating, I think is a really important experience. If you've never had that opportunity, it's really not that far from here, and they are very good hosts. So let's talk about wind turbines real quick. Wind turbines are, roughly 2 to 5 megawatts in size. Some are getting up to 6, 7 megawatts for the land-based projects. You aggregate them up into a larger project that creates a wind farm. They are connected by sub-dirt wires that connect all of them up to one another to a substation. That substation is connected to the grid, and then the power flows out onto the grid, and the electricity is serving We commonly hear as a complaint about the wind that, well, the wind doesn't blow all the time. We know. And the way that we take that into consideration is by something called capacity factors. Capacity factors are the way to estimate how much production will come out of any type of power plant over the course of a year. So a wind project in Missouri, out in Oklahoma, out in Kansas, might get somewhere between 30 to 50% capacity factors. So one way to think of it is about half of the hours out of the year that project will be operating at max output, or on average it will be providing about half of its total output over the course of an entire year. It's mostly the components are mostly made out here in the United States. The towers are mostly steel. The blades are mostly out of fiberglass. If you've ever touched a sailboat or any type of fiberglass boat, that's what the blades feel like, because it's basically the same materials. They are heavily recyclable, but it is difficult to find places that will recycle them because some of the components, like fiberglass, have very low value for the recycle market. But there are newer technologies that folks are looking at to recycle some of the blades. Again, this is kind of what a wind project typically can look like. You'll have multiple turbines stitched together through these subsurface cables. They'll connect to a substation, which connects out to the grid. There's usually an operations and maintenance facility where the wind turbine technicians go, work, track, and monitor the turbines remotely. Solar is entirely different. There are no moving parts in a solar panel. By weight, solar panels are 80 to 90% glass and aluminum, which both are highly recyclable materials. Do y'all have glass recycling here in Springfield? Excellent. A lot of the communities that I've lived in over the years do not have glass recycling because it's expensive. And also there's a very low value on the recycled materials from the glass component. But again, most of the materials going into a solar panel are recyclable. Capacity factors, again, the sun does not always shine. We know that. Capacity factors for a typical large solar farm may be somewhere between 25 down to 15%. Solar panels are actually placed on what they call trackers that will actually move the panel to face the sun, kind of like a sunflower, and that helps boost the output of the solar facility over the course of its life. This is what kind of a typical solar farm looks like. You have rows and rows and rows of hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of individual panels that are then all aggregated up to individual inverters that transfer the power from direct current to alternating current, then connected to a substation, and then from the substation out to the grid. You'll start to see that this is a reoccurring thing, that you have a substation that then connects to the rest of the grid. But that's where the power ends up flowing out to the rest of the grid system, and then we have grid operators that I'll also talk about here in a moment that manage the different flows of solar, wind, batteries, gas, coal, you name it. If it's on the grid, they manage it. Batteries are relatively new in the space. They're kind of the sexy new thing for the energy industry, but they're very similar to kind of the batteries that you see every day, except they tend to be a different size, and then they're aggregated up tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of these individual solar cells into modules that are then put into racks, that are put into containers, that are put into an inverter that converts from DC power to AC power, that then connects to a substation, that then connects to the grid. And this is typically what you might imagine for a battery facility. So you have these containers, you have some high power transformers, sometimes there's air conditioning units to help maintain the thermal regulation of the batteries, but then you have your substation out to the grid system. So let's talk just briefly about some industry statistics. This project here is actually the first operating wind project in Arkansas, and I took this picture, like I took the other picture. It's about 180 megawatts out in some row crop farmland out in Wynne, Arkansas. It's about halfway between Little Rock and Memphis. Now this chart is going to be really difficult for folks to see, even here in the front row. And so I kind of want to let you know broadly what we're showing here. The United States is broadly separated up into 3 different grid systems: the Eastern Interconnect, the Western Interconnect, and then Texas, because they're special, they get their own thing. Within each one of those interconnects, in the Eastern Interconnect, there are different what they call balancing authorities or regional transmission organizations that actually manage the flow of power out on the grid every minute of every day, okay? And what the chart's showing you is the different makeup of the amount of generation in these different areas across the United States. So Springfield, with city utilities, you are actually part of a larger system that connects from basically northern Texas on up into Canada through the Southwest Power Pool. City Utilities is a member of the Southwest Power Pool. The Southwest Power Pool is the umbrella organization that covers Liberty, they cover Evergy, they cover Golden Spread, and OG&E, and GRDA. They cover so many of these utilities that you may have heard out in the Great Plains. And the Southwest Power Pool regularly gets about 30 to 40% of its power from wind farms every single day. That's with today's technology. As technology is getting better, we're seeing more and more wind penetration, certainly more solar penetration. I live in Little Rock. Little Rock is controlled, our utility is Entergy, but the Little Rock portion of Arkansas is actually controlled by the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator. They are regularly seeing 20% solar penetrations during the summertime right now. And so we're seeing large quantities of renewable energy resources being integrated into the grid systems across the United States. And I'll save Texas here for a moment. But as you can kind of see, natural gas still is a very large chunk of power that we are getting across the United States. And there are different types of natural gas power plants that we can talk about a bit later. So here's some statistics, and I heard a question earlier about give us a sense of a 5 megawatt data center. What does that kind of mean? And so in the lower right-hand corner, I do have a few metrics that will help you get more acquainted with the verbiage that I like to use. And then on the next slide, you'll actually see a little bit more about, okay, how much can a megawatt power, how much can a gigawatt power, how much can a kilowatt power. But installed currently across the United States, about 40% of the megawatts that are installed are from the natural gas industry. And so it doesn't really surprise, or shouldn't surprise anybody, that natural gas is a leading producer of electricity in the United States. Below that is coal, but right up against it, wind energy and solar energy are growing very, very quickly. And so we're actually anticipating that wind and or solar will be able to surpass coal within the next 5 years in the amount of generation installed across the United States. As you can see, batteries are down here way at the bottom, but that 48 gigawatts worth of batteries that have been installed have really occurred in the past about 5 to 10 years. So we are seeing that technology grow very, very quickly. Yes, sir. That's as of, I think May is when I pulled these statistics. So that's what's built, but here's what's being built. So this is information from the Energy Information Administration. They publish what they expect to be built over the next 5 years. These are publicly available data. If you know where you can find them, they get updated every single month. But the highest resource that's getting planned in the United States over the next 5 years is solar power. 121,000 megawatts or 121 gigawatts of solar power are being proposed and evaluated all across the country. Batteries are next after that, or close after that, with 63 gigawatts. Gas is starting to tick up, in particular into response for data centers and serving those new large load. Wind at 25 gigawatt additions over the next 5 years. That's kind of a typical amount of wind that we've been seeing over the past few years. Hydro is much lower, and this nuclear figure down here, I am skeptical of it because 4 gigawatts out of that 5 gigawatts is at one location in Texas by a company that has never built a power plant before. And they are anticipating that they can get these nuclear reactors up and online in 4 years, which has never occurred in American history before. So some of these statistics, take them a bit with a grain of salt, but overall the story is we are building renewables, batteries, wind, solar, and natural gas. Those are really kind of the big technologies that we're going to have in the next few years. As I mentioned down here in the lower right-hand corner, 1,000 megawatts or about a gigawatt of power usage. That's about the peak demand worth of New Orleans. I looked up the integrated resource plan for here in Springfield. I think you all are close to about 900 megawatts for your peak. So a gigawatt is pretty darn close for how much power Springfield needs. 1 megawatt in terms of the amount of power that you can output, that's about 100 to 200 homes. You go beneath that to 1 kilowatt, that's your microwave. If you ran your microwave for an hour, that's typically a kilowatt of power demand over that hour. And then of course watts are basically what your phone charger is sucking up. As I mentioned, there's some statistics here on Arkansas. You are free to ignore them. But what I wanted to highlight here is over here on Missouri, we have the quantities of megawatts of power generation installed by generation type. So as of May, there was 1 megawatt of battery installed in all of Missouri. But over the next 5 years, they're expecting over 400 megawatts of batteries to be installed in Missouri. We do have a significant amount of gas fire generation installed in the state. They're expecting about 2,000 megawatts of new gas generation. And then also solar photovoltaic down here at the bottom at about 1,500 megawatts and a little over 200 megawatts of new wind farms being installed here in Missouri. Yes, sir. So these are nameplate capacity, which is not the same as megawatt hours, and it's what you would do to these figures is for solar, if you wanted to make it a nice round figure of 1,000 megawatts, you'd multiply that times the capacity factor to figure out how much power you're going to get from those solar farms over the course of each individual year. So 1,000 megawatts times a 20% capacity factor times 8,760 hours in a year. How many knew that's how many hours are in a year? Yeah, we've had a few folks. You multiply those things together and that will get you the estimated quantity of megawatt hours from that quantity of solar. And it's a metric system, and so if you had 1,000 watts of solar or 1 kilowatt, you could figure that as well. Oh yeah, so these batteries, most of them are probably going to be a 4-hour battery. So what you would do is, this is again nameplate, you would multiply this 431 megawatts nameplate times 4 to get the megawatt hours for those batteries. I'm a fisherman at heart, but I do love some math, and I tend to geek out about some of this. And I will tell you, I was sitting in my dorm room when I discovered capacity factors and what that meant, because at the time, 20 years ago, the internet still was just barely a thing, and it was very difficult to understand. Yeah, the wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine. How do we actually calculate that energy component? And it's a capacity factor. Here are some more statistics. This is from the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, where they're forecasting out the next 20 years of power demand for here in Missouri. And what does that look like in terms of these different generation technologies? So here you can see by the 20th year, they're anticipating about 2 gigawatts of new batteries, a little over 3 gigawatts of new CC or combined cycle natural gas units, close to 3 gigawatts of new combustion turbine gas units, which is what I understand city utilities is investing in. You have a little bit of distributed generation, that's your rooftop solar, demand response. There are some nuclear sites that are being evaluated here in Missouri, but they're not anticipated to come online until 15 years or potentially 20 years into the future. But you can see here the number one over the 20-year horizon, the biggest resource that the grid operator is anticipating being built here in Missouri is solar power. Wind power is also being developed in the state as well, but somewhere between, call it 7,000 and 8,000 megawatts of new solar power is anticipated to be here. As I was mentioning earlier, off of that really messy chart of the different regions, we have regions in the country that are readily getting 20, 30, 50% solar power penetration. California regularly hits 50% solar. We do have out in SPP, they hit a peak a couple of years ago. They had 80% of their power over a particular hour being served by wind energy, and the power did not go out, so they were able to manage it. But these resources work really well together. The solar, of course, works during the daytime, but not at night, and it works really well during the summertime. Wind power is quite the opposite. Wind works great at nighttime and during the winter. And so you compare these resources together, they work well together, throw in some batteries, and you start to have a much more reliable system. But I do want to mention this funky looking chart here. So this is actually a daily grid chart from the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, or ERCOT. So Texas, again, their own electrical island. This data is available to anybody. You can download it on an app. It's just ERCOT as the app. And you can look through it and play with it. But regularly, this large hump right up here at the top, that's the solar generation that's happening in ERCOT. These red little humps here are the batteries that are charging. You can kind of see they dip down below in the middle of the day when the solar is really cranking, and then the batteries discharge in the late afternoon, sometimes a little bit in the morning. You have wind that does very well at the night times, less so during the middle of the day. Of course, you have a significant amount of natural gas. There's a little bit of coal and even less nuclear that's operating in Texas. But all of these resources work together to make sure that the system stays online and is operational and functioning. Some renewable benefits. This solar project is, I took this picture outside of a airplane window as I was flying back home into Little Rock one day. But we do have a significant number of benefits that I'd like to talk about. First and foremost is the cost. I get this question a lot, how much is it going to cost? Renewables now, even without the subsidies at the utility scale, tend to be cost competitive with building brand new natural gas power plants. And so adding wind, adding solar, not only are they cost competitive with new natural gas, but they help you save on that gas bill during extreme periods on the grid. So when a big winter storm rolls through and everybody's natural gas prices spike because the fuel prices are going up, if you have some wind, if you have some solar, you can avoid those large price swings from the solar facilities. Nuclear is one of the more expensive options. Coal, nobody is building a new coal plant in the United States. Over the next 5 years, there's really only 4 technologies that will get built to help serve the grid. Wind, solar, batteries, gas, okay? The region that I work in, there are some areas that are trying to ban the renewables or trying to ban the batteries, and that's entirely up to those communities. But the one bit of warning that I'll provide is, if you start banning these other technologies, if you ban solar, if you ban wind, if you ban the batteries, you're gonna get a gas plant. That's going to be the only option left for your community in order to serve the power needs that you have. Gas plants, of course, come with pipelines. Gas plants, of course, come with transmission lines. And so you need to consciously know that if your community is against any one of these technologies, gas is probably going to be your only remaining option that you're going to get. There are private property benefits. So a lot of folks don't know, but for wind farms and solar farms, they are put on private property. They are not erected by the government. They are not using eminent domain to take land from people. They are voluntary lease agreements with the private property owner that can substantially increase their pay that they're receiving and diversify their income. And so down in Arkansas, we're having a really hard time with farmers losing money with the row crops that they're working on. There was a report out last year that the average farmer in Arkansas is going to lose about $100 per acre if they're farming. Okay, so if they're putting all their blood, sweat, and tears into the work that they love, they are losing money by farming that land. You can diversify your income. Solar farms, putting up wind turbine in different parts of your property. You can bring in somewhere between, call it $500 per acre to $2,000 per acre. You don't have to water it. You don't have to worry about droughts or floods or pests. You don't have to fertilize it. And so that's another way to diversify your income as a farmer, as a landowner. The University of Arkansas Research Extension did a study on if Arkansas were to really robustly build out a solar economy in the state. 15,000 megawatts of solar, 15 gigawatts of solar. What would that look like in terms of land usage in the state? And the study came back and found that they'd be using less than 1% of the available farmland if you were to develop 15 gigawatts of solar in the state. That's about a $20 billion investment, and it would go a long way in serving Arkansas utilities. I hope I'm impressing upon you, there are choices that we need to be making about our energy resources. Every single energy resource has an impact on the environment. And so when you say no to one type of energy resource, you are effectively opting into another type. And so it's important to weigh the different consequences of these resources. You can look at coal. We have very high air emissions, very high water consumption. There is a land footprint associated with mining, with moving the coal fuel to the power plants. The wildlife impacts are real and measurable, and there is a decommissioning challenge because many of the spaces that have coal facilities operating, they turn into hazardous waste sites. There are impacts with wind and with solar, but they tend to be significantly lower than many of the other generation technologies. Wind and solar do not use water. Batteries do not use water. So if you are concerned about water consumption, these are water-saving resources that can be used to provide electricity where you need it. So I wanted to share a little bit more about the development process because this is kind of the black box of the energy economy. How do things get picked? How do places get chosen? How do we add these new resources? And this is kind of what it looks like to a project developer. They really start out with a tabletop, internet, desktop exercise, trying to find places where land is available, you're near a transmission line, somewhere where you can aggregate up enough property to develop these projects. You start going through site surveys, determining whether or not there are any endangered species, any wetland issues. If there are, you go through federal processes to work through those. There may be county level ordinances or permits that you need to work through, road use agreements that you have to sign with the counties, tax issues with the local counties or with the state government. In addition to all of this, there's the generator interconnection process where you have to submit to the grid operators, SPP and MISO and ERCOT, that you'd like to plug into a certain part of the grid, and then the electrical engineers get a hold of you and tell you how much it's going to cost to connect to the grid system. So all of these issues are happening in tandem with one another, and it is possible that any one of these things can trip up a project and kill it. And so for a lot of developers, they may not talk to a broader community until you get closer towards the end of the development pipeline, because earnestly they're working through these processes that they're not sure are actually going to pan out. If they get a study back from MISO or SPP that says, yes, you can connect to the grid at that particular location, but it will cost you $200 million to do it, that will kill a project. And you won't be able to know that until you get the studies back from those electrical engineers, which can take about 2 years in order to get those. Solar resources are pretty ubiquitous across the country. We have great solar resources, of course, in the southwestern part of the United States, but we don't necessarily have good transmission lines that connect that part of the country to our part of the country. In fact, this part of the country out here in the west is the Western Interconnect, and there are very few connections between this part of the country and the eastern part where we all live. Wind resources are much more fickle. So you can see here, dark blue areas are good, lighter areas are bad for wind development. And so you won't see a lot of wind development down here in Mark Twain Forest. There's just not a good enough wind resource. But you can see the wind resources start to get very, very good, particularly in the northwestern part of Missouri. In the Ozarks, up here in Arkansas, we have very good wind resources. We also have excellent wind resources in the Delta, just outside of Memphis, which is actually where most of the wind projects are going, because the land is flat. They like good flat land. It makes it a lot easier to build the wind projects and to move to move construction equipment around. So what I'm showing you here is just kind of a brief map of Missouri, and you can see all these different dots and different circles and colors. These are different power plants that are testing the grid, the interconnection system, on whether or not they can actually plug in. And so you've got a lot of solar facilities that are being evaluated across the state. You've got a number of battery facilities. There are some gas units that are being evaluated. I apologize, I cut Springfield off down here, but you know, there's some gas units, there's some batteries, there's some solar down here in southwest Missouri as well. And really what they're doing, if you remember that 1990s game on your computer called Minesweeper, y'all remember that game? You're literally clicking on boxes, and every once in a while you hit a mine, and all of a sudden the game's over. You're trying not to hit those mines. That's what these project developers are trying to do. They're trying to find where can we plug into the grid without getting the boom, a big cost to interconnect. And I know when you look at this map, it really looks kind of disjointed. Why are they picking these individual places? Well, if you add in the map of the transmission system, it all of a sudden becomes clear. The project developers are targeting the existing grid infrastructure to connect to the grid. And so if you don't have kind of the underlying grid map, it does look random, but it's not. They're intentionally targeting existing areas on the grid so that they can interconnect, so that it would be easier for their projects to get developed. This is my last slide, and probably the hardest one to explain and understand. Southwest Missouri, the four-state region, you are in a bit of a load pocket where it's difficult to move power into and out of this particular region. What this chart is showing you, it's from the Southwest Power Pool. There was a winter storm back in 2022 where there were a few power outages because the grid system could not maintain the power needs during Winter Storm Elliott, which happened in it was December. It was close to Christmas time in 2022, if you can remember back that far. But what this chart is showing you is the voltage of the transmission system during the time of the winter storm. And the voltage was collapsing in southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas. There was a coal unit, the Flint Creek Coal Unit, which is run by SWEPCO in northwestern Arkansas. It failed to operate. And so when you have a power plant that you anticipate that will be there when you need it, all of a sudden isn't, the voltage can collapse in a particular area. If the voltage reaches too low, as Tyson was talking about the scary situation with the data centers going offline very quickly, you can have that sort of a situation, but across different industries. And so southwest Arkansas, or southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas had very dangerously low voltage during this storm. Honestly, it was the dams that were functioning and operational that kept the system up and running. Had the dams frozen, we would have had a much different storm, and you all would probably still be talking about it today. But this area of the country is well known to grid operators as a weak part of the grid. We need more transmission, we need more generation in this part of the country in order to make sure that when a big storm like this does hit, we're actually able to provide the power that everybody needs. With that, I'd encourage you all to sign up for Powering Arkansas. We try to do our best to try and keep people up to date on energy happenings that we're seeing. It provides information about the data centers, the new generations that we're seeing, the electric rates that are being affected. But as I mentioned earlier, our organization is a trade association for the large-scale renewable developers, and we've noticed that there's a sad lack of information about what's going on with energy infrastructure across the country. And so we launched this Powering Arkansas website, poweringarkansas.org, so that you can go in and kind of read a little bit more behind the scenes of the things that we are seeing as advocates, and our attempt to try and explain those so that it kind of demystifies what's going on with the industry. With that, I'm at my time, but I'm more than happy to take a few questions. Just board you all. Yes, sir.
So we saw in Missouri recently, over the last couple of years, major decisions on the part of every utility values, that's the municipals, and that's the RECs. They all, when faced with a rising demand for electricity, all went to natural gas peakers.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
We saw very little penetration or interest in doing any alternative to that. And it just seems like the statistic you're bringing up is the tragedy to come. That because we've tied our future to world wars in Iran, in Iraq, I'm sorry, Ukraine, and we're all into a very difficult, dangerous future. So I mean, are you seeing the same thing in Arkansas? Is it just us that are being so ignorant, or?
Oh no, I wouldn't call you ignorant. Things are moving much faster in this industry than I've ever seen before. When ChatGPT was released, and I was talking with a friend in the back. When ChatGPT was released in November of 2022, the world changed. And prior to that, for our organization, if we were getting 1,000 megawatts of renewables built in individual states in particular years, those were good years for us. Now, we're eyeing 2 gigawatts, 3 gigawatts, 4 gigawatts of renewables and batteries for our states. The utility industry is a very conservative business model just on the outset. But the allure of the new loads, of the new data centers, has really got a lot of companies scrambling to try and figure out, okay, how do we actually serve these companies? And many electric utilities feel it is their obligation to provide power to whatever customer decides to come into their territories. And so if you've got a situation where you feel obligated to provide the power and you're not sure that you're able to with the current mix that you have, how can we build something quick? And a lot of utility executives really do default back to, let's build a natural gas plant. We can turn it on, we can turn it off, we know how that technology works. And for many of them, batteries are still kind of a newer technology. I mean, I showed the statistics earlier. Missouri has 1 megawatt of batteries installed in the state. And so it's the equivalent of me 20 years ago saying, hey, we should build wind farms in Missouri, and everybody laughing at me and saying, we're never going to do that. And then all of a sudden, the technology caught up to the time, the wind projects started getting built. We are just at an inflection moment that batteries haven't matured and they're not respected enough by some of the companies to get those installed. That being said, and I know Tyson was talking about XAI and the work over in Memphis that's going on with the Colossus data center. XAI is planning on installing about a 2,000 megawatt battery system in Memphis, and that's ×4 in order to get the megawatt hours. So it's going to be an 8,000 megawatt hour battery system to help support their data centers. The other thing that we're seeing with natural gas is because everybody is rushing to do it, the backlog to build new natural gas systems is 7, 8, 9, 10 years. And so now, all of a sudden, everybody's going back to the drawing board and saying, okay, if we can't get our first choice, what's our second choice? And again, in the next 5 years, 4 technologies will get built: wind, solar, batteries, and gas. If you can't get the gas, you've got to rely on these other 3 technologies. And we are starting to see more and more companies that are diversifying their portfolios into these renewable technologies and into batteries. So, I'm not trying to provide a doom and gloom. I tend to find much more hope in what I'm seeing on the ground than certainly what folks are reading in the newspaper, because we are seeing pretty significant investments in these renewable resources, even in the southeast where I work. Yeah.
Sorry, I stepped out for a minute, but you may have covered this. In your slide, you just said 1 megawatt battery in Missouri.
Yes, sir.
City utility just got the ribbon on 5 megawatts.
Great.
So 6.
Yes, so 6. What is that? Septupled that, or whatever the 5x is that? So the data I pulled was from May. So please forgive. Yeah, that's great news, and congratulations to city utilities. I think it's a great addition to the system. Yes, sir.
I was just reading the other day, utility publications, it's a peculiarity of some of these data centers that the demand can drop in half, or it can double in a matter of a second or 2.
Yeah, that's right.
There's been some problems with some of the power shafts in some of these generators actually breaking because
Yes.
of abrupt changes in
That's exactly right. So data centers, as Tyson was explaining earlier, you're basically warehousing computers, and computers are inverter-based load. They have inverters inside of them, and so you can turn a computer on and off instantaneously, right? And as Tyson was explaining that, they're doing that to protect that hardware from any grid faults that they're seeing. And so some of the discussions we've been seeing in MISO and SPP is a lot of the grid has been built around the notion of serving power in the next hour and even in the next day. So taking a coal plant that's been completely turned off, burning enough coal to create enough steam, to create enough pressure that then can then turn a turbine, that can then turn a dynamo or a generator to create the electricity. Going from zero all the way up to fully operational, that process for a coal unit or even a nuclear unit, it might take 3 days. And so when you're trying to match a load, like a computer that can turn off in a second, to a generation technology that may take 3 full days to ramp all the way up, you start to see the math problem. Batteries, though, are an inverter-based resource. Wind farms are an inverter-based resource. Solar farms are an inverter-based resource. And so I'm coining this phrase that everyone should be using this because I think it will make you look really smart. Inverter-based load, like data centers, require inverter-based resources like batteries. Let me say that again. Inverter-based load, like data centers, is going to require inverter-based resources like batteries, because batteries can operate in less than a second. And so they can instantaneously pick up the excess slack that may be there when a data center goes offline. So, hypothetical, if you have a 1,000 megawatt data center, a massive, massive data center that uses as much power as the city of Springfield, and all of a sudden it trips offline. Maybe there's a lightning bolt that hits the substation that connected to the grid, and the substation blows up, Mother Nature. If that happens, the rest of the grid system instantaneously can feel that load disappearing off of the system. And so the rest of the system all of a sudden has to figure out, okay, we've got too much power and not enough customers to serve for that power. And that's a math problem that if you let it go on for too long, it can harm the grid system. If you have a big enough battery sitting there close by, it can act as the load to suck up that extra generation as that excess generation is being ramped down in order to levelize both the generation and the load on the system. The system has to be in equilibrium, otherwise you start to get these voltage problems that I was talking about earlier. It's a buffer, that's exactly right. And it works in the opposite way as well. So when your data center starts to ramp up, your battery can back down, it can turn off, it can provide power back to the data center as well. It works in both directions. And so some more cantankerous engineers will chastise me for calling batteries generation, because they don't actually create their own power, right? They only charge and they discharge. But when we kind of model these new battery systems on the grid system, we tend to treat them more like generators as opposed to brand new load. By the way, the Southwest Power Pool, the headquarters is in Little Rock, okay? Right next to a Costco. And so if you all ever want to come to Little Rock and do a tour of the Southwest Power Pool, they are more than eager to open up. You have to sign some security waivers because there's some real national security issues. But they're more than eager to set up tours and go visit the operations center, so you can actually go and see how the power is getting managed across this entire system out of this building in Little Rock. It's pretty amazing. Thanks so much.
next one here. Give us just a second, and Mr. Jeff Mark will get all started.
Can everybody hear me? All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
My name's outstanding. Thank you. My name's Jeff Mark. I'm the Chief Economist with Missouri Office of Public Counsel. We are a small independent, quasi-independent agency in Jefferson City. We are the consumer advocate agency for the state of Missouri as it pertains to any issues coming before the Missouri Public Service Commission. So electric, gas, water, sewer are primary focuses. We also have the limited domain ombudsman position. So if the utility is ever going to go ahead and seize property or something along those lines, and you've got questions, you'd be talking to somebody from our office. I am really happy to be here today. First of all, thank you for coming. You could have been anywhere in the world, you're here, all right? And that says a lot about you and what the importance of how you value Springfield and, the community moving forward effectively. I've known James Owen from Greene, Missouri for quite a while. I consider him a very good friend. James was my boss at the Office of Public Counsel for a long time. Well, I wouldn't say a long time. Change of governor, had to go ahead and leave. But the thing that, always brought me back, I guess, in terms of James being more of an environmentalist and us being a consumer advocate, I look at it more as a long-term, short-term issue. In the long term, I really do believe a lot of renewables and everything that we're talking about here for sustainability is important. And what I'm going to talk about today is really one of those outside-the-box thinkings. So what I'm presenting here isn't going to be particularly relevant to Springfield today, but I think it will be moving forward, and it also provides sort of a case study of thinking outside the box. So, titled it Summer in the City, Demand Side Management, the Urban Heat Island. Now, you heard this morning about demand side management. That's effectively energy efficiency. It's a way of minimizing our energy use as in ideally avoiding building out future generation, like Simon was talking about. A little bit about myself, I've already kind of given you a background on that. And the comments, I know this is being recorded, the comments and the work product are my own, but don't necessarily reflect the position of the Missouri Office of Public Counsel. So, obligatory disclaimer. So, what is an urban heat island? The easiest comp that I can think of is my dog, and taking a dog for a walk. And if you know anything about hot concrete, asphalt, blacktop, that dog's paw will hurt at a certain degree. You can see the breakdown right there. Just the surface level alone will produce a different temperature. At a large enough scale, that has an impact for the surrounding area. Easily looked at, you can see in a rural area where you have more ability to take in water, rain, you've got effectively more grass. You have a smaller, a cooler area. In largely dense areas, particularly in cities, that don't have that built environment, you can actually see degrees hotter than it otherwise would be outside of that city. Now, why should we care about that? I mean, yes, quality of life, the fact that it might be getting hotter as we speak, and as another factor, this is a feedback loop that effectively forces you to use more electricity, which means you've got to pay more for your electric bill, and so forth and so forth. And here's, sort of another visual, this is more of a horizontal view, but you can see how important built infrastructure is in a given area. And in this case, we're talking about wind direction. The lack of that coming into a city, and how that can produce an area that's hotter than it otherwise would be. Here's another visual of, what we're talking about here, on any given really hot day. And The term of art that we talk about here when we say this is an albedo factor. And think of it from like 0 to 1, 1 being something that's purely reflective versus 0. This is the equivalent of just wearing really dark clothes and feeling that heat that's coming down. The easiest example that you see this at a large enough scale is with rooftops. If you have a community that's covered in black rooftops, if you've got cities that are covered in it, it's just like that built area. Those buildings, on a whole, will have to go ahead and use their air conditioners more than the others would be. It is literally heating it up more than it otherwise would. Now, there is an offset to this in the wintertime. This is going to help, in terms of melting snow perhaps, but on a whole, buildings like this generally use more energy than they otherwise would be. And again, at scale, that becomes a compounded problem. Here's that feedback that I'm talking about. We built our buildings. This impacts overall air quality. You add on infrastructure, built infrastructure with roads, with cars, and then with the HVACs themselves. And what you get is the phenomenon that we know is a heat island. As we've talked a little bit about data centers, this is also another side effect of data centers. When you've got a large enough data center, and we've got some empirical work that was just recently released, I'll get to in the next slide, but that can actually raise the nearby temperature of the surrounding area. There are other constraints that we were talking about. I know at least twice today it's been brought up about bulk power and the load coming down real quick and its impact on the overall power supply. Well, there's a smaller issue too. I mean, I think it was Tyson that reported the Reuters article. Bloomberg did an article a year ago about harmonic distortion. If you're familiar with that at all, if you've ever been in a house with like flickering lights, if it doesn't seem like, my TV's on, it's off, that's a harmonic issue typically. There's something wrong with the wiring, there's something impacting it at the local distribution level that isn't giving you effectively good power quality. Over a long enough period, what will that do to your appliances? Destroy. That's exactly it. It'll destroy them. And that's why, you had earlier people come up talking about HVACs and the investment that you're talking about here. You can see the external impact is if you can have the best equipment available, but if it's not getting quality power, that's going to hurt your bottom line too. Here's the article that I was referencing here. But this is admittedly, and you're going to see this as we go through the PowerPoint, they looked at data centers in Arizona, Mesa, Arizona. You can read it for yourself, but effectively, it has an impact. As much as up to 4 degrees to 16 degrees. I'm telling you, these are quality of life standards. You can feel a 4-degree difference in your house. The difference between 74 degrees and 78 is somewhat noticeable. If it gets hotter, and you've got to think of it in terms of overall impact on customers that don't have the quality of good insulation and air quality and air conditioning effectively, this raises potential for fatalities. So how bad is it when we're talking about this moving forward? Well, just in the near future in terms of overall heat impact, the heat wave season is extended by a month and a half since the 1960s. In 50 of the country's biggest cities, the number of heat waves have doubled since the 1980s. It's getting hot out there. You can see it visually here that over the decades, the frequency has increased, the seasons have increased, the duration, and the intensity. More recently, and this is really, I want to say this is, you can look at the 2026 numbers. You're approaching higher levels than what we've historically seen on a year-by-year basis. So again, it is becoming increasingly harder to ignore. Now, how is this counted? And what I mean by that is specifically when we're talking about fatalities associated with this. Fatalities that are heat related. Typically, the CDC effectively puts out numbers according to heat related fatalities. It also runs through state health organizations. A recent Boston University study that came out 2 days ago, if you went to, it was released on the Wall Street Journal, that's where I pulled this from, looked at that data, looked at it in more detail, and effectively came to the conclusion that the CDC was underreporting heat-related deaths by 5 orders of magnitude. So, and you can see effectively a lot of this comes down to a counting issue. Other examples that you might have encountered in other areas within historically something like COVID or poverty rates or unemployment, crime rates, and homelessness. What do I mean by that? How you count that stuff matters. So an easy example would be unemployment. Does anybody know how many different ways we count unemployment today in the United States? 5. There's actually a 6th way that's been developed and proposed out there, but it depends on the duration of how long somebody's seeking employment. Well, depending on which metric you're looking at, you're going to get wildly different responses. Either we're doing a great job on employment, or we're not. Well, the same thing can be said about COVID. When that took place, how local communities reported deaths had an impact on that overall story, had an impact on its overall narrative. Same continues with the other examples that I've given. So just to give you sort of a broad example here, we're a consumer advocate office. At the end of the day, like, I'm paid to effectively be skeptical about utility investments. But when I can, I really try to propose and motivate good public policy. That's the upside to my job as opposed to just saying no to utilities left and right. But there are a handful of things that I can tell you that a public service commission will immediately react to. One is if we lose power for an extended period of time. Storm Uri was referenced earlier, big one. I was heavily involved in the Storm Uri issues. We had Missouri towns go through their entire fuel budget for a year in a matter of several hours because the wholesale prices were so high. That's a big deal. That means that community's they can't afford to pay their costs. They can't afford to put in the potholes in the roads, all of these things. The other one is death. If people start dying, that tends to get press. That tends to motivate issues to happen. And you can see according to this, when we look at Greene County here in Springfield. So CDC averaged that there was 1.6 deaths last year effectively in Greene County that were heat related. Under the Boston University method, they're suggesting that that number is actually understated by at least 9% or 9 degrees. The model estimates up to 10 people. We can see more heat-related deaths, across. The CD receiver for Missouri as a whole reported 26 deaths. The model suggests it's closer to 200. So heat is rough. Heat can kill. It is particularly vulnerable to seniors and anybody that has heart problems. So a lot of times what a heart attack will look like, or what's put on effectively the death certificate, was only achieved because of the heat and the bad temperature. That induced that. But going back to effectively the pavements and the issues that we're talking about here, the built environment that we move forward with matters. I mean, visual here is really illustrative of this. When we're talking about implementing or mitigating an urban heat island, the immediate reaction I gave you was one of saving energy. Then I followed it up with effectively saying that this is a health concern. But there are also additional benefits that are associated with this. One of the more obvious, maybe not so obvious examples is water storm runoff cost. So if you think about one of the biggest costs water utilities deal with on a day-to-day basis. It's the chemical treatment plant of actually dealing with water that's coming off of roads into your stormwater systems and going back to the treatment plant itself. The ability to have larger, effectively, grass areas to go ahead and absorb that comes at a great savings to that municipal utility as well. We found this out effectively teaming up with the city of Kansas City. Now, before I get to that, economic impact, there's been larger studies about, long-term impact of what an increased overall temperature would have on the economy. And, some studies suggest that it's noticeable. It can have a severe impact over the long term. What about energy consumption? Well, think of it this way. Today, New York, a regular day, you might demand somewhere around 10,000 megawatts on a hot, hot day. The hotter it gets, the more energy we'll use. And a quote, and this is really sort of one of the aha moments I had a few years back, when you start to consider that the vast majority of this world doesn't have air conditioners, and what that will mean in terms of overall load profiles moving forward. So the warmer it gets, the more we use air conditioning, and the more we use air conditioning, the warmer it gets. Because when that air conditioning comes out, what is it doing? It's shooting that hot air back out. Last year in Beijing, during a heat wave, 50% of the power capacity was going to just air conditioning. John Dulick, an analyst with IEA, was quoted as saying, this is one of those oh shit moments. Because you're bringing on, being able to deal with that is a Herculean effort. So, increased cost of service, one way we hit an ERCOT graph that was shown earlier, we got this out of, this is a good example of that. I pulled this from ERCOT too. So effectively, generalizing here, but for every demand for electricity power rises nearly 2 degrees for every Fahrenheit degree increase. So you can imagine trying to meet those peaks requires effectively firing up peaker plants. Very expensive plants that you saw from that levelized cost of energy that Simon showed you earlier. And it increases our opportunities for blackouts, which again raises all sorts of potential issues. So in Missouri, we struggled, and I have to pull this back together because I said this was a demand side management issue, right? And if you remember, demand side management is generally something that we look at on an individual basis, homes, right? We had a challenge in Missouri about 10 years ago of trying to find value or cost effectiveness for these demand side management programs. In part, there were a lot of reasons for that, but we weren't avoiding building anything. And that was the real challenge. Our statute in Missouri says, it's the statutory position of the state to value demand side on the same basis as supply side, but it's got to show benefits to all customers, even those not participating. So it's not enough for me to have an Energy Star HVAC. For me to get that rebate, to justify that Energy Star rebate, you guys have to benefit too. We don't want that cross-subsidization. We want to minimize that as much as possible. For obvious reasons, not least of which that it's extremely regressive. So, one of the ways that we got around some of our cost-effective issues was thinking more holistically. So I won't bore you with the larger details here with the Evergy case in particular. But right before that case was documented, I came across this article from Lawrence Berkeley National Labs, actually Energy Costs, their economics section. And it was Catherine Wolfram's article just about cool roofs. I'd heard of the concept, I hadn't really gone into it that much. But at a large enough scale, all of these cool roofs across the board were having a material impact on energy consumption and quality of life. So I did, like anybody else, I Googled it. Our electric company was in Kansas City, and we were talking about this, so I looked at the Kansas City urban heat island. And what I found, like most other things, were standing on the shoulders of giants, right? People that came before me. I wasn't the first one with this idea. 2015, ARC, the American Regional Council, which is a network government for the greater Kansas City area, about 8 different counties, did a study called Energy Savings of Heat Island Reduction Strategies for the Kansas City area, which was followed a year later by a dissertation from a student at UMKC on the effects of climate mitigation, which was then also followed by a study at the University of Kansas, and then largely a study that was supported by the EPA, which finally culminated in, well, actually, Kurt Schickman wasn't with Kansas City, but this one, Lawrence Berkeley National Labs, a final study. And this became effectively our justification for moving forward with utility-sponsored programs to mitigate urban heat islands. Now, how did we do this? Well, we got a lot of help. Like all great things, the people were behind it. We got some crowdsourcing techniques. And it really did require volunteers to come out and actually survey and get those temperatures. So again, here we are. And we got a small grant from the National Integrated Heat Health Information System. I don't know, is Philip still around here? He's around here somewhere. He was instrumental in working on this as well. So Renew Missouri was part of this study. You can see the Office of Public Counsel. Well, really what we had was a variety of different actors that were involved in effectively getting that data to go ahead and substantiate A, that there is actually a problem, and B, can we do something about it? This is what we found. Effectively, dark surfaces absorb significantly more solar radiation than not. A lack of evapotranspiration. That tall buildings can increase reflection and absorption. That buildings can block wind. That waste heat from cars and buildings and AC contribute to this. And then other sources of pollution can change radiative properties of the atmosphere. So all of this results in an increase in thermal energy that takes place. And here's the kicker. There's no guarantee that it's going to follow a linear path. What we looked at, and as we became more and more immersed in this, what we did is we reached out to other cities. Who's done this already well, right? What did they learn? And what you find is that each city is going to have their own unique story to tell, effectively. So the problems and the issues that we're dealing with in, say, Phoenix, Arizona, are going to be very different than the issues that they're dealing with in Kansas City, Missouri. And in part, all of that makes sense, right? Different humidity, different heat levels, different. Does anybody want to take a guess what one of the biggest confounding variables that will impact a heat island? Look up, it's clouds. Yeah. And that requires atmospheric data, right? You need to go back and check and look at that. So this is the great thing about my job, and I love my job. Like I really, really, really do. It's like drinking from a fire hose of just policy and issues at the front end. But I'll tell you, one of the great things about it is I can call up just about anybody and ask for help. And there are so many people out here that these are passion projects, and all they need is a forum. So if there's anything that you learn out of this, and if you want to be involved, oh my God, please network. There are so many geeks like me that are just sitting in an office waiting for a phone call, for feedback. There are answers out there. And that's effectively what we did. And what we got was a really good analogy to look at that I think is a pretty powerful one. So today I mentioned we operate energy efficiency more at a local level, at house level. Those individuals that came up here earlier from the Home Building Association, what did they say? Oh, we perform an audit. We do a blow door audit. We look at where there are cracks, where things are bad, and we seal them. And it makes it more efficient. Well, at a rudimentary level, that's effectively what you're doing with energy efficiency. So at scale, what would this look like? There's our home, there's our city. So our philosophy was to treat the city the same way that we would a home. We audited the city, and we looked, where could we get the most bang for our buck? Where, if we were going to stick a bunch of trees somewhere, what would have the most impact on the surrounding temperature? And it was a collective effort. So who coordinates and who champions? Because this is really the rub of it, right? There's just lots of great ideas out there, but executing it is another story entirely. So ideally, what we had in one document were the following groups that had participated in this endeavor. And you can see it's a variety of actors: nonprofits, public utilities, state agencies, utilities, municipals. These were probably the biggest ones right there. For our end, it was the buy-in from the utility perspective. And it was the coordination. Effectively, we needed somebody not just to champion it, but we needed somebody to facilitate it. And it's a really key part when you're trying to herd cats, right? When you're moving forward to get everybody on the same page and collectively buying into a process. So we had, we also extended the policy window with other sympathetic groups. The most obvious one were hospitals. There was money to be made in different areas, and I say money to be made. The key thing with our process, if you think about it from what was my objective as a consumer advocate, at the end of the day, the question or the task I was dealt with was, how can we avoid building out more energy? And the answer that we came up with is, let's focus on mitigating heat in the overall metropolitan Kansas City area to defer future investment that would be taking place. Now, that can come in a number of different flavors. But the key for us was getting seed money effectively from ratepayers, and our idea, our sales pitches, was effectively that we would get sponsorships, whether that was corporate sponsorships, federal grants. Again, you've got context is important here. I know the IRA was referenced a few times under the Biden administration. That was a period of time in the United States where there was lots of money being thrown around to go ahead and do projects, to basically fix things, to move forward with it. We were in the midst of that as we speak. And we had hundreds of millions of dollars effectively that was allocated and awarded to the city of Kansas City to help with mitigation effort because of the effort that we did. Unfortunately, those funds dried up. But hope springs eternal, and the work that we've done here is still in place. And we're effectively still operating with some utility-funded money that supports the efforts there. Most notably, trees. In the several years, we effectively planted over 1,700 trees in the greater Kansas City area. And more importantly, they have survived. 99% of them have survived. And we've effectively, the money that we still have allocated for this is preserving those trees moving forward. All of those areas have been in either designated areas that would have an immediate impact on the heat of that city and or in lower income areas. Talked a little bit about network governance. So to turn to the best course of action here. Well, we take stock of the problem and the resources, we gathered and analyzed data, we engaged stakeholders, we developed a policy, we implemented the policy. That was effectively what we had drafted up with our feasibility study. Because at the end of the day, we needed state blessing for what we were doing. And that's what we got. Or, in this case, we relied largely on Lawrence Berkeley National Lab's study. So what actions? We had these satellites. We utilized satellite imagery. And that was a way for us to historically look at where the climate patterns were taking place in the greater Kansas City area over time. And this was also a way for us to effectively keep a sanity check on whether or not our efforts were having a material impact or not. I already mentioned the crowdsourcing from NOAA. So we had hundreds of people volunteer to go out there and effectively take readings across the city of Kansas City. We implemented cool roofs as an option. And there's actually a lot of stories behind this. And I'll get to one example here in particular. But this is a very new area that I think has the potential for some really exciting movement in terms of energy reductions. Green walls, to be honest with you, these were largely cost ineffective. It was very difficult to go ahead and justify it, so we didn't have any green walls. The cool pavement, we are hoping that was going to be the next step, is that we were actually going to start widening the areas of the roads around Kansas City. That is on hold as we speak due to, again, funding issues. But this has proven successful in the Southwest in curbing overall temperature impact. Green roofs, that's actually from Chicago. You guys are familiar with that. The city is very progressive in implementing a lot of different green roofs. But the impact of just tree canopies in the neighborhood, all of this, there's the positive externalities associated from this alone are worth the justification. Increased property value, decreased cost associated with your electric bill, decreased cost associated with your water bill. So increasing soft surfaces as a whole is generally better than not. And again, the big question is, how do we pay for this? So under our regulatory model here in Missouri, we performed a study, we got buy-in, we created our cost-benefit ratio, and the reward here, and this is really key from an investor standpoint, is, well, why are they putting up the money to support this? In Missouri, it's been referenced a couple times, we have a statute called MEA that allows energy efficiency programs to be in place, but it also awards the utility a financial profit for that investment. Our rationale was, well, what sort of profit would we give the utility for this? And nobody really had a good answer. So what we elected to do was award the utility effectively $1, or 10% of every $1 or up to $10 million for any money that they were able to generate. So the goal was up to $10 million. We got $150 million. Again, $150 million was cut before the federal government could give it to us, but that was the impetus that we needed. We needed buy-in at the local level, and that buy-in effectively got us the grant, because we showed that we could do it. And I've got to sit here at the end of the day, whether or not I'm talking to actual consumers or if I have to go in front of the Capitol, and I have to justify the actions that we have taken. And the actions are pretty easily justifiable in this case. We're putting up $1 and getting $9 back in positive return. So the potential options above and beyond the regulatory model for a city like Springfield or surrounding communities, what you're seeing in other really progressive municipalities, really in other parts of the country or world, are impact bonds or result-based financing. These are modeled after the World Bank as an option. They're probably becoming a little less likely at the moment, but these opportunities still exist. You're effectively paying a return off of performance that's being implemented. And we had similar language, articulated in the stipulation that we filed. At the end of the day, it really wasn't much money that we allocated for this effort. You can see on a year-by-year basis, over a 4-year period, it was only $3 million. That's a rounding error for a utility. That's nothing. I mean, really, this did not get a lot of consternation from anyone because of how low it was. But that overall impact blossomed into something pretty great, for a moment. And I've got to believe that we have at least the momentum, the sustainability right now, having all those actors still in place, that if funding were to open up, or, to be real honest with you, we've had a lot of talk about data centers here. And that data center model in terms of community benefits agreements, all of a sudden starts to make a little bit more sense. That if you have a large company like Google or Meta placing a huge data center in the city of Kansas City, and maybe that is contributing a little bit to the heat, well, that would seemingly be a reasonable community benefit to mitigate. So I think moving forward, we've got a lot of opportunities. I'd be welcome to, final thoughts. Again, every area is unique. We tried the same thing with St. Louis. It didn't work. Let's be real frank with you. The key for us with moving forward with Kansas City was commitment from local government. He had to have champions on other sides. It's not enough for just one actor to push it. Now, not to diminish just having one actor pushing something, because I'm often in that position, having the city of Kansas City support it in the local counties was really valuable. But it is going to be different. And but to be honest with you, the weather patterns and the structure that we saw in St. Louis relative to Kansas City didn't make sense. So we put our chips effectively in Kansas City. Again, now how is that going to look like over time? I say that it probably wasn't cost effective in 2025, but if we keep seeing the summers that we're experiencing, if we keep experiencing a built environment that accentuates heat at a localized level, yeah, I do believe that's going to have an impact. So watching out for unintended consequences, we reference clouds and other variables. Climate's an interesting thing. I mean, if you really want to go down that rabbit hole of, you know, what takes place, there's a lot of uncertainty. But it is really encouraging to start to see some of the early works associated with urban heat island mitigation actually produce good sound results. And that's probably the big key takeaway. That and this. This is developed a couple years ago by a professor at Purdue University. It's a barium sulfate white paint. And unfortunately, the real tragedy here is that barium sulfate to mine is a real pain in the ass. It's not good for the environment to do. However, what it can do is pretty amazing. Now, researchers demonstrated outdoors that surface paint can keep surfaces 19 degrees cooler than the ambient surrounding at night. Think about that for a second. Wow. What impact do you think that would have on your HVAC or your electric bill? These are exciting times we're living. I'm sorry?
How does that work at night?
How does that work at night? It's cooler. I mean, at night you're not going to be experiencing that peak heat, so the idea is really more for the day. But yep. So if you use this paint to cover a roof, there's a quote of about 1,000 square feet. We estimate that you can get a cooling power of 10 kilowatts. That's more powerful than central air conditioners used by most houses. We need to figure out a way to pull this up at scale and actually produce it. That's exciting.
What kind of roof have you found works? Does it work on what kind of roof?
It works on any roof. There are nuances in the types of shingles that can have an impact. But in general, the paint itself, the white barium paint, yeah, it's not going to much matter.
The shingle companies will put out numbers showing you the reflectivity of various shingle colors. There's quite a difference in the lighting.
There is, yeah. And so just to pull this in full context, with that dollar amount that I had showed earlier, we were actually allocating funds to put cool roofs on buildings across Kansas City. So we were effectively doing it on larger scale buildings and then tracking the impact of that over time. And the real value, and this is where individual efforts it might be good, but again, think of it in terms of scale. If I've got 50, 60, 70 homes with white roofs, that's going to have an impact on the overall ambient temperature as opposed to just one or two. A bunch of links, if anyone's real interested in this area, it's an interesting one. I think it is literally what we talk about when we think about sustainability. This is built sustainability moving forward. Mediterranean city, I forget the name of this city right here, but this is a perfect example, right? I mean, this is, and you know, the quality of life in terms of overall temperature, pretty good. So, any questions for me? Yes?
Slide earlier in your presentation about the heat island effect, I think it was 36 megawatt.
Yeah, while I'm going back through this, I left something out. You know, I said I was really excited about, you know, being here and being able to speak to all of you, and I sincerely do mean that. There's another reason why I was excited to be here. And I'm not sure, like, James probably did a good enough job selling it, but Tyson Slocum that was here, if you're familiar, like, he's actually, that's a big deal. Yeah. If people are familiar with Ralph Nader, that's effectively today's torchbearer. So, you know, he works largely at the federal level at FERC, dealing with these issues. I'm very much a localized state person, but I don't know, it's impressive. Here we go. There is no doubt a lot of ambiguity, I think, when it comes to talking about data centers. That's overall in that. Of the universe of things that I'm concerned about with data centers moving forward, this is actually pretty low on the totem pole, but it's something else I don't want you to forget about. And here's I think the slide that you were looking for. And you can access the article if you want down there. Yes, sir.
Again, I stepped out for a call, but I came back in. When you were talking about the Elon effect and planting trees everywhere, one of the things on our city's consultants did when we first started looking at zoning codes was to analyze our infrastructure, right? And building out infrastructure and maintaining infrastructure. Well, one of the slides we put together was not only do trees help the heat island effect, but they actually absorb water.
Right.
So stormwater mitigation, but what I didn't realize was how much water is actually stored on the leaves of the trees before it hits the ground as a stormwater detention basin. And it was a quite large number. So separate from the heat island effect, trees will also be able to store and suck water up for stormwater management.
They're pretty great. The key here, you know, not to get too far down this rabbit hole, but the types of trees matter. You know, we definitely utilized, it was the Arbor Day Foundation, and effectively come in and help us with planning that. But certain types of trees are going to thrive in more metropolitan areas and be more succinct to this. That's a key. You know, the unmitigated some trees, the biggest challenge you can have is the root structure, screwing up existing pipes, flow, roads and stuff. So
it's a science.
It is a science. Yeah, it very much is.
So this slide suggests that when cities are considering buffer areas around urban data centers, this heat island effect should be taken into account. Maybe we want to look at offering subsidies to households if they see their air conditioning bills increase as a result of a nearby data center.
That seems more than reasonable to me. I can tell you, I've spent the better part of the past year and a half working on data centers. I know we had referenced like a large load tariff on there. I've been knee deep in all of that stuff that's been taking place. These are valid points to raise. You know, I agree with a lot of the comments that were made here, but yeah, I mean, you need to weigh the pros and cons.
That's the way 36 megawatts. If you own less than 500 megawatts, some proposed down in Texas, they're gigawatts or more.
Yeah, Louisiana is the big one with Meta. You know, I know Tyson brought up, you know, that they're not reporting the income, not the income, but the off-balance debt that they're experiencing, except Oracle. And I don't know if anybody knows much about Oracle, but Oracle's it's just one level above jump on status right now. You know, they had sued, the Wisconsin Public Service Commission not too long ago, by the commission effectively was forcing them to have collateral, put money up front before we build anything. So these are interesting times that we're living. The amount of money that we're talking about here is it's unfathomable. It really, really is. But you know, there are definitely going to be opportunities. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your work. I noticed, and this is, I know it's impossible to fight all battles at all times, and I know there's some other people, specifically in Kansas City, doing good work on emissions reductions. And I noticed, maybe it's easier just to not try and tackle that beast with the work you're doing. But I was just interested to know if you, in your research, found some other, low-hanging fruit where there's sort of the combined effect of emissions reductions along with helping out the urban heat islands.
Yes. And I mean, it's not just emission reductions, probably the more interesting things, I don't know, it's your flavor, right? Health impacts are the real one. So we had Kansas City Children's Hospital, had put up some money associated with that. So there was an emphasis on sustainability for low impact homes in that area as a health issue. And this is one of the ways that the city of Kansas City was able to meet that. So the positive externalities, it's sort of the gift that keeps on giving, a very positive feedback loop. We've got negative feedback loops, we've got positive ones, and I would argue that this is very much more of a positive one. The challenge here, and this is, I guess, from a policy perspective, that I had to argue was really, but why should the city of St. Joseph be paying for the urban heat island for the city of Kansas City? It's a fair question. And again, the answer is, at a large enough scale, if it gets hot enough in the city of Kansas City, this will result in us having to build more generation. When it gets too hot, everything falls apart, not just human beings, the grid. Drive by a highway at some point and actually look at the transmission lines. On really hot days, you start to see that bow, right? Those lines. You're losing power from getting left to right because of the heat, because of that impact. All of it is impacted. And if we've got to build more, we've got to spend more money associated with that, those are costs that are spread out to everybody, even those in St. Joseph. That's effectively the argument. If we can curb those numbers, we can make it affordable, we can make it sustainable. And my God, all these other external benefits, we're getting. Thank you. Great.
All right, we're going to close it out with our last presentation here. Give us just a second and I'll get everything pulled up.
Great presentation.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
So this is not a linear function.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm going to hold this. Let's see how it goes here. All right, one more thing. It's a stopwatch and start. Okay, hi everybody. My name is Eric Williams. I'm from the Omaha Public Power District. I'm on the board of directors. And I get the privilege of being last today. And you all stuck around, so let's see if I can make it worth your time. Slides, they're boring. 28. They're facilitate discussion. There's a link at the end. You do not need to write anything down. The whole point is that you will have this information when I am done. Down in the lower right, so you can see exactly where we are. Origin story. I'm from Omaha. That means I need to tell you I'm from Westside High School, because that's what you do in Omaha. Went to Rice University. I studied civil engineering. Omaha Biofuels Co-op, collect vegetable oil, make it into biofuels. We can talk about that in a happy hour if you're interested. Lines for Climate Protection. I was a community organizer for comprehensive climate legislation at the national level. That was not successful, so I moved on. I worked at the City of Omaha in the Office of Sustainable Developments. I'm the Natural Resources Planner at the Capio NRD. I built bike trails, so I was very interested in the discussion earlier about transportation. And in 2018, I was not having sufficient impact, in my own opinion, on energy policy in my community, so I ran for the board of directors at OPPD and was elected. I was re-elected in 2024, so I've been serving for about 7 years. Climate change, we'll get this out of the way real quick. It's real, it's bad, it's us, scientists agree, there's hope. There's the hope. Not that I have to tell any of you that, but the next time someone asks you, send them there, don't talk about it, because this is not a discussion worth having. That's why. because everybody else had great information. This is some of what I captured earlier today. So it's just on screen. I thought that everybody brought really vital information, and all of this lends itself well to the idea of energy policy planning at your utility. So it's important to get it right, not to be right. That was the takeaway that I really enjoyed from that presentation. Water systems and sustainability. Again, I do this during the day, so I was very interested in this. Only two things happen, not enough, too much. We work on too much in Omaha. We want to reduce the risk of floods. It's getting worse because of, say it with me, climate change. There you go. We talked a couple different times today about the water energy nexus. I'm not going to focus on that too much, but it is a real consideration for both energy policy planning and water policy planning, and both need to recognize that there is a strong overlap between the two. Sustainable transportation, top line is most important. Brandon is great. I'm going to follow up with him later, because that trail outside, I don't get a chance to go there today, but I build trails and greenways, and so I want to go see that one the next time I'm in town. And remember, he gave you specific instructions in the next month. One trip walking, one trip by transit. I'm guessing that all of you were going to do that anyway, but at the end, think about it, think about Brandon, then tell him how. The other part of sustainable transportation, more related to utilities, EVs, they're great. How many people drive one right now? Did you drive it here today? Yeah. Great. Scott, my twin brother, and I carpooled here from Omaha. It was great, actually. In the past, it was not so great, but last night's trip was just fine. We made one stop at a Tesla supercharger. It's a Ford Mach-E. The Ford agreement with Tesla is excellent. They are the best chargers if you're going on a long road trip. We went to the hotel, and I took a picture. No pictures in this slideshow, but take my word for it, there were 4 chargers. I talked to them ahead of time. Unfortunately, they were all Tesla chargers. They didn't have the adapter, and you need the Tesla app, and that was just so you could pay. You should not be paying for EV charging at level 2 at hotels. That's nonsense. Hotels don't understand this. If you pay 10 cents a kilowatt hour, then it's $9. I would gladly have gone to another hotel in order to get free charging, because again, it's only $9, but I'm paying hundreds of dollars for the hotel. So just make EV charging free. I don't understand why they don't realize this is a loss leader to get people to your hotel. Doubletree, but right next to it was Fairfield, and both had Tesla chargers, but no non-Tesla chargers. I don't understand. End of rant. Oh, I have show and tell. Shoot, I left it in the car. Ask me about bring your own cord chargers. Has anybody seen one by chance? They're not common in the US. They are common in Europe. We are putting one in at my office, and then I hope that will inspire my utility to put them in, because cords are the biggest reason that chargers are complicated to install in places. The ones last night are black and yellow because they're trip hazards. That's liability. Bring your own cord. Much better. Again, it's in my car. Sorry, say again? Oh, good catch. Sorry, I almost skipped over that one. If you take 1 acre, the answer's on the screen, so play along with me. If you take a land area and you put it into corn, take the corn, you make it into ethanol, take the ethanol, you put it into a combustion vehicle, and you drive down the road. Take the same land area, you put it into the solar panels, you put the solar into an electric vehicle, and you drive down the road. How many more miles can you drive on the road in the electric vehicle with the solar power than you could for the same land area with the corn and the ethanol?
299.
Very good, closest to that going over. So yes, this is, and I know, we're in the Midwest, and railing against agriculture is not popular, but I cannot stress enough. If you want to have a more comprehensive energy system, we are already harvesting energy from the sun, and we are just doing it incredibly inefficiently. Corn is 2% efficient at harvesting energy. Solar panels are 20% efficient. In the process of the corn, you lose again about 80% of the energy, and in the end, the combustion vehicle loses 75% of the energy again. That's how you get to 300. EVs are 300 times more efficient at harvesting solar energy and turning it into transportation than corn to ethanol to combustion engines. It's like, again, I just can't stress enough, we gotta do less of the ethanol thing. Gotta do less of it. I'm sorry if that's your thing, we gotta do less ethanol. Distributed energy resources, love them, they're great. This was the slide I had ready before the presentation earlier, so I just highlighted the same 4 points that were presented earlier today. I call it the appetizer, demand response, the main course, solar and storage. This is where most of the action is in distributed energy resources. Mostly storage, because that's where you get the capacity.
Solar is the fuel that goes into your generator, which is your battery, and that puts capacity on the grid. Third, heat pump, water heaters, induction stoves. Those are later, after you've done the other things. If you're really trying to get to the biggest impact, those are solar, storage are the big things. And then at the end, sure, you get backup. That's a nice benefit. And plug in solar. I put it on the slide in case you want to talk about it at the happy hour afterward. It's interesting. I think we should do it. It is not a comprehensive part of the big solution. There are plenty of other places to put solar. We should do that first. Efficiency, affordable housing, all of this stuff. Heat pumps are like magic. They are 300 to 500% efficient. I probably don't need to tell you all that, but heat pumps are great. We should have more heat pumps. And I asked earlier, and it was nice of the residential developers to answer my question, but I am very strongly supportive of efficiency and cost effectiveness in housing being driven by going all electric. Economic benefit for data centers, economic development for data centers. My primary question is, who is benefiting from the data centers? And all too often it is not the community who is asked to site the data center and then build the grid and then deal with the consequences. So who is benefiting? That's what we should ask for data centers. If you think that is you, that's great, then build a data center. If that is not you, you should put some regulations in place. And I really like the phrasing of right to know, K-N-O-W. Kudos on that one. Future generation, Simon did a great job, loved it. Solar, storage, wind, or gas, those are your choices. That's it. And there, as he's told us all to remember, inverter-based load needs inverter-based resources. Urban heat island, we just did this. It was great. Thank you for that presentation. Here's what I took away from it. Moving on. Public power. So Nebraska is the only state that is all public power. So OPPD is one of the 3 large electric utilities, the other being NPPD, Nebraska Public Power District, and Lincoln Electric System. And very strangely, in the room today is one of my colleagues from the board of directors. Rick Yoder was on the board at OPPD with me. He was there 2 years before me. He has moved down this way since. So I didn't know until last night that he would be here. So very nice to see him again. We serve 3 roles. OPPD, we are the director of operations and providing accountability and oversight at the utility. We are the regulator, overseeing rate making in the capital R regulator sense. In Nebraska, there is no PUC. I can't tell you how many podcasts say every state has a PUC, every state has regulatory oversight. Not every state. Nebraska does not. That makes us different and unique. We are a special something.
Yeah, that's right.
We are also a customer advocate, and this is a role that when the responsibilities of the board have been described to new board members is all too often left off, so I take special pride in informing new colleagues, you are a customer advocate, and at some times you need to put on your customer advocate hat and you need to advocate for the people in your district specifically, even as the 8 of us are working collectively to run the utility. So these are the roles of the board members, and it's extra important because there are 8 board members and 3 new board members will be elected because 2 are not running and 1 did not make it to the primary. So in January, 3 of the 8 of us will be new. And we have really important decisions, so it's going to be a very steep learning curve for those 3 new board members. So it's going to be an interesting time next year. Electrify everything, decarbonize the grid. How many people have heard that expression before? Great. I have an electrify everything shirt, not wearing it today, but it is important enough that I think we should all keep it in mind. It was very popular between the late 2010s and through the former administration. Since then, this has not been used as much as a talking point, which is unfortunate because it is still thermodynamically and economically and environmentally, with environmental justice in mind, it is still better in all those ways. We should be doing this. We have started on the process of modifying our electricity grid. We know the steps here. We need new clean energy to meet new demand. We need to replace old assets with clean energy. It's very straightforward. But coming on the heels of that, we are going to have buildings becoming electrified. We are going to have transportation becoming electrified. And we have industry that is going to eventually get electrified, probably for cost reasons. Carbon emissions doesn't seem to have been sufficient justification for people to take action, but industry will electrify because of cost. Mostly because the rest of the world is doing it. And if you do not electrify your industry, electricity is so much more cost effective that you will not be competitive with other places, China. So we're going to take those 3 categories in our economy and we're going to shove them into the first category. And it's going to be a wild time. When I joined the board at OPPD, I thought this will be nice, this will be interesting, I'll help my community, and things have dramatically changed since 2019. It is getting much more interesting every year, also known as challenging. Clean energy is cheap energy. Have people heard this expression? If you haven't heard it, I would suggest you practice it, because it is true despite what poorly informed people say. Clean energy is cheap energy, with the caveat, when we say this, it is cheap energy in terms of energy that is consumed, but that does not mean that megawatts of capacity of wind and solar are cheaper than megawatts of capacity of other resources. Dispatchable thermal generation, like gas, does still have justification if what you're solving for is capacity. But at the same time, clean energy is cheap energy. Solar is cheaper in terms of energy, as we saw from, I think Simon had the Lazard levelized cost of energy graph up earlier, so I don't even need to repeat it, but that's what's linked there if you want to go get that information. And then also in this category, batteries are like an electric grid magic wand. It's awesome because we spent 150 years building out a grid on the primary fundamental assumption that energy must be generated and used at the exact same time. That is no longer true. And I don't think that we fully internalized the idea that there is now a new magic technology that solves the underlying fundamental issue that we no longer have to generate electricity at the same instant that we consume it. That is so fundamentally different that we haven't yet fully realized what that's going to mean. In the short term, what it means is get batteries, put them in places. The more batteries you have, the more better it's going to be. OPPD has been working to bring new generation resources online, and in the title of my talk for today, there was a description of how can Springfield plan for have a comprehensive energy plan for the future. In 2016, we did an integrated resource plan, IRP. In 2019, that led to a recommendation for new generation resources. That recommendation was 600 megawatts of solar with 600 megawatts of balancing gas. Director Yoder remembers, he was there with me at the time. That translated into Platteview Solar, which was 81 megawatts of solar, and at the same time, 2 combustion turbines that were 225 megawatts, Siemens Class F, they're big turbines. But combustion turbines, not combined cycle. And then Standing Bear Lake, which was 9 smaller reciprocating engines, a little smaller, a little faster, a little quicker to dispatch. But that is to say that what we got out of 600 of solar and 600 of gas was 81 of solar and 591 of gas. The point here is that the people who are responsible for oversight on the resource planning need to be prepared to understand, did we get what we planned? And if not, what are you going to do about it? Because there was a plan, and we did not get the same outcome that we thought we were going to get at the time when Rick and I were on the board and voted for this. And as long as we see each other, I will always have to remember that Rick did not vote for that gas, and I did. And he will always have that one over me because we did not get sufficient oversight over the resources that would be constructed. And what we ended up getting was a lot of gas and not very much renewables. And later, at the bottom, as I had to tell Rick earlier today because I don't think he knew, we were told that those balancing gas resources would run something like 5 to 10% of the time, 5 to 10% capacity factor. They ended up running significantly more. The permit was up to 20%, I think. I think it's listed in hours, not percent, but let's say about 20% of the year. And staff updated that permit without additional board action to double the operational hours of those combined cycle, of those combustion turbines without board action, and retroactively alerted the chair of the systems committee of the board that we have updated the permit to authorize more than twice as much additional gas as what you approved in 2019. They had a very unhappy Director Williams on their hands when I found out that they changed the permit to double the operational status, hence doubling the emissions, with no proactive notification to the regulatory oversight body. That's not how that works.
That's terrible.
That is terrible. Yes, that is terrible. Say into the mic. But all of that is to say, in 2021, we did additional resource planning. It was not a comprehensive IRP. It was a pathways to decarbonization study. It was outlining various ways that we would get from our 2019 goal of net zero carbon by 2050, how we would get from 2019 to 2050. We did that. We did do an updated IRP, kind of at the same time. That was submitted in February of 2022. And on the heels of that, we got another new resource acquisition recommendation called near-term generation. But this time, critically, we also updated a separate policy at the same time. The original recommendation was 5 types of resources: combustion turbine, significant new renewables, combustion turbines, dual fuel, demand-side management, and energy storage. So all of those resources were recommended at the same time. But in the linked document right there, there's a breakdown of the timeline for deployment of each of those resources, something that we critically did not have the first time when we did Power with Purpose. We did not have a timeline for deployment of 600 megawatts of solar and 600 megawatts of gas. And that is why Rick was concerned at the time that we wouldn't get what we thought we would get. This time, we did get that in policy. And what that led to was...
Is that dual fuel hydrogen?
Dual fuel in the utility sense. Dual fuel meaning normally running on methane gas with on-site liquid diesel functionally. In the event that the pipeline methane is not available, you can run for something like 72 hours on on-site fuel oil storage. So, but what that additional policy oversight got us was from 23 approval to 24, contracting an existing wind farm, 600 megawatts in a collaboration with Google. If you want more specifics, it's in that link. Contracting an existing wind farm in Milligan, that was entirely for OPPD directly. And in collaboration with Google again, contracting a 420 megawatt solar facility with 170 megawatts of storage, which is under construction now, will come online early next year. So since that time, I even listed on the slide, which I made earlier today, we have additionally contracted Burke County Solar, which will come online in early 2029, and that is 250 megawatts. Meaning, this time, when we said 1,500 megawatts of renewables, this time, we really meant it. And we actually got 1,500 megawatts of new renewables from the last resource action. Additionally, we are getting new turbines, Unit 3 and Units 3, 4, and 5, so 900 megawatts of additional Class F CTs. So more gas, and we're seeing a lot of growth, and we need capacity, like I said earlier. Not my favorite part of the approval, but it is what's necessary to keep the grid balanced. We've got a question in the audience.
170 megawatts of battery storage, that's within the SPP footprint?
Yes.
That sounds like a lot relative to what I understand SPP to have done so far.
It is. SPP recently made more data available about energy storage, and it's displayed on grid status, which you'll see up here in a minute. And grid status is now reflecting that about 600 megawatts of storage charge, mostly in the mornings, and dispatch, mostly in the afternoons. So, to the nearest I can tell, there's about 600 or 800 megawatts of utility scale storage operational in SPP right now. So when this comes available, I think it will probably be the single largest installation in SPP. But batteries are showing up so fast in so many places that pretty quickly I expect it will no longer be large relative to what SPP needs, mostly because SPP prices are fluctuating and batteries can solve that. We are currently in the process of doing our next Integrated Systems Plan update. This is an IRP by another name, Integrated Systems Plan, meaning that it is going to study the distribution side of the grid in addition to the large generation resources. Preliminary results not available today, will be available later this month. Final results by the end of the year, and that is anticipated to lead to our next new resource acquisition recommendation in the first 3 months of 2027. So when I said earlier there will be 3 new directors on our board, the very first thing they're going to have to do is review, I'm going to say something like a few $1 billion worth of new electric generation resources and take action on that within about the first 3 months of being on the board. I hope they are studying now because that's a difficult thing to review. It's a difficult thing on which to provide oversight on behalf of the 125,000 people we each represent, but they will be doing that in their first 3 months on the board. In addition to generation, you need transmission. We have done a whole collection of transmission projects. Most of them are in and around the urban core, but if you look at this, there's a list of projects on that link. If you look at them, they roughly link from the south side of our territory and down toward Kansas City, up to Nebraska City, up to Cass County, around the west side of Omaha, around to the north side of Omaha, and then north out of Omaha with the JTIQ project, which links between SPP and across the Missouri River into MISO. So transmission, batteries can shift energy in time, and transmission can shift energy in space. You need both to provide a reliable and lower cost system. Transmission is critical to providing reliability and lower cost. We have been building a lot of it. It is expensive, but it is necessary. So as you're doing energy planning for your community, remember that having access to the larger grid provides you access to their lower cost and often available resources, even if your local resources are not available. Data should guide your policy decision making. And this is the area where the board members at OPPD provide the most oversight. We receive about one update per month on one of our 15 strategic directive policies. We receive metrics and we determine, are we aligned with the intended outcomes. There's some stuff here for the utility folks in the back. On affordability, we compare rates to other peers, and we look at energy burden by, can't remember if it's zip code or census tract, but we find out how many people in that area have an energy burden above 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6%. And if there are more people in a particular area who have a high energy burden, what should we do about it? I'm particularly sensitive to that because every year that I've been on the board, there has been disproportionately high energy burden in the district that I represent, which is also generally a lower income district and predominantly black residents. We have a significant problem that we continue to identify high energy burden in the black part of town and continue to get that on the report every year. I don't want to see another report that says we know there's high energy burden. I want to see a report that says, how are we going to fix it? We don't yet have an answer, but we're working toward that. Reliability, there are two critical metrics that utilities usually use. Safety, frequency, how often does the power go out? SAIDI, duration, how long is the power out? Critically, this year we got an update to the way in which SAIDI was reported because the duration of outages is usually reported excluding major event days. That was made clear last year that when we report our outages, we don't report outages on days with storms. That seems like an oversight in the way that we tell people how they're experiencing outages on our system. So this year, we got an additional update on the duration of outages, including major event days. The goal for SAIDI for our utility is 90 minutes average per customer per year. And we were at about 92 minutes on the national standard SAIDI metric. But when you include major event days, in 2025, we had a bunch of storms, and the SAIDI number, including major event days, would have been 552 minutes. This is why I asked staff to provide additional information about outages during storms, because most people experience outages from their electric utility during major events. There are some outages, not during major events, but most of the outages are caused during major events. If you're not studying that when you're reporting on reliability, I think you are not being fully transparent with the information that is most critical to your regulators and to the public. So, when you study reliability, make sure you know if it is including storms or not. Sustainability. We've tracked overall emissions. They've been going down. They're down about 40% since 2013. We also track carbon intensity. That alone is not a sufficient metric to address climate change that we talked about earlier. However, as the grid is growing, it is a reasonable thing to also track. If your grid grows, if you take on a bunch of new load and you take on a bunch of new generation to meet that new load, your carbon intensity can go down even if you're not decreasing your absolute emissions. That's still a win. We should track that and we should celebrate. Utilization of your grid is critical data, and I am currently in an ongoing discussion with the staff at OPPD about why I want to know about grid utilization and then what we're going to do with that data. It's like saying to your doctor, I would like you to tell me my cholesterol numbers. And then what are you going to do about it? Well, I'm not sure, but I am sure that I'm going to need the numbers about cholesterol in order to decide what we're going to do next. Utilization is the same. Utilization broken down by customer class. Residential utilization, to the best of my understanding, is about 35%. Commercial is about 50%, and industrial is about 65%. So, what can we do to help reduce the overall cost and increase the reliability? If we know more about our utilization, we can help all of those things above by balancing when people are using power. That's the main advantage of understanding utilization, is knowing that we have high peaks that we're usually planning for, but we have low valleys. And if we just have more consumption in the valleys, especially if we can push those peaks into the valleys, that can be very beneficial to your affordability, reliability, and sustainability.
So we get real-time rates?
Wait for that. Distributed energy resources. We have some data about this. We do not have sufficient data, in my opinion. You should know how many solar installations are in your utility territory, how many batteries are in your utility territory, and the next thing I think you should definitely be tracking for distributed energy resources is electric vehicles, because an EV can use about as much power as a car, as a home. So if there's a bunch of additional homes hiding in your residential sector because they charge at night at those homes, probably pretty important to know whether or not they are out there. Specifically because EV demand is extraordinarily flexible. Managed EV charging can be an excellent revenue source to increase utilization in your residential sector at the lowest utilization, and your residential rate is almost certainly the highest rate you charge any customers. So you can increase the number of kilowatt hours of energy consumed in the highest rate category off peak when you have the lowest cost of generating energy. Excellent way to help cost recover on your fixed assets. So, knowing how many EVs you have, critical to understanding what you should do about it. I am going to answer that question you asked about rates. Omaha energy planning. There are a couple other documents that have been relevant to the planning of energy in our community over time. When I worked at the city, this is a link from 2013, there was a comprehensive energy management plan for city, city municipal energy consumption within city properties. Sadly, I don't know where that document went. That's unfortunate because the city uses a lot of energy. The city can reduce their costs by using less energy. There was a study about it, but I think that it was just kind of put aside and we don't seem to be focused on it anymore. There was an administration that took over in 2013 and was in the mayor's office until 2025. Now there's a new administration, and I'm very hopeful that the new administration will again revisit the idea that saving energy saves money for the city and the taxpayers. The Nebraska Chamber has recognized that energy is critical to the economic development of our state. They have a great report about saying we need to lower barriers to bringing on more energy resources so that we can say yes to more economic development. And data centers are a big part of that. At the state level, the governor and the legislature seem pretty interested in new data centers as new revenue to the state. If they want that, they've got to help us get more energy. We've got to not have counties stopping solar and wind and storage projects that would otherwise be able to meet the demand from those new customers. The Chamber's report is pretty clear about that. The City of Omaha also has a great report that focuses on economic development and utilities. And the Omaha Chamber specifically calls out 4 factors that are critical to accepting and encouraging new economic developments. And number 1 on their list is energy. That doesn't mean that energy is the only thing, but there are a number of new economic opportunities for which, if you can't say yes to the energy, they don't bother to look at the rest of it. They don't care if you have the land, they don't care if you have the workforce, they don't care if you have any tax or other economic incentives. If there's no energy, they're going somewhere else. So you do have to be able to say yes to the energy when they ask. A lot of acronyms. Distributed energy resources, customer-owned generation, advanced metering infrastructure, time of use rates, distributed capacity procurement, and virtual power plants. There's some links about all of these. This is all that distribution side stuff. In doing comprehensive planning for your energy future, distributed energy resources and things happening on the customer side of the meter are critical to being successful at that planning. There's some links up there that can talk about a little bit of what we're doing. But to your question, do we have real-time rates? We just got AMI, the new advanced metering that takes the data from 1 reading per month down to a reading every 15 minutes. That does enable much closer to real-time rates. At the board meeting this month, we will review a pilot program for a time of use rate that would go effective in January and would go into the rate manual in January and become effective in June when we go into our summer session. We have a summer session and a non-summer session in our rate manual, so in the 4 months of the summer, the time of use rate would be effective, and we'll talk about that at our board meetings this month. So we know that that is a way to help drive behavior and help reduce cost and increase reliability. Distributed capacity procurement means utilities acquiring distributed energy resources basically directly, either through acquisition or through incentives. We are developing a program right now from a resolution that I helped lead at the end of last year, and that is following on some work that Excel has done. Excel is an investor-owned utility. We are public power. To my knowledge, we are the first public power utility directly saying we want to lead acquisition of distributed energy resources because it benefits not just the customer, but the grid in aggregate, and that is a justifiable expense as a utility. So I am looking forward to this program moving forward at the end of the year. Virtual power plant. The reason that you do all these other customer things is so that you can aggregate them together into a virtual power plant. We're not ready for that at OPPD yet, but it is something that the utilities should be planning for. Get a bunch of customer-sided things, have them ready to get integrated into a virtual power plant. So have standards in place so that the solar and batteries and heat pumps and EVs can be aggregated later and help share some of that benefit from not just the individual, but to the utility as a whole. Rates are energy planning policy. So we just talked about it a little bit. We have a high voltage transmission level rate. That is a data center rate functionally. We've had it since 2017. A lot of other people are talking about it now. We've had it for a long time. Kudos to Rick. That was his first board meeting when he helped to approve that rate back in January of 2017. There are generally described 3 customer classes at utilities: residential, commercial, and industrial. And I've spent the last year telling my colleagues on the board and OPPD staff, we functionally have an enormous elephant hiding under a tiny umbrella in our industrial sector, and that is data centers. Data centers are bigger than the rest of the industrial sector combined. Why are we pretending that they are the same thing? We need to identify them independently and have a customer class, call it large load, call it high voltage, call it hyperscalers, call it whatever you have to. But we need segmented data to understand how much influence are these types of customers having on the utility broadly, and we need that to be identified in its own category when our budget and our rate tables are presented to the board and the public each year. I am expecting that to be presented by the end of this year. I encourage other utilities to segment out very large customers. If you don't have any yet, you can be prepared when they arrive to have a customer class to reflect that separately because they are that important. We had a change in rate structure enabled by the legislature last year. Fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory is the legal language, but recently data centers were changed to fair, reasonable, and not unduly discriminatory. That is a slightly lower legal threshold for how you can make rates related to very large customers, and I am excited to explore that. We do not have that same not unduly discretionary language associated with income qualification for residential customers, but OPPD anticipates supporting that if it comes to the legislature next year, because utilities can't make rates based on income, because in the past you didn't want very wealthy people telling their friends at the utility to give them lower rates. That's not still a problem. Now we would like to proactively help overcome energy burden by making rates that help low and moderate income people, but we are legally prohibited. So, if data centers can have rates that are not unduly discriminatory, I think we should have rates in our residential category that are also not unduly discriminatory. That would help people who need help on their energy bills, as was discussed several times today. Here are fun visuals. SPP forecast versus actual, price contour map, and grid status. Grid status is just pulling data from SPP, but they are, quite frankly, better at presenting it. If you want to see data about SPP, check out grid status. They're very interesting. They also have all the other RTOs across the country. It's kind of fun to watch what's happening in real time on all the grids across the country. So, Sustain Springfield. Here, after all of this discussion, in order to discuss and look forward to a comprehensive energy plan for your community and your utility, I would suggest that you consider, why is this important to you? What do you want for your community? Who are the people who are in control of the objectives? When do you want these outcomes achieved? Where are the most important next steps? And critically, how are you going to make that happen? This is what I would encourage you to think about, and the discussion I would encourage you to have going forward. I think that some of the links in here would be helpful. I'm also available to answer any questions about how OPPD is handling things. I know that other presenters today would also be glad to answer questions as you plan for the energy future that you want to see for your community, both to be ready for the rapidly changing large load demand that is showing up across the country, and to address some of the other concerns that have been persistent at utilities across the country for many years in the past. And by working together, we can equitably distribute the benefits of the clean energy transition that is underway and will continue to accelerate. I put that at the bottom of the last slide because that is the bottom line. I encourage you to keep that in mind. It is already underway. There are benefits. Cui bono, as was on the slide previously, who is benefiting from what's happening to our energy system? By working together, we can decide who is going to benefit, and I would encourage that to be an equitable distribution across residential, commercial, industrial, and large loads customers, but primarily the people in our communities are the ones who should see the benefits from the clean energy transition that is occurring. As I said, if you like the slides, there's a QR code to it. There's a tiny URL in the upper corner. Help yourself. My contact information is on the first slide. And I hope that we were a little bit over time, but that you still enjoyed it. You're still here at the end, so thanks very much. I look forward to talking to you at the happy hour.
You and Brandon Jensen would be great friends.
Yeah, you will. I was.
We're twins.
Alrighty, everybody. We have a happy hour scheduled until 7:30 tonight at the Coyotes Adobe Cafe on Glenstone and Sunshine. It's not very far from here. I will say, Renew Missouri is covering the bill.
Whoa.
Okay? I see some eyes pop up. So come get a free drink. Come ask the speakers that are attending some questions. And we'll see you next year for the next Sustain Springfield. Thank you guys so much for coming. And we'll see you at the happy hour.